losing control after drinking, picking up a little lover. In the dimly lit room, Lu Qingxue slowly regained consciousness. Through the mirror on the ceiling, she saw herself lying unclothed on the messy bed, her graceful figure fully exposed. "You're awake." Beside her, Qin Huai scratched his messy hair, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed. The traces on the sheets told Qin Huai one thing: this was Lu Qingxue's first time. She didn't respond. Instead, she sat up slowly, found her clothes on the floor, and began dressing calmly right in front of him. Qin Huai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. What? Still want more? Lu Qingxue paused while pulling up her strap, turned to glance at Qin Huai, then deliberately let the strap fall back down, revealing her snow-white shoulder. Her expression was cold. "Come on, then." Qin Huai's breath caught. In her eyes, there was no light, only darkness, like a pool of dead water. "That's not what I meant, He tried to explain, but Lu Qingxue ignored him, grabbed her purse, slipped into her heels, and turned to leave. "Wait. If you want, I can take responsibility for what happened last night." "Heh." Lu Qingxue sneered with contempt. "Take responsibility? You? What's wrong with me? Men lining up from the east to the west side of the city want to take responsibility for me. Every one of them is rich and powerful. And you? A bartender making 5,000 a month at best. What gives you the right?" Disdain and disgust flashed in her eyes as her words turned cruel. "Oh, you're dreaming of marrying a rich beauty and rising to the top of life? Living off a woman. You think you're worthy? People should know their place. Look at yourself. What are you even? What happened last night? I couldn't care less. I'll just pretend I got bitten by a dog. You don't think I'm some traditional woman, do you? If you think you can use this to threaten me, then let me burst your bubble. A toad dreaming of a swan? Just stick to being a bartender. Actually, calling you a toad is too generous. You're nothing but scum from the bottom of society, a sewer rat, a maggot in a toilet." With a barrage of venomous insults, Lu Qingxue turned and left. Each step she took made her grit her teeth from pain, but she didn't stop for a second. At that moment, she just wanted to escape this nightmare. Qin Huai stood frozen in the room, then suddenly laughed in frustration. "Right. A princess like her, why would she ever need someone like me to take responsibility?" But when he recalled the dim lifelessness in her eyes and her harsh words, Qin Huai lit a cigarette in irritation, leaned by the window, and puffed away. The sky at 5 a.m. was faintly pale. The air was cool. The street outside was quiet and empty. Cold air mixed with cigarette smoke filled his lungs, clearing his groggy mind. Suddenly, Qin Huai's smoking paused. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone crouched by the bar's side wall. It was Lu Qingxue. Her head was buried in her knees, shoulders trembling slightly. She looked so helpless. She's crying. Qin Huai's heart clenched. This woman, she wasn't nearly as strong as she pretended to be. She clearly cared deeply about last night but had put on a show of indifference. Wait. If she truly didn't care, why lash out so viciously? She was venting. Qin Huai finally realized it, but he didn't know what to do. He was good at killing but comforting someone, especially a woman. That wasn't part of his training. Time slipped by, with Lu Qingxue quietly weeping and Qin Huai lost in confusion. Only when the cigarette burned his finger did he snap out of it and his expression turned cold. A group of delinquent-looking youths with brightly dyed hair had just come out from an overnight gaming session and were now approaching Lu Qingxue with bad intentions. "Hey there, pretty lady. Why are you crying all alone? If something is bothering you, we can talk about it, yeah?" Startled, Lu Qingxue looked up instinctively. Tears streaked across her breathtakingly beautiful face. It stirred pity even in strangers. The delinquents were stunned, then their eyes filled with greed and malice. One of them reached out to touch her shoulder. "Get away from me!" she shouted. "No need to be so fierce. We're just trying to comfort you. Come on, let us find somewhere quiet to talk. Don't touch me. Get away from me!" Lu Qingxue screamed, trying to escape, but the punks quickly surrounded her. "Back off!" Qin Huai jumped down from the window, landing firmly after bouncing off the second-floor balcony. He dashed forward without hesitation and kicked the guy holding Lu Qingxue right in the chest, sending him flying. Then, with swift, precise moves, he took out the rest. As the punk screamed in pain, the unrestrained Lu Qingxue bolted across the street in panic like a headless chicken. Hunk! A black sedan sped toward her. The driver, probably tired, reacted too late when she suddenly ran out. Panicked, he slammed on the horn. The noise startled Lu Qingxue. She turned her head, seeing the car rush toward her and froze in the middle of the road. As the vehicle grew larger in her pupils, her mind went blank. Am I going to die? Screech. The sharp sound of tires filled the air. A burning smell spread around. The moment the black car almost hit her, Lu Qingxue felt her world spin. Her ears buzzed loudly. But the expected pain never came instead, the ground beneath her felt soft. Are you okay? A deep male voice rang in her ears. Lu Qingxue blinked and found herself lying on Qin Huai's solid chest. He was the one lying on the ground beneath her. Their eyes met so close they could kiss with a slight tilt of the head. His warm breath tickled her cheek. Lu Qingxue's pupils trembled. She was momentarily dazed. These eyes are quite beautiful, she thought unconsciously. Qin Huai's heart stirred. Her soft body was pressed tightly against his, every curve perfectly felt. Unlike last night when she was drunk, now he could clearly sense her exquisite form. It was overwhelming. Vroom. The driver in the black sedan, still shaken, peeked out and saw that the two seemed okay. He stepped on the gas and drove away. The engine's roar snapped Lu Qingxue out of it. She quickly pushed against Qin Huai's chest, trying to get up. But after such a near-death experience, her body was weak. Instead of getting up, she slipped and fell right back into his arms. Her soft, cherry-like lips accidentally pressed against his. Both their eyes widened. Qin Huai only felt that her lips were a little cold, yet smooth like jade. But just as he wanted to savor the feeling, Lu Qingxue struggled up again and staggered away. Qin Huai reached out to help her, but she slapped him across the face. He could have dodged easily, but didn't he? Lu Qingxue was already at the edge of emotional collapse. She needed to let it out. Besides, she didn't hit that hard he could treat it as a gentle love tap. Chapter 2, This Woman is Mine. After the deed, Lu Qingxue immediately regretted it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at the man before her, the same man who had kept her up all night in a whirlwind of passion. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Who gave you the right to touch me?" "I'm sorry." Qin Huai took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Lu Qingxue, I'll take responsibility for you." Heh. A despairing smile tugged at the corners of Lu Qingxue's lips. "And how exactly do you plan to take responsibility?" "I'll marry you." Qin Huai met her tear-filled, pitiful gaze with a steady expression and declared word by word, "I will give you a stable, prosperous life, free of worries. With your bartender salary of 3,000 to 5,000 a month. That's not even enough for one of my lipsticks." Lu Qingxue's voice rose with emotion. "You and I are from two completely different worlds. You really think one night in bed is enough to make me marry you? You scum. You're not worthy. Do you understand? You're not worthy. I am worthy." A confident look appeared on Qin Huai's face. "I've never planned to mooch off anyone. Honestly, the Lu family's little empire isn't even worth my attention. Enough." Before he could finish, Lu Qingxue shrieked and cut him off, tears spilling down her cheeks. Her voice was filled with hatred. "Get out. I never want to see you again. If you ever appear in front of me, I swear I'll make you regret it." Her delicate hands curled like claws, trembling uncontrollably. Qin Huai noticed the irregular tremor instantly, and his gaze darkened. "What do I have to do to make you believe me?" he asked. "Nothing you do will make me believe you. Get out of here. As far as you can go. Get lost." Lu Qingxue screamed in pain, her breathing erratic. Qin Huai stepped forward without hesitation and pulled her into his arms. One hand gently pressed her head against his chest, while the other gripped her wrist. In just 2 seconds, his eyes narrowed. Something was wrong with her. Her heartbeat and pulse both abnormal. "Let go of me, you bastard. Scum. You're worse than an animal. Let me go." Lu Qingxue thrashed and screamed, hurling insults. Seeing her become more and more agitated, Qin Huai pressed 2 fingers lightly against her neck. In an instant, her world went dark. She fainted. Holding her in his arms, Qin Huai carefully examined her pulse, his brows gradually knitting into a frown. He was certain she had been poisoned. And it was a very tricky kind. But the exact poison was still unknown. After a moment of thought, Qin Huai retrieved a delicate car key embedded with a purple gemstone from her purse. With a press, the lights on a nearby red sports coupe blinked, and the doors lifted like wings. As expected of Lu Zanian's precious daughter. Even the globally limited Nova series is at her disposal. Carrying Lu Qingxue in his arms, Qin Huai gently placed her in the passenger seat, then got behind the wheel and started the engine. Soon, the red sports car sped away. As he drove, Qin Huai frowned in contemplation. Given Lu Zanian's affection for his daughter, marrying Lu Qingxue wouldn't be easy. He glanced sideways at her sleeping face, still tear-streaked, brows furrowed in distress and despair. She slept with me. She has to take responsibility now, he muttered. No matter the obstacles, this woman is mine. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. If worse comes to worst, I'll just kill everyone in the Lu family. Then no one can stop me. 20 minutes later. The red coupe pulled up in front of an ordinary residential complex. Qin Huai carried Lu Qingxue out of the car and into his rented apartment. Pulling back the curtains, the first rays of sunlight bathed her stunning face through the window. Qin Huai dragged a medical box out from under the bed, took out a fingertip blood collection tool, and gently pricked Lu Qingxue's left index finger after disinfecting it. After stopping the bleeding, he sealed the tool inside a collection pouch, then made a call on his phone. The call connected, but there was no voice, just a mechanical beeping. Qin Huai spoke, ID 140627, codename, Nightless. A moment later, a robotic voice responded, Vorsprint confirmed. ID confirmed. Command code, 732311. Code accepted. The call ended. Qin Huai deleted the call record, set the phone down, and stretched. After chugging a bottle of water, he walked into the kitchen and started boiling water. Before it even boiled, a knock came from the door. Delivery. Qin Huai walked over and peeked through the peephole. No one was visible. He tapped the door in a specific rhythmic pattern. From outside came a matching knock. Only then did Qin Huai open the door. A man stood there, wearing a motorcycle helmet and a yellow delivery vest. His face was plain and forgettable. Your food delivery. Enjoy your meal, the man said as he handed over the bag. Thanks. While taking the food, Qin Huai discreetly slipped the blood sample pouch into the man's hand. The man turned and left without a word. Closing the door, Qin Huai placed the delivery bag on the table, opened the container, and scoffed. Stingy as hell. He tossed the box into the trash and returned to the kitchen. Not long after, Qin Huai came out carrying 2 steaming bowls of spicy oil noodles just as Lu Qingxue slowly woke up. Her eyes were still unfocused. You're awake. Qin Huai said flatly. Eat something. You need to refuel. Lu Qingxue froze for a few seconds, then looked around the unfamiliar apartment. Clutching her bag, she tried to get up and leave. Eat before you go, Qin Huai said. You drank a lot last night, and with all that activity, your stomach's been empty for hours. Keep starving like this, and your gut won't survive. I never want to see you again. Lu Qingxue glared with hatred. You make me sick. You're not going anywhere until you eat. Qin Huai picked up his chopsticks and started eating without emotion. If you don't eat, I won't let you leave. Who do you think you are? Trying to imprison me? Are you insane? Say whatever you want. But if you don't finish that bowl of noodles, you're not leaving. I'm strong, as you experienced firsthand last night. Ui. Hearing him mention last night over and over, Lu Qingxue trembled with rage. I'll make you eat it. She stormed over, ready to flip the table. Qin Huai glanced at her. I suggest you behave. This place is pretty remote. If you piss me off, I could easily rape you, again and again, and no one would come no matter how hard you screamed. Lu Qingxue froze mid-motion, clear fear flickering in her eyes. You bastard. Scum. You animal. Yeah, I'm a what now? Qin Huai slurped some noodles and chewed calmly. You rich girls really don't know how to insult people. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, I will start round 2. I wasn't done enjoying myself last night anyway. Chapter 3, Jump and I'll believe you. You. Lu Qingxue's teeth were almost broken. But when he saw Qin Huai preparing to put down his chopsticks, his heart trembled, and he could only sit down obediently and pick up the chopsticks to pick up the noodles. He looked like he was dying bravely. After taking the first bite of noodles, Lu Qingxue paused, then began to chew quickly. Without Qin Huai's further instruction, she picked up another handful of noodles with chopsticks, blew on them twice perfunctorily, and put them into her mouth without caring about the heat. Whoosh tilder whoosh tilder. The sound of slurping noodles continued. Lu Qingxue's eating manners were far from elegant. Anyone who saw her would not be able to tell that she was a rich girl who had been fed with a silver spoon in her mouth since childhood and was fed with all kinds of delicacies. Before long, the entire bowl of noodles went into Lu Qingxue's stomach. Even the soup base was not spared. I was sweating profusely while eating. Qin Huai was about to brag about this when he saw Lu Qingxue sniffling and tears falling from her eyes. Why are you crying again? Everyone in Qin Huai was dumbfounded. I've heard that women are made of water, but I didn't expect they could be so watery. What do you care about me? Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth, glared at Qin Huai hatefully, wiped away her tears, stood up and was about to leave. Go back and have a good rest. Don't think about anything. Wait for me to marry you. Qin Huai said. Lu Qingxue turned back suddenly. What on earth do you want to do? Qin Huai said, I said I wanted to marry you, I meant it. You bastard. You must destroy me, don't you? Qin Huai frowned. I am just fulfilling my promise, how can it ruin you? Only when you earn a few thousand yuan and live in such a shabby house, why would you let me marry you? Lu Qingxue stared at Qin Huai. Besides, I don't have any feelings for a scum like you. In this life, even if I, Lu Qingxue, marry a pig or a dog, I will never marry you. Tell me, how much money do you want? Give me an exact number. Lu Qingxue took out her cell phone. I don't want money, I just want you. Is 5 million enough? Card number. I told you, I don't want any money. 10 million. The hatred in Lu Qingxue's eyes was almost overwhelming. Don't be too greedy. You will never earn 10 million in your lifetime. Either read out the card number, or I will risk it and you won't get a penny. Hee hee. Qin Huai laughed at himself, his eyes slightly colder. Compared with the entire Lu group, I can still tell the difference between 10 million and the entire Lu group. You still want the Lu group? Lu Qingxue looked at Qin Huai like a madman, her heart beating fast. She glanced at the open window out of the corner of her eye and rushed over. Qin Huai was quick-witted and quick-handed. He pounced over and hugged Lu Qingxue. Crazy woman. What are you doing? Let me go. Lu Qingxue said resolutely, even if I die, I will not let your conspiracy succeed. What nonsense. What conspiracy? Lu Qingxue sneered, I thought about it carefully, you have planned it a long time ago, right? From 3 months ago, you gradually approached me, until what happened last night. Everything was exactly as you expected. Qin Huai. This woman has such a wild imagination. How many online novels has she read? I kept drinking the drinks you mixed last night. If you hadn't put something in the drinks, how could there be any relationship between us? You used such despicable means to get me, and then wanted to get my family's property. You really have a crazy idea. Today, only one of us can survive. Either you die or I die. In any case, I will never let you succeed. Looking at Lu Qingxue's logical analysis, Qin Huai suddenly shouted, Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue was surprised by Qin Huai's sudden outburst. Put away your arrogance. Do you really think that everyone wants to covet your family's money? Qin Huai stared at Lu Qingxue coldly and said, the reason why I want to marry you is entirely because of a man's sense of responsibility, that's all. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and said, in this day and age, which man still has a sense of responsibility? Qin Huai patted his chest, I have it. Hee hee. Lu Qingxue responded with a disdainful smile. Qin Huai rolled his eyes and said, anyway, you won't believe me at all, right? Yes. Lu Qingxue sneered and pointed at the window, if you jump down, I will believe you. Real. Real. As soon as Lu Qingxue finished speaking, Qin Huai dodged towards the window and jumped out. Seeing Qin Huai's figure disappear behind the windowsill, Lu Qingxue opened her mouth wide. She never expected that Qin Huai would dance so smoothly. 2 seconds later, Lu Qingxue came back to her senses, Her whole body was shaking, and she took out her cell phone to call the police. Qin Huai turned over and sat on the windowsill, teasing, "You instigated others to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Are you going to call and turn yourself in?" R. Lu Qingxue was so frightened that her face turned pale, her hands trembled, and her phone fell to the ground. How come you? I forgot to tell you, there is a terrace outside the window. Son of a bitch! Lu Qingxue's teeth were grinding, and she wished she could bite Qin Huai to death. Then he picked up the pillow and threw it at Qin Huai. "I kill you." The next second, she was stunned. There was a sheathed dagger hidden under the sofa pillow. On the handle of the dagger, there was an engraved pattern of a ferocious wolf head, as red as blood, which was very scary. Weapon. Lu Qingxue instantly imagined many dark, brutal and bloody scenes. "Who are you?" Lu Qingxue's pretty face was pale, and her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Qin Huai. Qin Huai sighed helplessly and said, "Who else can I be? I'm just a bartender. Take it out and see for yourself." Hearing this, Lu Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then pulled out the dagger by the handle. "This dagger is actually made of wood." Lu Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, although she didn't know why she had such a reaction. Beep, beep. At this moment, Lu Qingxue's cell phone that fell to the ground rang with a pleasant ringtone. She bent down to pick it up, and when she saw the word "Dad" on the screen, she panicked instantly. After pressing the answer button, she forced herself to remain calm and shouted, "Dad. Where have you been?" A calm middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. The helmsman of the Lu group, Lu Zenian. Although Lu Qingxue didn't turn on the speakerphone, Qin Huai had excellent hearing and still heard it. I don't care where you are now, is everything all right?" "No, it's okay." Lu Qingxue responded quickly. Qin Huai grinned beside him. "It has happened, at least for times last night. It's best to pray that no one dies. It's so troublesome to name a child, and I have to go back and look up the family tree. I'm glad you're okay. Go home now. I have something to tell you," Lu Zenian said. "Oh, okay, I'll be right back." After Lu Qingxue responded, she hung up the phone. He picked up his bag and hurried away. Qin Huai didn't stop him this time. When Lu Qingxue opened the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Qin Huai, and said coldly, "Don't expect anything anymore. You'd better remember my words and don't appear in front of me in the future, otherwise I will never forgive you." Bang. "The door is closed. Otherwise I will never forgive you." Qin Huai squinted his eyes and twisted his mouth, repeated Lu Qingxue's words, made a tut, yawned, and walked towards the bedroom. "Even if I am not responsible for you, you still have to be responsible for me. You can't just pull up your pants and deny me." Chapter 4 I'll marry. Buzz. Qin Huai had just fallen down on the bed when his cell phone vibrated. Looking at the unknown number on the caller ID, Qin Huai pressed the answer button. "The test results are out." A cold female voice came. The voice was so cold, like ice that had been frozen for thousands of years, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Her code name is Shenhong, and she is Qin Huai's superior who has a single line of contact. Only she can contact Qin Huai actively, and Qin Huai cannot contact her. Over the years, he had only seen Qin Huai once, when he was 18 years old and had just joined the organization. He is young and has an ascetic face. One sentence can describe it as speaks little, has a cool expression, and has eyes that are as sharp as a knife. Qin Huai did not respond and waited for what was to come. The blood contains chronic neurotoxins, which are basically consistent with the heart-splitting toxins found in secret villages abroad. Qin Huai frowned. Splitting heart, this new type of chronic neurotoxin was discovered by him when he was on a mission abroad, and he then obtained a sample and reported it. This toxin is extremely difficult to detect and is usually harmless to the human body. If the poisoned person becomes too emotional, he may suffer from nervous disorder, cardiac arrest, and death. It looked like he died of heart palpitations, and even the most professional forensic doctor couldn't tell the difference. How did Lu Qingxue get poisoned by the heart-splitting poison? Being involved with a foreign secret bank is no small matter. Crimson continued, "We also found some residual, violent woman ingredients." "I know that." Qin Huai touched his nose. "It's not just knowing, it's experiencing it deeply." "Any questions?" "Have." Qin Huai asked, if the person who was poisoned is about to get pregnant, is it possible that it will have adverse effects on the fetus? Shen Hong was silent for a moment, then said coldly, if you get pregnant before the toxins are cleaned, the fetus will be born with a neurological disease. I see. One more question, when can the antidote for split heart be developed? The RD team has made some progress, but it is inconvenient to disclose the details. Qin Huai pretended to be pitiful and said, big sister, give me an approximate time, it's time. Shen Hong was silent for a while, then said, at the latest, half a year. Half a year. Qin Huai thought to himself that he had to try his best to stabilize Lu Qingxue's emotions within half a year, otherwise she might die at any time. Although you can eat it while hot ahem. But Qin Huai can tell the difference between one meal being full and another. One last thing. Qin Huai's expression became serious. After finishing the work at hand, I want to take a rest. Crimson asked simply, how long? 3 years. Crimson was more straightforward this time, prepare your suicide note. Big sister, calm down. I have contributed to the organization and have made contributions to the organization. Let's talk it over. 1 year, and if there are any missions in the southwest, you will be responsible for solving them. Make a deal. Qin Huai couldn't wait to agree, and without waiting for Shen Hong's reaction, he hung up the phone decisively. He closed his eyes happily. I will have a year's vacation soon, Chen Huaidong, you better show up soon, I can't wait for the vacation. Lu Qingxue walked in her huge manner, her step still a little awkward. Her expression was extremely complicated. Qin Huai's figure and words appeared in my mind one by one. I was really afraid that Qin Huai would come looking for me. That would mean announcing to the world that she, Lu Qingxue, slept with a bartender for unknown reasons. And she took the initiative. Subconsciously flipping through the address book on her phone, Lu Qingxue saw the 2 words, Qin Huai, that were saved most recently. She wanted to delete it, but gave up. Standing at the door of the villa, she took a deep breath, calmed herself down, then smiled and walked into their house. Dad, I'm back. In the luxuriously decorated living room, Lu Zenian, the helmsman of the Lu group, sat on the sofa in his pajamas with slightly messy hair. The air was thick with the smell of tobacco. Dad, why did you suddenly start smoking? Are you worried about me? I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, and I will never sneak out late at night next time. Lu Qingxue changed her shoes, walked over to sit next to Lu Zenian, and began to apologize in a coquettish manner. When Lu Zenian looked up at Lu Qingxue was stunned. My father's eyes were red and his face looked haggard and tired. I haven't seen this kind of thing for many years. Dad. Daughter, listen to Dad. Lu Zenian took a deep breath and said, our family is going bankrupt. What? Lu Qingxue was horrified. It is no exaggeration to say that the Lu group, headed by Lu Zenian, is the aircraft carrier in the commercial sea of Chongqing. How could it sink so easily? Blame me. Lu Zenian laughed at himself and said, Chen Huaidong from the Chen family is amazing. Chen Huaidong. Chen Huaidong, who just returned to China not long ago and is known as a business genius, threatened to integrate the Southwestern business community and establish a business alliance. It's him. Lu Zenian nodded heavily, and his eyes looking at Lu Qingxue were particularly complicated. Chen Huaidong used a little trick, and I was defeated miserably. People who say he is a business genius underestimated him. But why did he? Because of you. Me? Lu Qingxue couldn't believe it. Lu Zenian sighed and said, Chen Huaidong said that if you marry him, the Lu group will survive, but if you don't, the Lu group will die. Lu Qingxue's eyes became empty. I never imagined that one day, a choice I made would determine the life or death of my family. After being stunned for a long time, Lu Qingxue looked at her father's tired and haggard appearance, and her heart ached. She said, I will marry you. Qin Huai slept until 6 o'clock before being woken up by the alarm clock. I opened the curtains and saw the sky filled with sunset glow. He yawned, went to the bathroom to wash up, changed into a bartender's uniform, and rode a shared bike to the bar. As soon as I arrived, a waitress came over and said, Brother Huai, the boss's wife is here. She asked you to go to her office when you get there. She doesn't look very well. Did you make a mistake? Qin Huai smiled and said, what mistake could I make? Maybe they'll give me a raise. Having said that, he went straight up to the second floor. Walking along the corridor to the innermost room, Qin Huai raised his hand and knocked on the door. A slightly lazy response came from inside, "Come in." Qin Huai opened the door and walked into the office. A woman about 30 years old was sitting in the boss chair. She had burgundy wavy hair draped over her shoulders, delicate facial features revealing a natural charm, and she was wearing a burgundy high-slit skirt. At this moment, she was crossing her legs, and from the slit of her skirt, two long beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings were revealed. The curves are round, like a masterpiece of God. Their high heels, also burgundy in color, swayed as the jade feet lightly tapped, as if tapping on the tip of one's heart. Her name is Yi Jingya, the owner of 7 Bar. It is said that she is married, but Qin Huai has never seen her husband come. Seeing Qin Huai staring at her legs, Yi Jingya was not annoyed. Instead, she straightened her legs a little so that Qin Huai could see more comprehensively. "Does it look good?" Chapter 5, Lady Boss. "Nice." Qin Huai awkwardly looked away and asked, "Sister Yi, are you looking for me?" Yi Jingya snorted, then opened the drawer, took out a bulging envelope, and threw it on the desk. "Here is your 3-month salary." Qin Huai asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly give me 3 months' salary?" "It's for you to escape." Yi Jingya's peach blossom eyes swept across Qin Huai, revealing an expression that seemed to be both reproachful and playful. "Did you have a lot of fun last night?" "Are this?" Qin Huai was stunned. Aling said she waited outside the door for 5 hours before leaving. Yi Jingya smiled and said, "Young people have good physical strength and are able to do a lot of hard work." Aling is Yi Jingya's personal bodyguard. He has short hair and is very capable. He should be an ace soldier who retired from a special forces unit. Qin Huai had seen him many times, and he always looked serious. Yi Jingya has such an elite bodyguard following her at all times. Her identity is definitely not as simple as a bar owner. But it had nothing to do with Qin Huai, so Qin Huai didn't investigate Yi Jingya. Hearing Yi Jingya say this, Qin Huai showed an embarrassed expression. Aling is guarding outside the door, which means I was the one in the room last night." Yi Jingya said. Qin Huai couldn't help but stare. "Wouldn't others think that I and Sister Yi?" Yi Jingya's heart skipped a beat when she heard that, and her body reacted. The look she gave Qin Huai became even more charming. He has a handsome and resolute appearance, and can even wear a bartender's uniform to look like a suit. Strong and powerful, it is the right age to charge and hit hard. Thinking of this, her breathing became a little faster. But soon, Yi Jingya's eyes dimmed. She put down her crossed legs, straightened her posture, and said coldly, "I was the only one resting in there last night. You were not feeling well, so you asked for leave from me early." Qin Huai was startled, then nodded and said, "I know, thank you, Sister Yi. I can hide it from everyone except the person involved." "Do you know who that woman is?" "Yes, the eldest daughter of the Lu group." "You're really brave. You slept with the daughter of the Lu group and acted as if nothing happened." Yi Jingya said seriously, "Take the money and leave quickly. Leave Chongcheng. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died in the end." "Thank you, Sister Yi." Qin Huai thanked him again, but did not pick up the envelope. He smiled and said, "I know what I am doing. Don't worry, I will never cause you any trouble." Yi Jingya frowned slightly. "Don't you want to listen to my advice? I know Sister Yi cares about me." Qin Huai looked at Yi Jingya with sincere eyes. "I will take care of it." The two looked at each other for a long time, and Yi Jingya suddenly smiled. "Okay, then go and do your work. If you have any trouble, just tell me and I will help you solve it. Sister Yi is not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Meeting you is definitely a blessing that I have earned in 8 lifetimes. I have to get busy first." Qin Huai grinned, his eyes involuntarily looking at the pair of beautiful legs, then he turned and left. After the door was closed, Yi Jingya exhaled slowly, put on headphones, and clicked on an audio clip on the computer. As she listened, her eyes became blurry, her legs gradually closed, and she trembled slightly. Although Yi Jingya helped to cover up, Qin Huai knew that this matter would not end easily. Back at the bar on the first floor, Qin Huai thought for a moment and moved his gaze to the other bartender who was wiping the bar. His name is Wang Ding. He is about the same age as Qin Huai. He looks average, with slightly sunken eyes, giving him a gloomy look. With a roll of his eyes, Qin Huai stepped forward and hooked his arm around the other man's neck. "Old Wang, let's go to the back door and have a cigarette." "I don't." Let's go, we haven't opened yet anyway. Qin Huai almost dragged Huang Ding into the alley outside the back door. Huang Ding was furious. Let go. I said I don't want to, Before he could finish his words, Qin Huai's fist came down. He didn't hit her in the face, but just hit her in the stomach. Huang Ding was beaten so hard that he cried out in agony. After the fight, Qin Huai grabbed Huang Ding by the collar and said coldly, "How dare you do such a thing?" Aye. Huang Ding gasped in pain and met Qin Huai's wolf-like eyes, his heart trembling. Qin Huai shouted, "Tell me. Who told you to do this?" Huang Ding was so frightened that his face turned pale. He replied in horror, No one, I was just possessed by a ghost for a moment." "It's really you." Qin Huai narrowed his eyes. He was just trying to trick this guy without any real evidence. "I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so easy to break through. You cheated me." Huang Ding also reacted, feeling horrified and angry. Qin Huai loosened Huang Ding's collar, took out a cigarette and put it to his lips. Huang Ding didn't open his mouth, so Qin Huai slapped him in the face. Seeing that Qin Huai was about to slap him, Huang Ding quickly held the cigarette in his mouth and dared not move. Qin Huai lit a cigarette for him and also lit one for himself. He took a deep breath and exhaled, saying calmly, "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" "I am just possessed by the devil." Bang! Qin Huai's slap blew the cigarette out of Huang Ding's mouth. "You? There were so many beautiful women in the bar last night. Even if you were possessed by a ghost, you wouldn't dare to pick on Miss Lu." Huang Ding covered his face and said nothing. It looks like he wants to hold on to the death. Qin Huai was too lazy to continue, so he took out his mobile phone and operated it quickly a few times, and the payment records of the bank card under Huang Ding's name appeared clearly. Making 300,000 yuan for just giving medicine, that's pretty easy, but do you think it's so easy to get 300,000 yuan? Wait for Miss Lu to find someone to buy your life. No. Huang Ding fell to his knees with a plop, and begged for mercy by pulling Qin Huai's trouser legs. "I was wrong. Brother Huai, save me." Qin Huai snorted, "That depends on your performance." I don't know who it is, really. Brother Huai, please believe me." Huang Ding said in a panic, "When I came to work yesterday, I met a man. He knew that I owed 300,000 yuan in gambling debts, and said that as long as I did what he said, he could help me pay off the debts." Qin Huai understood. Huang Ding was just a tool. Apart from adding something to Lu Qingxue's wine, he knew nothing else. But that's enough. With the clues, he would naturally be able to find out the whole thing. "You go back first. If I find out that you are lying, you will bear the consequences." After sending Huang Ding away, Qin Huai took out his cell phone and called Lu Qingxue. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue's phone was turned off. This made Qin Huai think about it. He frowned and dialed a number, looking for someone, the daughter of the Lu group. "Lu Qingxue, hurry up." Clear. The phone was hung up. 2 minutes later, a text message appeared on Qin Huai's mobile phone. Lu Qingxue is heading to the Lanting Waterside Pavilion to hold an engagement ceremony with Chen Huaidong, the eldest son of the Chen family. Got engaged. Qin Huai's eyes twitched slightly and the corners of his mouth turned up. "Chen Huaidong, you finally showed up." Chapter 6, Slut. At dusk, the sky is filled with sunset glow. Lu Qingxue sat in the car, staring at the passing scenery outside the window, lost in thought. "Go back and have a good rest. Don't think about anything. Wait for me to marry you." Qin Huai's words echoed in his mind over and over again. She blinked her clear and beautiful eyes, looked at her pretty face reflected in the car window, and raised her lips in a mocking tone. "I'm about to get engaged to a man I've never met. Why should I wait for you? Why should I wait for you?" Not long after, the car stopped. "Girl, we're here," Lu Zenian said next to her. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly, opened the car door and got out, looking at the classical buildings in front of her and pursed her lips. Her hands, unconsciously clasped together, revealed her inner tension. Lu Zenian was wearing a black suit and looked like a handsome uncle. He glanced at Lu Qingxue and said in a deep voice, "Daughter, don't force yourself. If you don't want to get married, then we won't get married. In Dad's heart, you are the most important." "Dad." Lu Qingxue's eyes turned red when she heard this, and she pouted and said, "What about our company? Lu Zenian smiled and said, "I'll think of another way. Your father has been in the business world for so many years, so he must have some connections." Although Lu Zenian looked very confident, Lu Qingxue could see through her father's pretense of being strong. If connections were really useful, how could the Lu group fall into bankruptcy so quickly? After sniffing, Lu Qingxue smiled and took her father's arm and said, "Who said I don't want to get married? I heard that Qin Huai is handsome, talented and capable. Maybe I, your daughter, will fall in love with him as soon as I see him. That's what I want, har har." Lu Zenian smiled cheerfully, "Let's go." The father and daughter walked into the Lanting Water Pavilion side by side. Lanting Waterside Club is the top private club in Chongqing and adopts a membership system. Even the lowest level bronze member needs to have a net worth of tens of millions, which shows how high the status of Lanting Waterside is. But who the owner of Lanting Waterside is has always been an unsolved mystery. And tonight, Qin Huai, the eldest son of the Chen family, is getting engaged to Lu Qingxue from the Lu group. I don't know what means he used, but he directly booked the Lanting Waterside Pavilion. Through the front yard, there is a winding path leading to a secluded place. Behind the rockery and flowing water, there are pavilions and towers. The Lanting Pavilion in the center was bustling with people. At the invitation of the Chen family, almost all the celebrities and important figures from all walks of life in Chongqing came. As soon as the Lu family father and daughter appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. They all looked different. Some people envied and jealous that Lu Zenian had a good daughter, and from then on he married into the Chen family and became successful. There were also people who knew the inside story and looked at him with mockery in their eyes. Lu Zenian was a big shark after all, but he was easily defeated by the eldest son of the Chen family and ended up selling his daughter for fame. It was really ridiculous. But whether it is envy or gloating, on the surface, they all pretended to be enthusiastic and even congratulated each other. Lu Zenian was also a seasoned man. He pretended not to know their inner thoughts, bowed with a smile, responded to greetings, and performed superficial social interactions with great skill. Lu Qingxue was in this world of fame and fortune. Although she was the heroine, she felt out of place. Not knowing what to do. Bang! A strong light suddenly lit up on the platform, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately, a tall figure slowly walked onto the stage. When the bright light faded, only a man in a white suit was seen standing on the platform. He has handsome features and a dignified appearance. It was the famous eldest son of the Chen family, Qin Huai. Exclamations were heard everywhere. The celebrities present at the event were deeply moved. The Chen family was already one of the most powerful families in Chongqing, and they had a talented child like Qin Huai. It is foreseeable that the Chen family will continue to shine for at least 100 years. Lu Qingxue raised her head slightly and looked at Qin Huai. Is he handsome? Of course he is. But for some reason, when she looked into Qin Huai's eyes, she felt a sense of disgust and fear in her heart. Those were a pair of extremely indifferent eyes, as if they had abandoned all the emotions that humans should have. Cold, deadly silence, and chilling. When Lu Qingxue looked at Qin Huai also found Lu Zenian from the crowd, and his eyes naturally fell on Lu Qingxue beside Lu Zenian. She was wearing a long black dress with her long hair tied up high, revealing her slender, white neck. The slender waist is so thin that it can be grasped with one hand, and when you look upwards, the curves suddenly become exaggerated. The breasts are breathtaking and make people unable to take their eyes away. A smile appeared on Qin Huai's lips. He changed his mind. I had originally thought of just finding a tool, but I didn't expect Lu Qingxue to be even more stunning than in the photos, and she is already qualified to be of ours. As for whether she can become Qin Huai's woman, it depends on Lu Qingxue's subsequent performance. This thought only flashed through his mind. Qin Huai looked down at everyone and said calmly, "Thank you all for coming to witness my engagement ceremony with Lu Qingxue, the daughter of the Lu group." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Qingxue, with a hypocritical look of affection, and said with a smile, "Qingxue, come on stage." At this moment, Lu Qingxue got goosebumps on her arms. Instinctively, she wanted to escape. But when she thought about her own family's situation, she pursed her lips and walked towards the stairs. "Stop!" A loud shout was heard. A woman with shiny silver flakes all over her evening dress, who looked like a carp spirit, stood in front of Lu Qingxue and stared at her with resentment in her eyes. Lu Qingxue was stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. This woman's name is Ling Siki, the daughter of the wealthy Ling family in Chongcheng. The Ling family and the Lu family have many overlapping projects, and the two are competitors. Therefore, Ling Siki and Lu Qingxue are sworn enemies, and fighting whenever they meet has become the norm. Last night, Lu Qingxue went to 7 Bar to drink alone, and it was also because she was tricked by Ling Siki. Ling Siki, this is my engagement party with young Master Chen. If you want to disrupt it, have you thought about the consequences? Or is your Ling family so arrogant that they don't even take the Chen family seriously? Obviously, Lu Qingxue wanted to stir up conflict between the Chen family and the Ling family and kill someone with a borrowed knife. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. What I did was just my personal behavior and has nothing to do with our Ling family. Ling Siki was not a simple-minded fool, and she immediately distanced herself from the matter. Then she crossed her arms and said maliciously, "Besides, I stopped you not to cause trouble, but I just didn't want Brother Huaidong to be deceived by you." All the celebrities in the audience were silent, watching the two women fighting each other. The amusement on his face became more and more intense. The media leaders present could hardly hide the excitement on their faces. They have already thought of tomorrow's news, and the title is, "The daughter of the Lu family and the eldest daughter of the Ling family are jealous of the eldest son of the Chen family and actually do such a thing in public." Readers love to gossip about wealthy families, and you can definitely make a lot of money here. Chen Huaidong didn't know why, but he didn't stop it. But then, Ling Siki's words caused an uproar. She looked at Chen Huaidong and shouted, "Brother Huaidong! Lu Qingxue is a dissolute woman by nature. She is a complete slut. If you really get engaged to her, you will be cuckolded." Chapter 7: The eldest son of the Qin family. Ling Siki. Before Lu Qingxue could react, Lu Zenian had already strode out, his face cold. "You also know that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. In front of so many people, you slandered my daughter, Lu Zenian. Does the Ling family want to fight to the death with the Lu group?" Under Lu Zenian's cold gaze, Ling Siki was not at all flustered. She snorted and said, "I'm not slandering you. If you don't believe me, ask your daughter where she went and what she did last night." Lu Zenian turned his head to look at Lu Qingxue. "I went to 7 Bar to drink last night, and then went to my best friend's house. If you don't believe me, I can call my best friend and ask her to testify," Lu Qingxue said calmly. Lu Zenian's heart skipped a beat. Others may not be able to see it, but no one knows a daughter better than her father. He could tell that Lu Qingxue was lying from the way she subconsciously pinched the hem of her skirt. But now was obviously not the time to ask further questions, so he said to Ling Siki, "Did you hear that? My daughter was at her friend's house last night. It's pointless to quibble." Ling Siki said aggressively, "I have evidence in my hand, Lu Qingxue. I advise you to confess yourself, otherwise when I produce the evidence, your Lu family will lose face." Lu Qingxue said angrily, "Evidence? Then show it to me." She felt weak inside, but acted strong. And it is 100% certain that Ling Siki has absolutely no evidence. Otherwise, Ling Siki would never give her the so-called chance to confess, and would directly take out the evidence, making her completely lose face. As expected, Ling Siki couldn't produce any evidence at all. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Lu Qingxue, if you dare to do it, why don't you dare to admit it? I didn't do anything, why should I admit it? Don't you have evidence? Where is the evidence?" All right. Chen Huaidong said coldly, "This fast should end. Ling Siki, stop making trouble." Ling Siki and Chen Huaidong can be considered childhood sweethearts and have known each other since childhood. "Brother Huaidong, I really didn't lie to you. She last night. I've said enough." Chen Huaidong's face darkened. "If you are willing to stay and have a drink, I welcome you, but if you continue to make trouble, please leave." Ling Siki's face turned pale and her eyes turned red when she heard this. "Brother Huaidong, are you chasing me away? I just don't want you to make any more trouble, otherwise you will be embarrassed." Chen Huaidong had no intention of breaking off relations with the Ling family for the time being, otherwise he would have had Ling Siki thrown out. Regardless of whether it is true or not, publicly calling his fiancée a slut at the engagement ceremony is tantamount to slapping him in the face. "Okay. I'll leave. You'll regret it," Ling Siki said with tears in her eyes, and then she gritted her teeth and said to Lu Qingxue, "Don't be complacent. I will definitely get the evidence, and then we'll see how you can quibble." After saying this, Ling Siki left with hatred. Lu Zenian spoke at the right time. Everyone, you all know that our Lu family and the Ling family are competitors. Ling Siki deliberately spread rumors and slandered my daughter. I reserve the right to pursue it for the time being. Har har, it's just kids fooling around. No need to take it seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Lu. We won't make random guesses or say anything. Everyone responded. Chen Huaidong spoke again. Qingxue, come on stage. Lu Qingxue forced a smile, lifted her skirt and walked up the stairs. But after just 2 steps, a familiar voice came. Oh, there are so many people. Lu Qingxue's feet froze and her pupils contracted and then expanded in an instant. I turned my head suddenly and saw a young man in casual clothes striding towards me. Following behind him was a middle-aged man with mottled black and white hair. When Lu Qingxue saw the young man's face clearly, she felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. It's Qin Huai. He actually came here. Panic rose uncontrollably in Lu Qingxue's heart. What is Qin Huai doing here? What will be the consequences if he tells what happened last night? Lu Qingxue didn't dare to think about it. Everyone turned to look at Qin Huai and frowned slightly. Very young, very strange. Celebrities from all walks of life in Chongqing are all here, and if you are a well-known person, there will always be someone who knows you. But they had no impression of this one at all. A hint of viciousness emerged in Chen Huaidong's cold eyes. A wonderful engagement ceremony was interrupted again and again. This feeling of being out of control made him very uncomfortable. Someone who was quick-witted and wanted to curry favor with the Chen family immediately stood up and shouted, "What do you do? Don't you know that tonight is the engagement party for young Master Chen and the daughter of the Lu family? Who let you in?" "Who I am?" Qin Huai looked at Lu Qingxue from a distance, with the corners of his mouth raised in an evil smile. Lu Qingxue's eyes went dark, and her first thought was to kill Qin Huai on the spot to silence him. My second thought was to hit my head against the wall and commit suicide, once and for all. But Qin Huai didn't speak to Lu Qingxue, but snapped his fingers. Immediately, the middle-aged man behind Qin Huai, who was wearing a tuxedo and looked like a butler, shouted at the top of his voice, "The eldest son of the Qin family in Beijing is here in person. The capital. Young Master Qin." Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. Chen Huaidong frowned, and soon, he thought of something, his eyes twitched slightly, and he said, "The 9th richest family in Beijing, the Qin family." After hearing what Chen Huaidong said, a group of celebrities and dignitaries also reacted and their eyes widened in shock. Don't underestimate these people present, they are known as big shots in the upper class of Chongqing. Compared with the capital, they are just small fish and shrimps in a mud pond. Only those who can be called wealthy families in an international central city like Beijing are true giants. Qin Huai was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and nodded with a smile. How many Qin families are there in Beijing? And I am the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Huai. Someone said weakly, How do you prove that you are the eldest son of the Qin family in Beijing? Why should I explain to others what I have done in my life? Qin Huai put his hands behind his back and spoke proudly. Lu Qingxue looked at Qin Huai pretending and was so embarrassed that she curled her toes tightly. Others may not know, so how could she not know? Why would a bartender who only earns a few $1,000s pretend to be a rich young master? Return to the Qin family in Beijing. At least you should change those cheap things you're wearing. And the tuxedo the guy behind you is wearing, isn't he that your bartender's uniform? Chen Huaidong walked down the steps from the other end of the platform, staring at Qin Huai with burning eyes, and said, "It turns out that it is the eldest son of the Qin family who has come to visit. My name is Chen Huaidong. I had the honor of meeting the third master of the Qin family at the Beijing summit a few months ago. What impressed me most was the jade Buddha beads in the hands of the third master Qin, which can be called a rare treasure." Qin Huai laughed and shook his head. "First of all, my family is not very large. There are only me and my unreliable father, and no one like third master Qin. Secondly, my Qin family never participates in summits. Finally, the jade Buddha beads are in the hands of the Xiong family and will not be shown to others easily." Hearing this, Chen Huaidong immediately smiled. "Mr. Qin, I am sorry for offending you. Please come in and take a seat." Chapter 8 Fair Play. Chen Huaidong's words undoubtedly showed that he believed in Qin Huai's identity. Everyone gathered around and greeted him with shy smiles. The sudden arrival of the eldest son of the Qin family in the capital was like a real dragon sneaking in among a loach. If I could perform well in front of this young Master Qin and leave a good impression. Even if you get a word of praise from the other person, your life will change dramatically. Even. It might be a good idea to jump out of the city and join the circle in the capital. Thinking of this possibility, everyone became even more enthusiastic. Surrounded by people, Qin Huai sat at the main table like the moon surrounded by stars. Lu Qingxue couldn't help twitching the corners of her mouth. There is a sense of extreme absurdity. A group of celebrities and dignitaries vied to curry favor with a bartender. If they knew the truth, I wonder if they would be so angry that they would want to commit suicide. This bastard is so arrogant. If his identity is exposed, he won't be able to survive even if he has 100 lives. Lu Qingxue began to worry about Qin Huai. But soon, she reacted, why should I worry about him? Let him die. Don't let him get me or the Lu group implicated. Thinking of this, she took a deep look at Qin Huai, who was surrounded by the crowd and looked relaxed and contented, and went to the bathroom. After going to the toilet, Lu Qingxue turned on the faucet to wash her hands, and suddenly saw Qin Huai appear behind her in the mirror. She was startled and subconsciously opened her mouth to scream. But before she could even scream, Qin Huai covered her mouth. Then Qin Huai pulled her into the toilet cubicle and pushed her against the wall. Qin Huai slowly let go of his hand. Lu Qingxue's pretty face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "What are you doing now?" Qin Huai asked hesitantly. Lu Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and wanted to bite this bastard to death. It's already this hour and you're still joking? You're so brave. Why are you pretending to be a rich young master from the capital? Do you want to die? Qin Huai smiled and said, I am really the eldest son of the Qin family. You're such a jerk. The young master who mixes drinks in the bar every day. Forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Huai shrugged. Get out of here now. Are you kidding me? My woman is getting engaged to someone else soon, how can I leave? Who is your woman? You. I. Lu Qingxue clenched her fists and whispered, I told you, you don't deserve it. Then I don't care. Qin Huai said shamelessly, if not, I will tell you what happened last night. Before he could finish his words, Lu Qingxue covered his mouth with her hand. Then, Lu Qingxue trembled all over, quickly let go, and looked at Qin Huai with eyes full of fear and disgust. This bastard actually licked her palm. Lu Qingxue was anxious and angry, but she couldn't do anything to Qin Huai. She even had a pleading look in her eyes. What do you want? Do you really want to force me to die? Qin Huai said, you can't marry Chen Huaidong. Why should I listen to you? Lu Qingxue angrily whispered, Chen Huaidong is handsome, has a good family background, and is capable. What's wrong with him? I won't marry him but you. Unless I gouge my eyes out. Then you have to give me a fair chance to compete, otherwise I will. Lu Qingxue covered Qin Huai's mouth again. But I used a shoulder bag for fear that Qin Huai would stick out his tongue again. Do you really think you can threaten me? At worst we'll die together. Lu Qingxue's teeth were almost broken. Qin Huai still looked grinning, and said, I want a fair chance to compete. That depends on whether Chen Huaidong agrees or not. I'm getting engaged to him soon. He will agree, because I am the eldest son of the Qin family. You are crazy, he is crazy, you are all crazy. Lu Qingxue wanted to take off her high heels and use her heels to make a few holes in Qin Huai's head. But as soon as she finished speaking, Qin Huai blocked her mouth with his lips. Lu Qingxue's eyes widened. At her and Chen Huaidong's engagement party, Qin Huai actually dared to kiss her forcibly. Qin Huai didn't stick out his tongue this time. He took the initiative to let go of Lu Qingxue and whispered, wait and see my performance. After saying that, Qin Huai turned around and walked out of the toilet cubicle, then jumped out of the high window. He is agile and flexible like a monkey. Lu Qingxue looked at this scene and was not surprised. Last night she personally experienced how strong Qin Huai was. Those streamlined muscles that look comfortable yet contain explosive power. Those chocolate-like abdominal muscles. That perfect mermaid line, vest line. Those intersecting scars. Etc. Lu Qingxue suddenly realized, how could Qin Huai, a bartender, have so many scars on his body? I can't figure it out, and I'm too lazy to think about these unimportant things. Lu Qingxue took a deep breath and calmed herself down. When she came out of the bathroom, Qin Huai was already chatting and laughing with Chen Huaidong and others. What made Lu Qingxue speechless was that Lu Zenian was also among them, and it seemed that he and Qin Huai were almost on close terms. Everyone else was jealous. Why was Qin Huai so enthusiastic about Lu Zenian? Lu Zenian seemed extremely proud of this, his face almost breaking from smiling. Even though the Lu group plays an important role in Chongqing, it is nothing in the capital. Lu Qingxue was messy again. She was really afraid that her father would not be able to accept the truth after he knew it. At this time, Chen Huaidong said, "Mr. Qin, have you just arrived in Chongqing? Chongqing does have many unique attractions. If Mr. Qin doesn't mind, I can be your tour guide." Qin Huai smiled and said, "I didn't come to Chongqing for tourism." Chen Huaidong, that is. Qin Huai looked at Lu Qingxue and pointed his finger. Lu Qingxue almost ran away, but she resisted the urge to run away, pretended not to know what was going on, pulled a chair and sat down, and started playing with her phone. In fact, he was in a state of panic and his pupils were dilated. The lively atmosphere instantly cooled down with Qin Huai's pointing. Everyone's eyes moved back and forth between Chen Huaidong, Qin Huai and Lu Zenian. Now they understood why Qin Huai was so warm and polite to Lu Zenian. Lu Zenian was restless, like an ant on a hot pan. Even though he had been in the business world for a long time and had encountered all kinds of situations, he was still at a loss at this moment. It was a good thing that my daughter was so charming that she could make the young master of a wealthy family in Beijing fall in love with her. Can. Chen Huaidong's expression was calm, as if he was not angry at all, and he said, "Master Qin knows Qingxue." Yes, and for quite some time. As Qin Huai was speaking, he was thinking in his heart, all in all, it has been 5 hours, and my waist is still aching. Chen Huaidong said, "Mr. Qin may not know that Qingxue has agreed to marry me. Today is our engagement day. Mr. Chen." Qin Huai said sincerely, "I don't want to steal someone's love, but I've ruined my life since I saw Lu Qingxue. I came all the way here, and all I want is a chance to compete fairly. Of course, this is very unfair to young Master Chen, so I can make the decision. When young Master Chen wants to develop in Beijing, we can cooperate more. I think young Master Chen will not be satisfied with this small pond in Chongqing." Chen Huaidong's eyes showed a hint of joy, but he sighed heavily and said bitterly, "Young Master Qin has said this. If I don't agree, it means that I, Chen Huaidong, am ungrateful. Well, let's compete fairly." Chapter 9 $500. "Mr. Chen, you are so righteous. I will toast you with tea instead of wine." Qin Huai picked up the teacup and drank it all. "How can we just drink tea? Young Master Qin and I hit it off right away, so we have to have at least 2 cups today." Chen Huaidong shouted loudly, "Serve the food." Delicious dishes were served one after another, filling several tables. The guests took their seats one after another, but no one started eating. Qin Huai looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes and said hesitantly, "Mr. Chen, this engagement banquet." Chen Huaidong waved his hand and said in a rather heroic manner, "What kind of engagement banquet is this?" "This is the welcoming banquet I prepared for young Master Qin. Welcome young Master Qin to Chongqing." "Ahar, thank you very much for your hospitality, Master Chen. I toast to you." "Mr. Qin, you're welcome. Let's eat and talk at the same time." The two of them had a great conversation and the atmosphere was particularly harmonious. The guests also came up to toast and introduce themselves. Lu Qingxue looked at this scene with mixed feelings. Qin Huai helped her solve her urgent problem, but it was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. Lies cannot withstand investigation. What will happen when Qin Huai's identity is exposed? Lu Zenian was also in a complicated mood. "I felt like my precious daughter, who I held in my hands, had become some kind of commodity. 2 buyers are negotiating the ownership of the item. I never thought of asking the father and daughter for their opinions. But Lu Zenian could do nothing. Qin Huai, needless to say, was the eldest son of the Qin family in the capital, with a noble status and position, and he could only look up to him. Chen Huaidong can also be regarded as a genius. He can overthrow the Lu group with a wave of his hand. His sophisticated and ruthless strategies and tactics have overturned his cognition." Looking at the 2 young people drinking and chatting happily in front of him, Lu Zenian suddenly felt that he was getting old. He felt sad for a moment, but he could only put on a smile and continue to socialize. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Qin Huai drank a lot of wine, his face was flushed, his eyes were blurred, and he looked a little drunk. He and Chen Huaidong were arm in arm, just like half-brothers. Burp. Dongzi, I can't drink anymore. Let's stop here today. The saliva mixed with a strong smell of alcohol sprayed all over Chen Huaidong's face. Chen Huaidong felt extremely disgusted in his heart, but he smiled and nodded on the surface. Okay, just enjoy your drink, I won't persuade you. Where do you live now, Mr. Qin? I'll find someone to take you there. No need. My housekeeper will take me there. Qin Huai waved his hand. The middle-aged man who had been eating voraciously finally put down his chopsticks and helped Qin Huai to stand up. The celebrities and dignitaries present left their seats one after another, and a group of people gave Qin Huai enough face and sent him to the door. Qin Huai glanced at Lu Qingxue and smiled foolishly. Lu Qingxue's face was flushed, and she felt a little guilty. She turned her head away and didn't look at Qin Huai. Qin Huai shifted his gaze to Lu Zenian and said, Uncle Lu, please move around more often in the future. Okay, Mr. Qin, please come anytime you are free. Lu Zenian nodded quickly. Because of his daughter and with the protection of the eldest son of the Qin family, Chen Huaidong would not take action against the Lu group again. Be sure to come more often. Qin Huai responded and looked at Chen Huaidong again. Dongzi, we agreed on fair competition, you can't make things difficult for Uncle Lu. Chen Huaidong smiled casually. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. Then I will, hiccup, Qingxue, I'll leave first. Qin Huai said reluctantly. Lu Qingxue kept her head down and didn't respond. It was not until Lu Zenian touched her quietly that Lu Qingxue forced out a hum through her nose. Don't mind it, Mr. Qin. Qingxue is shy. Lu Zenian said. No, I don't mind. Why would I mind? Har har har, burp, let's go. Qin Huai seemed to be getting more and more drunk, and his steps became unsteady. In full view of the crowd, Qin Huai was helped by a middle-aged man into an ordinary black car. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Under the cover of night, the city is shrouded in colorful neon lights. The car sped away, and Qin Huai immediately sat up straight. The drunkenness in his eyes had completely disappeared, and his eyes were clear. The middle-aged man in a tuxedo smiled bitterly and shouted, Master. Qin Huai said, Uncle Xiao, thank you for your hard work. You can go back to the capital now. Why don't you go back? You've been away from home for 5 years. The master misses you so much that he cries silently every night looking at your photo. Stop. Qin Huai looked at the middle-aged man with disdain. Uncle Xiao, can you draft a lie before you tell it? Him? He cries every night looking at my photo. Am I dead? He must be playing spree with Aunt Lan every night and having a blast. The middle-aged man was speechless and couldn't refute even if he wanted to. Because Qin Huai is right. After a moment of silence, he said, but it's not right for you to just keep wandering around like this. Which young master would want to give up his good life and run away from home for several years without coming back? Good day. Qin Huai rolled his eyes, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. You spread my legs apart, and now you want to kick me. A particularly obscene ringtone rang out from the cell phone. After a moment, the call was connected. You little bastard, are you willing to call me? A deep male voice came from the phone. Qin Huai said directly, I am short of money now, transfer 100 million or 800 million to me. Are you crazy? 100 million is fine. What the hell do you want? 50 million. $500, not a cent more. Qin Huai asked faintly, I'm not your biological child at all, right? Hello? Hello. Why is the signal on this crappy phone so bad? Hello. Are you still listening, little bastard? What the hell? Forget it, let's talk next time. My beloved concubine Lan, I'm here. The call was disconnected. Qin Huai looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. Uncle Xiao, what do you think? The middle-aged man covered his face and immediately took out 5 red bills from his wallet. Master, take these and have something delicious. I'll go back first. He left very decisively, without even waiting for the car to stop. He opened the door and got out, dashing away at a speed of 100 meters per 5 seconds and disappearing around the street corner. The driver looked back at Qin Huai with disdain in his eyes. Sir, it's almost time, do you still want to rent a car? No more renting. Qin Huai got out of the car and lit a cigarette. I don't have money to pretend to be your mother. And you still call me young master, bar. The driver started the car and drove away, cursing, spraying Qin Huai's face with exhaust fumes. Qin Huai was not angry. He just silently memorized the license plate number of the car, puffed out smoke, picked up his mobile phone, entered the encryption system, and made a call. Number 140-627, codename Nevernight, report the progress of the mission. Voice confirmed, number confirmed. Command code 5-1-54-26-94. The code is clear. The call ends. Qin Huai walked all the way back to the rental house. The moment I closed the door, the phone vibrated. Qin Huai pressed the answer button, and a deep red, cold voice came, "Speak. The target has appeared. This is the first contact today." Qin Huai took a bottle of mineral water and opened it. Shen Hong said, "As long as it does not violate national laws, no matter what means you use, as long as you prevent him from controlling the economic lifeline of the Southwest and obtain information about the foreign forces behind him, you will complete your mission." Qin Huai drank half a bottle of water in one breath, wiped his mouth and said, "I need financial support." There was silence on the phone for a while, and Shen Hong finally spoke. "The organization has had some difficulties with funding recently." Qin Huai curled his lips and said, "Just tell me how much you can give." Shen Hong asked back, "How much does your breakfast usually cost?" "I don't eat breakfast." "What about lunch?" "Normally I cook for myself, but if I really don't want to move, I'll go to the restaurant downstairs and order one meat and one vegetable." Qin Huai answered and suddenly had a bad feeling. Shen Hong's tone was still cold. "Then when you go to the restaurant downstairs at noon tomorrow, order an extra soup. The organization will reimburse you." Qin Huai. Chapter 10. You have to support me. The lights were on inside the Chen family's house. Chen Huaidong sat there with his legs crossed, playing with a silver cross in his hand. A man came hurriedly. "Master, I have checked it out." The middle-aged man is called Xiao Yang. He is the housekeeper of the Qin family. He arrived in Chongqing at 8:30 in the evening. Chen Huaidong's lips curled slightly. It seems that Qin Huai is indeed the eldest son of the Qin family who has been missing for 5 years. "Have you found out what Qin Huai has experienced over the years?" "We found out that after he ran away from home, he moved to several cities in China, working and traveling. After arriving in Chongqing 3 months ago, he applied for a bartender position at 7 Bar and is currently employed." "Interesting. Master, should Lu Qingxue be given to Qin Huai?" "Let." Chen Huaidong asked back, "Why should we give in? Aren't you doing Qin Huai a favor?" He. Chen Huaidong said calmly, "On the contrary, not only can we not give in, but we must also do our best to pursue Lu Qingxue." This. The man looked confused. "The more I give, the more sense of accomplishment the young master of the Qin family will have when he gets Lu Qingxue, and the deeper the favor he will owe me. Master is wise." The man still didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from flattering her. "Girl, shouldn't you tell me about your relationship with the young master of the Qin family?" Lu Zenian had just returned home. He sat on the sofa and asked Lu Qingxue with a stern face. Lu Qingxue lowered her head and said nothing. "Now that you've grown up and become independent, you don't have to tell Dad about anything, right?" Lu Zenian held his breath and asked again, "Tell me. Where did you go last night?" Lu Qingxue replied, "I've already said it, I'm with Junjun, if you don't believe me." Bang! Lu Zenian slapped the coffee table, causing his eyes to twitch in pain. He pretended to withdraw his hand naturally and said angrily, "How long do you want to lie to me? I'm your father, don't I know you?" Lu Qingxue remained silent again. Okay. I can't control you anymore." Lu Zenian's chest heaved, and he shouted, "From now on I won't ask about your affairs. You can make your own decision." "Dad." Seeing that her father was really angry, Lu Qingxue's eyes turned red and she was about to cry. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know how to start. I slept with a bartender without knowing what was going on, and this bartender was so bold that he pretended to be a rich young man from Beijing. Even if I say it, what's the use? The young master of the Qin family has become the last straw for the Lu group. When my father learns the truth, he will definitely give up everything for me. Unless she is willing to marry Chen Huaidong." But after meeting Chen Huaidong tonight, Lu Qingxue couldn't accept it at all. Besides, even if Lu Qingxue closed her eyes and accepted her fate, what about Qin Huai? No one can predict what she will do when she finds out that she is not a virgin. Well. Seeing Lu Qingxue almost crying, Lu Zenian felt distressed and softened his tone. Forget it, if you don't know how to say it, then don't say it. Everything in the past is not important. I have figured it out. Even if you are willing to marry Qin Huai will not give up the fat piece of meat of Lu's consortium. My dear, tell me honestly, between Qin Huai and the eldest son of the Qin family, who would you rather try to be with? Under Lu Zenian's gaze, Lu Qingxue seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. If she had to choose between these two people, she would rather choose Qin Huai. But I suggest you choose Qin Huai. Lu Zenian said in a deep voice. Qin Huai gives me a very dark feeling, like a poisonous snake. Every time I see him, I feel a chill. Qin Huai is the eldest son of the Qin family. He is not afraid of Qin Huai. Compared with the Qin family, our Lu consortium is not worth mentioning, so Qin Huai's feelings for you are purer. With Qin Huai's help, our Lu group will no longer be in danger of being swallowed up by Qin Huai. We can even develop directly in Beijing with Qin Huai's help. Speaking of this, Lu Zenian's eyes lit up. The capital city is where the winds and clouds turn into dragons. Countless legends are born there every day. Why can't the Lu family become the next legend? Lu Qingxue felt sad when she heard this. It would be fine if Qin Huai was really the eldest son of the Qin family, but he is a fake. No. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. I can't keep it a secret any longer. I must tell Dad. Lu Qingxue was thinking about it and was about to confess to Lu Zenian when her cell phone suddenly rang. Her cell phone was on the coffee table. Lu Zenian leaned over to take a look, his expression becoming more serious, and said, "It's Qin Huai." Lu Qingxue suddenly panicked. "Take it. We can't offend him too much for now," Lu Zenian said. Lu Qingxue nodded, picked up the phone, looked at the unfamiliar number on it, adjusted her mood, pressed the answer button, and said calmly, "Hello. Qingxue, I'm Qin Huai." When Lu Qingxue heard Qin Huai's voice, she couldn't help but think of those extremely cold and indifferent eyes, and goosebumps appeared uncontrollably on her arms. She suppressed her panic and said, "Well, I know. What's the matter so late?" Qin Huai said, "There will be a concert at the Grand Theatre tomorrow. I have someone reserve 2 seats in the best area for me. Do you want to go and see it together?" "Well, I have something to do tomorrow, so I may not be able to go." Lu Qingxue refused. "That's a shame. It's okay. Let's do it next time. I won't bother you anymore. Go to bed early. Good night." "Thank you, good night." After Lu Qingxue hung up the phone, her breathing became uncontrollably rapid. Lu Zenian asked, "What did Qin Huai say?" "He wanted to invite me to a concert tomorrow, but I declined." "Just refuse if you want to. Anyway, with Qin Huai here, there's no need to be too afraid of him." Lu Qingxue nodded silently, with a look of struggle on her face. "Go and rest if you have nothing to do. It's getting late. By the way, I want to discuss something with you. I plan to hand over the Lu group to you. From tomorrow on, you will be fully responsible for its management." Lu Qingxue opened her mouth in shock. "Why are you so surprised? Dad has been busy with work these years and has many underlying illnesses. Rest for a while, take good care of your body, and try to live a few more years. You have outstanding abilities, and you are Dad's only daughter. Sooner or later, the group will be handed over to you." "But there's no buts. It's decided." Lu Zenian interrupted. Lu Qingxue was silent for a moment and nodded. Lu Zenian loves her very much, but when it comes to the group's affairs, once a decision is made, it will not be changed. Looking at the increasing number of white hairs on her father's head, Lu Qingxue realized that after living comfortably under her father's wings for so many years, it was time for her to shoulder this responsibility. Beep, beep. The cell phone rang again. Lu Qingxue looked down. The caller ID showed the words Qin Huai. She wanted to hang up the phone immediately. Lu Zenian asked, "Qin Huai again?" "No. It's Qin Huai," Lu Qingxue said hesitantly. Lu Zenian immediately urged, "What are you waiting for? Answer it." "Oh." Lu Qingxue pursed her lips and pressed the answer button. Soon, Qin Huai said on the phone, Lu Qingxue, I have resigned. You have to support me from now on. Lu Qingxue's mind went blank in an instant and she was a little confused. How could there be such a bastard in this world who can be so arrogant while living off others? After coming to her senses, Lu Qingxue decisively hung up the phone. Lu Zenian asked curiously, what did Qin Huai say? Lu Qingxue stroked her hair, took a deep breath, and said, he said he would support me in the future. Chapter 11 Newer. Lu Zenian asked, you refused? Lu Qingxue nodded, yes. Good rejection. Lu Zenian laughed, and then said seriously, but we can't be vases. No matter how extraordinary the man is, you have to have your own career and show your own value. If you really enter the Qin family in the future, you won't be criticized. Do you understand? Lu Qingxue nodded weakly again. Then go and rest early. I will hold a board meeting tomorrow morning. You can go to the company to take over. The Lu group will be handed over to you from now on. Good. Lu Qingxue walked upstairs and suddenly turned back and shouted, Dad. What's wrong? I'm fine. I just wanted to ask, where are you going to rest? She didn't plan to tell her father that Qin Huai was just a bartender. Anyway, her father has handed over the Lu group to her, so she will be responsible for everything from now on. Cicero Island. Lu Zenian answered subconsciously. As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Cicero Island is located on the west side of the ocean and is a tourist destination with a beautiful environment. The point is not the island, but the woman on this island that Lu Zenian has been thinking about. Just as Lu Zenian was about to make some excuses, Lu Qingxue spoke up, Mom has been gone for many years, and Aunt Wei has been waiting for you. Dad, you really should give her an explanation. I support you. Really, really. Lu Zenian was stunned. Really? Lu Qingxue nodded seriously. My daughter. Lu Zenian was so moved that his nose felt a little sore. Dad, then I won't live back home anymore. The house feels empty when you're not at home, and I'm not used to it. Lu Qingxue said. Lu Zenian thought for a moment and looked at Lu Qingxue meaningfully. Where do you want to live? Let's go to Junjun's place. We can be together and at least have someone to look after us. Besides, her place is close to the company, so it will be more convenient for me to go to the company in the future without having to get stuck in traffic every day. Okay, I agree. Lu Zenian nodded. Thanks, Dad. I'm going to rest now. Good night. Lu Qingxue hurried upstairs. After her figure disappeared from the room, Lu Zenian sat on the sofa and took out an old yellowed photo from the drawer. As he looked at it, he sighed, Wife, our daughter has grown up and will soon take over my career. I should let go of many things. Wei has waited for me for so many years. I want to make it up to her for the rest of my life. Will you blame me? The night is dark. Some people are asleep, while others are on their way home. Qin Huai walked through the busy street and turned into a quiet alley, still with an angry look on his face. He has resigned from 7 Bar. As a small bartender, you don't need the boss's approval to resign. You just need to tell your supervisor. The salary will be directly deposited into his card. What made Qin Huai unhappy was Lu Qingxue. He doesn't want a dowry, nor does he want a car or a house. He just wants food and shelter. How can he not even be satisfied with this? What a scumbag. You have tarnished my innocence, so don't even think about kicking me out so easily. You have me, Qin Huai, and even Jesus can't stop me. I will move into your house tomorrow. You are eating and drinking for free and not working. Call. Qin Huai was thinking when he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air behind him. He raised his eyebrows, then without looking back, he lifted his feet off the ground and did an overhead kick. With a dull thud, a sack was kicked into the corner by him. What is that? Qin Huai was puzzled. When I kicked it just now, I felt the sack was quite heavy, probably around 90 to 100 kilograms. Who? He looked around and saw only a black shadow disappearing in the distance. The distance is too far and I can't catch up. Qin Huai hesitated for a moment, approached the sack, and reached out to touch it cautiously. It feels a bit soft, but very elastic. This feels Qin Huai pinched it subconsciously and sketched out a rough shape in his mind. Rabbit. He withdrew his hand, moved it a little to the left, and reached out to touch it again. The feel is the same as on the right. Isn't that someone's silicon girlfriend? Thinking of this, Qin Huai untied the rope on the sack, and his expression instantly became strange. There was a person in the sack. A woman. Her long hair was disheveled and she was only wearing tight clothes, revealing a large area of fair skin. Under the dim light, her skin was glowing and extremely attractive. Qin Huai lifted her long hair, revealing a cute face with baby fat. Her face was a little pale, and even though she was unconscious, her brows were still tightly furrowed. She looked very delicate and pitiful. Qin Huai touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. It is not known whether the woman was already in a coma or was kicked unconscious by him. I looked up again and found that the remote alley was silent. A honey trap? Or a frame-up? Qin Huai's thoughts turned quickly in his mind, and then he shook his head and sighed. Qin Huai would feel guilty if he left an unconscious woman wearing only underwear here in the middle of the night. If anything goes wrong later, this woman's life may be ruined. After thinking it over, Qin Huai decided to take her away. After putting the sack back on, Qin Huai carried the woman of unknown origin back to the rental house quickly. After closing and locking the door, he took her out of the sack. Some physical contact is inevitable during this process. Only after he put the woman on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket did Qin Huai let out a long sigh. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. This is much more difficult than fighting a strong enemy. Qin Huai unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one gulp, clicking his lips. It's a good thing that you met me. If it were any other man with weaker self-control, he would definitely be eaten up. It's really because this woman's figure is so attractive that any man who sees her will be confused. Standing up, Qin Huai took some clean clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After getting dressed, he came out and saw the woman still sleeping. He couldn't help feeling a little worried. He was well aware of the power of that kick, and if anything bad happened, it would be his responsibility. I'm not trying to take advantage of you, I just want to see if you're hurt. Qin Huai muttered, pulled down the thin blanket slightly, and couldn't help swallowing. But then, his eyes fell on the woman's neck and his gaze fixed. There is a reddish three-pointed mark there. Two words immediately appeared in Qin Huai's mind. Newer. She is not the Newer who created humans and repaired the sky in mythology. It is an internationally notorious criminal organization. Those who specialize in organ trafficking are hated by both humans and gods. Newer has committed crimes in countries around the world and has long been a target of international patrols. But until now, he is still at large. Before each of Newer's actions, she would stake out a spot, and after locking onto the victim, she would leave a mark on the victim's body. Then, within half a month, they would take action to kidnap the person without anyone noticing and then perform an autopsy in a secret place. The means are extremely cruel. The three-pointed mark on this woman's neck means that she is Newer's target. She must have been abducted by Newer's people tonight, but no one knew what happened along the way and she was accidentally seen by Qin Huai. Good fellow, so you owe me your life. Chapter 12 Su Huaijuan. Based on the premise that he was his savior, Qin Huai felt completely at ease with the subsequent inspection. After checking the man's entire body, I found no signs of serious injuries, just some bruises on the chest. The woman is still in a coma, probably due to the effects of the drugs. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief, and his stomach started to growl. I just drank alcohol in the evening and didn't eat much, so I'm hungry now. Qin Huai went to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of noodles. Soon, the spicy noodles were cooked. Qin Huai had just brought the noodles to the table when he saw the woman on the bed moaning and waking up in a daze. Their eyes met, and both of them were a little stunned. Qin Huai's gaze involuntarily moved downwards, looking towards that proud place. The woman looked down along Qin Huai's line of sight, and then... "Arr!" A scream loud enough to pierce the eardrums suddenly rang out. Qin Huai was startled and rushed over to cover the woman's mouth. The screaming stopped abruptly. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. A woman's roar could be heard from outside the house. Why are you yelling so late at night? Do you know you are disturbing others? Do you still want to live here? If not, pack up and get out. The woman outside the door was Qin Huai's landlord, who lived opposite. No. Qin Huai ignored the woman's struggle and responded loudly, I was watching a porn movie and the volume was a bit high. Sorry. There was silence outside the door for a long time before the landlady said, "Keep your voice down next time, young people are really." The door closed quickly. Qin Huai breathed a sigh of relief, and only then did he have time to look at the woman in his arms. He pretended to be fierce and whispered, "Shut up, if you dare to scream again, I will fuck you first and then fuck you again." As soon as these words came out, the woman no longer dared to struggle. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes. Besides fear and terror, she also looked aggrieved and pitiful, which made people feel sorry for her. Qin Huai slowly loosened his grip. Sure enough, the woman did not scream again. She just frantically grabbed the thin blanket and wrapped herself in it, leaving only her head exposed. Qin Huai said, "Tell me, what's your name? Where do you live?" The woman pursed her lips and said nothing, her delicate body trembling slightly, and she looked extremely helpless. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. To be precise, I saved you." Qin Huai shrugged, "If it weren't for me, you don't know what would have happened to you. But after I saved you, you were in a coma, so I could only take you back to my home for the time being." Hearing this, the woman felt relieved, but still didn't dare to believe it easily. She sniffed and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Huai said casually, "My name is Qin Huai, a young man who just lost his job. I obey the rules and laws, respect the elderly and love the young." The woman found what Qin Huai said interesting and smiled subconsciously, then immediately pursed her lips. "How long are you going to maintain this stalemate? After all, I am your savior." Qin Huai said unhappily. "My name is Su Huaijuan." "Nice name." Qin Huai said perfunctorily, and suddenly remembered that he had not eaten his noodles yet. Just as he was about to move, he heard a gurgling sound in his ears. It came from the belly of this woman named Su Huaijuan. "Are you hungry?" Qin Huai asked. Su Huaijuan's face flushed and he nodded hesitantly. "I just cooked some noodles, how about a bite?" "This. Eat it if you want." Su Huaijuan tentatively said, "I want to go home." Qin Huai tilted his head, "Are you leaving like this?" Su Huaijuan then remembered that he was only wearing underwear, and even his ears began to turn red. "Can you give me a set of clothes? I will wash them and return them to you when I get home." "Wait." Qin Huai scratched his head and started searching in his closet. After a lot of effort, Qin Huai found a pair of jeans and a white shirt. After Su Huaijuan took it, he said weakly, "Can you step aside for a moment, I'll put on my clothes. I'm going to the bathroom." Qin Huai walked towards the toilet and rolled his eyes quietly. He had looked at her whole body. After Qin Huai entered the bathroom, Su Huaijuan kept looking in. After a while, seeing that Qin Huai did not come out on purpose, he quickly put on his clothes and pants. The waist of the pants is too big and it keeps falling down. I can't wear them at all. She lifted her trouser waist and found that Qin Huai had thoughtfully prepared a belt there. It seems I met a good person. Su Huaijuan thought about it, fastened the belt, and then shouted, "I'm fine." Crash. The sound of the toilet flushing rang out. Qin Huai came out of the toilet, wiped the water stains on his hands, pointed to the bowl on the table and said to Su Huaijuan, "Eat something." "Thanks." Su Huaijuan smiled at Qin Huai. This smile made the lights dim a little, and it was so beautiful that it made people happy. Qin Huai couldn't help but secretly compare Su Huaijuan and Lu Qingxue. The beauty of the two women is comparable, but their temperaments and images are different, and each has its own emphasis. Su Huaijuan had already sat down and started eating noodles. Just like Lu Qingxue, after taking a bite, his eyes lit up and he continued to eat. Soon the bowl of noodles was finished, and there was no soup left. After eating, she wiped her mouth and looked at Qin Huai, her pretty face blushing again. "Thank you, the noodles are delicious." She is a polite girl. Qin Huai said, "Do you want me to take you there?" "This." Su Huaijuan was a little hesitant. She still couldn't completely trust Qin Huai. "Forget it, go back by yourself, and use this money to take a taxi." Qin Huai handed Su Huaijuan a red bill. Su Huaijuan looked at the banknote, then at Qin Huai's resolute and handsome face, and suddenly made a decision. "It's so late, I'm afraid it's not safe for me to be alone, so why not trouble you to take me there?" "All right." Qin Huai nodded, thinking about going downstairs for dinner. The two of them went downstairs. Su Huaijuan looked around and thought that it was a wise idea to ask Qin Huai to send them off. A dilapidated and remote urban village with complex terrain. It was okay during the day, but it was pitch black at night and she really didn't dare to walk alone. Qin Huai was in front, and Su Huaijuan followed closely behind without saying a word along their way. The two were almost strangers and didn't know what to talk about for a moment. Soon, we walked out of the urban village and saw the lights in front of us, and it was already a bustling street. Small stalls selling various foods stretch into the distance on both sides of the road, full of the atmosphere of fireworks. Qin Huai hailed a taxi on the side of the road. After Su Huaijuan got in the car, he saw that Qin Huai had no intention of getting in, so he said, "Aren't you going to take me home?" "Forget it. You ate my noodles. I'm still hungry now. Let's go eat something first." Qin Huai declined politely. "She's not my girlfriend. I sent her here out of humanitarian reasons. If you give it again, you will become a bootlicker." Seeing this, Su Huaijuan didn't force it and said, "Then, leave me your contact information. I still want to return the clothes to you." "No need, we just met by chance, we'll see each other again if we're lucky." Qin Huai waved his hand, turned around and left. But just after taking one step, he turned back and said to Su Huaijuan, "If you had an accident at home before, I suggest you don't go home tonight, and stay somewhere you feel safe for one night." "Okay, I'll remember that." "Thank you, Qin Huai." Su Huaijuan thanked sincerely. The taxi drove out slowly, and Qin Huai's figure disappeared from Su Huaijuan's sight. She didn't know what she was thinking about, and a smile quietly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Chapter 13 Tracking. Qin Huai stopped in front of a mobile stall selling fried rice and fried noodles on the roadside. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman wearing an apron and working skillfully. "Madam, one serving of fried noodles with shredded pork." "Okay, handsome guy, take a seat first, it will be ready soon." Qin Huai casually took a small stool and sat down, took out his mobile phone and used the encryption system to send a message to an unknown number. "Tell the other party that traces of Newer were found in Chongqing." At this time, a fat middle-aged man walked over quickly and called the proprietress wife. The lady boss kept moving her hands and asked curiously, "Why are you closing the car so early today?" "Hey, don't mention it. These days, all kinds of weird things happen." "What's wrong?" "My car was stolen." The car was stolen." The proprietress paused and looked at her husband in surprise. The man said, "When I went to the toilet, my car was taken away." "Damn it, I don't understand. Why did he steal the taxi? Have you told Lao Wang?" The proprietress quickly started stir-frying. "Yes." "Did you call the police?" "No, the car belongs to the company anyway, the company will find a way, and I just need 2 days off. Rest. You haven't even earned enough money to pay for your son's tuition for next semester. Why are you taking a rest?" The lady boss glared at him and said, "The car was stolen from you. Don't you have any responsibility? Call the police immediately." After being scolded by his wife, the man did not get angry. He took out his cell phone and called the police. The fried noodles were ready, and the proprietress served them on a plate to Qin Huai. Qin Huai looked at the steaming fried noodles, picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks, and was about to start eating when he heard the man say, "Hey, Yao Yao Ling Mai. My car was stolen. It's a taxi, and it's not worth much. What do you think that Bao Pilong wants? It just happened not long ago." "Yes, the license plate number is Chongqing A69T12. Qin Huai picked up a piece of fried noodles with chopsticks, but before he could put it into his mouth, he paused. Fuck. After realizing what was happening, Qin Huai ran away. If he remembered correctly, the license plate number of the taxi that Su Huaijuan took was Chongqing A69T12. "Hey! You haven't paid yet!" The proprietress yelled at Qin Huai's back. Qin Huai had already run a long way away, dialing the number as he ran. "Yang Jing, find a taxi, the license plate number is A69T12, hurry. Otherwise, something will happen. Give me a few minutes." There was a sound of keyboard tapping on the phone. After a while, Glasses said, "Found it." Luckily it was a taxi, otherwise it wouldn't have been so fast. Although the monitoring and positioning system on the car was turned off, I still locked it easily. "Stop talking nonsense. Where is the car? It's still moving. I'll transfer the real-time location to your phone." After hanging up the call, Qin Huai opened the encryption system and found the program sent by glasses. Above is a topographic map of Chongqing. A red dot represents the taxi, which is currently moving at a constant speed. Qin Huai immediately raised his hand to stop a taxi, got in the car, fastened his seatbelt, and said to the driver, "Go in the direction of the boundary wind." The driver frowned slightly when he heard this, but said nothing and lightly stepped on the accelerator. Seeing the driver driving steadily and calmly, Qin Huai could not help but urge him, "Master, please hurry up. I'm in a hurry." This sentence seemed to activate some specific program. The taxi driver was cheered up and immediately stepped on the accelerator. The motor roared, and the car worth tens of thousands of dollars was actually driving like a racing car, quickly overtaking vehicles going in the same direction. Qin Huai stared at the location on the map. The distance between the two was shortening rapidly. After crossing a Yangtze River bridge, Qin Huai saw the taxi with license plate number Chongqing A69T12. "Master, slow down and follow that taxi," Qin Huai said, pointing at the taxi. The driver looked at Qin Huai suspiciously, perhaps thinking that Qin Huai didn't look like a bad person, so he didn't ask any more questions. He lightly stepped on the brakes, slowed down, and followed him not far away. The taxi drove further and further away, and after getting off the Jiefeng overpass, it actually turned into a suburban road. The driver was unhappy. "Brother, what on earth are you doing? It's so late, and you're driving to such a remote place. It's almost time for me to return the car. I can't pick up any passengers when I go back, so I can only leave the car empty. It's a big loss." Qin Huai turned his head to look at the driver. His expression became solemn. "I need your cooperation to patrol and handle the case." He had no choice but to do so, but unfortunately he was short of money, otherwise he would have just thrown out some red bills, looking cool and domineering. Why would he have to make up lies? Investigation. The taxi driver was probably also a big fan of police and gangster movies. After hearing what Qin Huai said, he didn't even ask for his ID. His eyes lit up as he asked, "What crime did the person in the taxi commit?" "Human traffickers, trafficking women and children," Qin Huai said casually. "Grass." The driver was immediately furious and cursed. "Human traffickers are completely devoid of conscience. If you catch one, you should shoot him. This time I meet him, I will never let him go." As he spoke, he turned off the lights and said to Qin Huai, "Are you planning to play the long game and catch the big fish, find their lair, and catch them all in one fell swoop?" Qin Huai nodded. "That's right." He really thought so. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." The driver was so confident that, relying on his skilled driving skills, he actually stayed far behind and did not lose the car, nor was he discovered by the taxi in front. This one took another half an hour. We have completely entered the suburbs. The surroundings are desolate and silent, with weeds everywhere. The taxi stopped. Without Qin Huai's instructions, the driver immediately stopped the engine, put his hands on the steering wheel, lowered his head and hunched over, looking from a distance. When Qin Huai unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, the driver asked in a low voice, "Little brother, do you want my help?" "No, you should pay attention to your own safety and don't get discovered. After I rescue their hostages, I will need you to send us back." Qin Huai said this and disappeared into the darkness. The driver sat in the car, looking excited but also a little nervous. Boo Tilder. His phone suddenly lit up. In the chat software group, a person with the nickname "Call Me Lao Wang" sent a message to everyone, "Everyone, please pay attention. A brother's car was stolen. If you have seen it, please contact the company or call the police directly. The license plate number is 69T12. The human traffickers who gave birth to a son without a skin yang, not only abducted women and children, but also stole taxes." The driver cursed angrily and suddenly froze. 69T12. "Shit, isn't that the one I followed?" He immediately replied to the message in the group. But after writing just 2 words, he quickly pressed the delete key. During the inspection process, relevant information cannot be leaked. It must be kept confidential. Otherwise, what if something goes wrong? There are many taxi drivers talking in the group, and the screen is filled with chat messages. The driver watched and smiled smugly. "Hey, you guys can only brag and talk nonsense in the group, but I'm different. I'm directly involved. Maybe I can get a bravery award tomorrow, and then I'll show off to you guys." Chapter 14. I want to be polite then. This place is nearly 40 kilometers away from the urban area of Chongqing. The weeds are very lush. There was no one around, and the darkness was so dead silent that it made people feel creepy. There was a faint light coming from near the foot of the mountain. It is an abandoned cement factory. It must have been there for a long time. It is old and mottled. Under years of wind and sun, the concrete pillars have been corroded, and many rusty steel bars are exposed outside. Qin Huai came quietly, but did not see anyone outside the abandoned factory. But he knew that there must be secret sentries hiding. Qin Huai squatted there without moving, took out a pair of headphones from his arms and put them on his ears. Dee. There was a slight dripping sound coming from the earphones, which was irregular, sometimes long and sometimes short. Qin Huai squinted his eyes and listened, then curled the corners of his mouth slightly. The organization issued an order using Morse code to destroy Neuer's hideout in Chongqing and leave no one alive. This means that he can completely free himself. A hint of murderous intent quietly bloomed in his eyes. At some point, Qin Huai already had a wooden dagger in his hand. There was a ferocious wolf head pattern engraved on the hilt of the dagger, as red as blood. With a pair of deep eyes, Qin Huai observed keenly, and soon locked onto a big tree near the abandoned factory. He crouched and approached silently. When he was only 10 meters away, he suddenly stepped forward and rushed forward like a ghost. The moment of approaching, he twisted his waist with force and swung his right hand horizontally quickly. Laugh. The dagger slashed past, and a man fell to the ground, holding his neck. He died without knowing what happened. The bloody smell slowly spread. Qin Huai didn't even look at the corpse. He walked past quickly, waited quietly for a few seconds against the wall, and then grabbed the bulge on the wall with both hands and climbed over easily, his movements as agile as a cat. After landing, he rolled forward twice and stood silently behind a stone pillar. The location is just in the shadow area where the light cannot reach. Qin Huai tilted his head slightly and looked ahead. Broken bricks and stones were scattered all over the ground, covered with a thick layer of dust and messy footprints. At the corner of the stairs, two men were talking in low voices, occasionally making obscene laughs. One of them was a man who stole a taxi and pretended to be a taxi driver. Damn it, I almost screwed it up. He, luckily you are smart, otherwise I would just have to mourn for you. Stop gloating over my misfortune. We are in the same group. If something happens to me, you can't escape. It's a pity about that woman. She's so damn beautiful. If only I could have some fun with her, he. I still want to have some fun. After I finish this job, I'm going to have some fun. Qin Huai pursed his lips. Sorry, you don't have a chance. He raised his foot and kicked a piece of gravel away. Snap. What's that sound? The two men were instantly alert, drew their weapons together, and carefully approached the place where the sound came from. Qin Huai silently calculated the distance between the two people, and at a certain moment, he bypassed the stone pillar and launched an attack from behind them. Thump. There were two consecutive sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground. Qin Huai looked at the two corpses indifferently, wiped the blood off the wooden dagger on one of them, and walked towards the second floor. There will be no further obstacles. Qin Huai went up to the second floor and saw a closed iron door on the right. The messy footsteps spread straight to the iron gate and disappeared. He held the dagger in his right hand, strode forward, slowly raised his leg, and after gathering strength for a few seconds, he kicked out with force. Boom! Loud noise and tremor. Qin Huai kicked the rusty iron door down, causing it to fall down and splashing a lot of dust. Through the diffused dust, the scene before him made Qin Huai's eyes filled with murderous intent that even more violent. The whole room looked like a slaughterhouse, and the air was filled with a strong smell of formaldehyde. There was a pool in the middle, filled with liquid, with several corpses soaked in it, floating up and down. There were men, women, young and old, with their facial features distorted and hideous, their eyes wide open, retaining the fear before death. Surrounding the pool, there are 5 simple operating tables, covered with dark red blood stains. I don't know how many people have lost their lives because of this. On one of the operating tables, lay the unconscious Lu Qingxue. Being stripped naked, her perfect figure is truly exciting. But in this place where bloodstains are everywhere, there is a weird feeling. 2 men in white coats, holding scalpels, looked like they were about to take action. Who are you? There were 8 people in the room. Except for the 2 people in white coats, the remaining 6 people were all wearing uniform black clothes. There is a bloody heart pattern on the chest. Qin Huai's appearance caught them off guard, and they were shocked and angry. You rats who hide in the stinking ditches and secretly eat people, are you worthy of the name Newer? Qin Huai grinned. But everyone present could feel the extremely strong murderous intent from Qin Huai's smile. Kill him! A man in a white coat shouted angrily. Immediately, all 6 of them drew their weapons and headed straight for Qin Huai. But as soon as they moved, Qin Huai disappeared from the spot. Laugh. Hot blood splattered. The 3 men in black trembled all over and their weapons fell to the ground. Their pupils dilated rapidly. There were clear bloodstains on the neck. Kill 3 people instantly. You? The man in the white coat who gave the order to kill Qin Huai was horrified, and when his gaze shifted to the dagger in Qin Huai's hand, his pupils contracted violently. Wooden Wolffang! You are by. The man in the white coat screamed in shock and immediately turned around to run away. It rose to prominence internationally in a short period of time, and then suddenly disappeared without a trace. A handful of wooden wolf teeth made him famous. How many internationally recognized strong men have died at Bai's hands? When the man in the white coat recognized the wooden wolf's fang, he no longer had the slightest desire to resist and only wanted to escape. Qin Huai certainly wouldn't let him escape easily. He picked up a pair of blood-stained scissors from the operating table and threw it hard, and it went straight into the thigh of the man in the white coat. The man in the white coat screamed and fell to the ground. Qin Huai no longer paid any attention to him. His figure was like a ghost. Wherever he went, blood would be spilled and corpses would fall to the ground. In just a few breaths, except for the man in the white coat who was holding his thigh and wailing, the other 5 people all died. No, don't come over here. Let me go. No matter how much it costs. The man in the white coat was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly. Qin Huai walked slowly, admiring the despair clearly reflected in the eyes of the man in the white coat. They begged you like this at that time, right? But did you let them go? Qin Huai looked down at the man in the white coat and slowly placed his hand on his head. No. No matter how cruel a demon is, he will be afraid when facing death. Click. Qin Huai twisted his hands, and the man in the white coat's head turned a full circle. He died of suffocation. Putting away the wooden wolf fang, Qin Huai focused his attention on Su Huaijuan. He patted Su Huaijuan's face and shouted, "Miss Su, do you want to put on some clothes?" Of course, Su Huaijuan could not respond to Qin Huai. Don't you like wearing clothes? Then I won't be polite. Qin Huai grinned, licked his lips, and reached out to slowly unbutton his clothes one by one. Chapter 15. There are still many good people in this world. Qin Huai had to admit that a beautiful woman was lying naked in front of him, and he could do whatever he wanted without any resistance. It is a great test for any man. Especially since Qin Huai had just eaten meat not long ago and was enjoying the taste. After much difficulty, Qin Huai put clothes and pants on Su Huaijuan. He breathed heavily and felt that it was more difficult than taking down Newer's lair. Just for this one night, you already owe me 2 lives. Qin Huai, wearing only boxer shorts and a white vest, carried Su Huaijuan on his shoulders and calmly left the abandoned cement factory. He has reported the results. As for whether to allow the cleaners to enter or hand it over to the inspection department to deal with, that is the business of the higher-ups and has nothing to do with him. The driver in the taxi was still waiting anxiously. When he saw someone coming from afar, he was startled and nervously clenched the water cup in his hand, ready to smash it at any time. When he saw clearly that it was Qin Huai, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, master. Qin Huai put Su Huaijuan in the back seat and thanked the taxi driver. The driver glanced at Su Huaijuan, who was wearing Qin Huai's clothes, and asked in a low voice, "Where are the human traffickers?" She has been subdued. My colleagues will deal with it later. I have to send her home first and then report to the inspection bureau. Qin Huai lied without blinking. You have worked hard, little brothers. It is because of you that we ordinary people feel safe. The driver gave Qin Huai a thumbs up, then started the car, stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel, and returned along the way he came. When we returned to the city, it was already past 2 in the morning. Su Huaijuan whimpered and slowly woke up. Then she screamed loudly, "Stop the car. Stop the car now. Or I will call the police." The sound scared the driver so much that his hands shook and the front of the car almost hit the roadside guardrail. Qin Huai soothed, "Be quiet, you are safe now." Qin Huai. When Su Huaijuan saw Qin Huai looking back at her, she was stunned, her eyes full of confusion, not understanding what was going on. "Do you know each other?" the driver asked casually. Qin Huai smiled and nodded, "I know him." The driver grinned. "You're so lucky, little girl. To have met someone who is willing to risk his life for you." Su Huaijuan still hadn't come back to his senses. He stared at Qin Huai blankly, his mind going blank. Soon after, the taxi turned a complicated road, entered the urban village, and stopped downstairs of Qin Huai's rental house. Qin Huai thanked the driver after getting off the car and asked, "Master, you didn't even look at my ID, and you trust me so much." The driver waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether you are on patrol or not. Following so far in the night and rescuing someone is enough to prove that you are not a bad person, so I am happy to do a good deed and consider it as accumulating merit." After saying that, he drove away without asking for any money. There are still many good people in this world. Qin Huai watched the taxi go away, and remembered the license plate number of another taxi in his heart. Then he said to Su Huaijuan, "Let's go, get in and take a seat." Su Huaijuan followed Qin Huai back to the rental house. Qin Huai went to the closet to get clothes, and put them on himself without avoiding Su Huaijuan. It was not until this time that Su Huaijuan realized that the clothes he was wearing were no longer the same ones he had worn before. "I subconsciously touched my chest and my heart began to tremble." Qin Huai said quickly, "Don't shout, otherwise if the landlord knocks on the door again, I won't have a reason to deal with it." Su Huaijuan opened his mouth and closed it again, his eyes filled with a very complicated look. Qin Huai poured a glass of water for Su Huaijuan and said, "I know you have a lot of doubts. Let me tell you slowly." After briefly recounting what had happened, Su Huaijuan covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes wide open, filled with horror. Who wouldn't be afraid when being targeted by such an evil force? "Don't worry too much. I've called the police. They will all be arrested and will never do anything to harm you again." Qin Huai comforted. Su Huaijuan stared at Qin Huai blankly again, and as she looked, her pretty face suddenly blushed. A pair of watery eyes, full of shyness and charm. "What did you put on me?" Cough. Qin Huai coughed dryly and touched his nose. "Those people don't have the patience to take it off for you slowly. They just cut it open with a knife. You can't wear it anymore." So. Su Huaijuan was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. Her heart was trembling and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She had been pure and innocent for more than 20 years, but in just one night, she was seen naked and touched all over by a man she just met. The air is quiet. There was a hint of charm in the awkward atmosphere. After a while, Qin Huai took the initiative to say, "Let me take you back. This time I'll take you home." "Good." Su Huaijuan nodded, his voice as soft as a mosquito. Perhaps it was after experiencing these things that Su Huaijuan couldn't help but develop a sense of dependence on Qin Huai. He no longer maintained the so-called safe distance from Qin Huai. They stood side by side, like a couple. But he remained silent. The two men left the village in the city and came to the bustling street full of the atmosphere of fireworks again. Qin Huai found the mobile stall and heard the fat man saying that the inspection was very efficient and he got his car back so quickly. "I can go out as usual tomorrow and continue to earn tuition for my children." Su Huaijuan looked at Qin Huai, his eyes moving. Qin Huai smiled, scanned the code to pay for the noodles, and waved the phone screen at the proprietress. "I paid." The proprietress smiled sheepishly and handed Qin Huai a fast food box. "I reheated your fried noodles for you. They are still warm. Try it. If it doesn't taste good, I'll make you another portion." "No need to do it again, thank you." Qin Huai carried the lunchbox and got into a taxi with Su Huaijuan. Around 3 in the morning, when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, the taxi stopped outside the Phoenix Lake Villa district. "You live here?" Qin Huai was a little surprised. Phoenix Lake Villa district is one of the most expensive villa districts in Chongqing. It is full of single-family villas with a price of around 60 million yuan, which is something that ordinary people cannot even dream of in their lifetime. "I didn't expect that this woman was actually a rich woman." Su Huaijuan smiled without saying anything, got out of the taxi and walked towards the gate. When the security guard in the guard room saw Su Huaijuan, he immediately took the initiative to open the door, but found that Su Huaijuan was wearing men's clothes and was followed by a handsome young man. For a moment, sourness spread and jealousy filled my heart. Under the jealous gaze of the security guard, Qin Huai and Su Huaijuan left along the winding but wide road and finally came to a 3-story villa facing the lake. "Miss!" A group of bodyguards in suits shouted and quickly surrounded them. Then they were stunned for a moment. A pair of eyes looked Su Huaijuan up and down, and then their gazes fell on Qin Huai, and they couldn't help but imagine all kinds of plots that were not suitable for children. The leading bodyguard immediately pulled Su Huaijuan aside, and the remaining bodyguards surrounded Qin Huai with cold faces. Just as Su Huaijuan was about to speak, the bodyguard shouted coldly, "Catch him." Chapter 16. Young people still need to work hard. The bodyguards discovered Su Huaijuan was kidnapped shortly after he was abducted, but they found no clues after searching the villa inside and outside. They were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Now that Su Huaijuan is back, his condition is not right, so the bodyguards naturally think that he was bullied by Qin Huai. No matter what the truth is, they have to capture Qin Huai first and then investigate slowly. There were a total of 10 bodyguards, with a lot of experience in joint combat. They surrounded Qin Huai from different directions. Under the command of the leading bodyguard, the encirclement was quickly tightened and everyone's muscles tensed. Qin Huai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He could tell at a glance that these bodyguards should all be retired soldiers, and they were also very extraordinary when they were in the army. Their swollen temples, thick calluses on their hands, and the attacking posture they are making at this moment are enough to prove their extraordinariness. Even so, Nuer's people were able to kidnap Su Huaijuan quietly, which shows Nuer's ability and background. No wonder it is still thriving despite numerous international crackdowns. Drink. The 2 bodyguards on the east shouted and took the lead in attacking Qin Huai. Before the fist arrived, the strong wind had already hit. Qin Huai was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and slapped the 2 fists when they were about to hit him. With 2 slaps, his palms hit the wrists of the 2 bodyguards. Then, he jumped up with both feet, his body in the air, dodging the sweeping leg, and taking advantage of the lack of force, he turned his body 180 degrees and kicked out with both feet. The 2 bodyguards were kicked back, but Qin Huai had already landed steadily. The next second, his figure disappeared from the bodyguard's sight. What? The bodyguard standing next to Su Huaijuan's pupils shrank, and he caught Qin Huai's figure with difficulty, and subconsciously raised his hand to resist. After the fists and palms collided, he involuntarily retreated more than 10 steps. When I stopped, I felt my hands shaking uncontrollably. Qin Huai's punch actually caused his arms to temporarily lose strength. The bodyguard looked very unhappy. Snort. A dull scream was heard, and the bodyguard's expression became even uglier. Except for him, everyone else had been knocked down by Qin Huai. This. The bodyguard's pupils constricted in disbelief. He is very clear about the strength of the people under his command. If he hadn't called them together in the first place, there would have been no problem for these people to go abroad and join the mercenary world. But in front of this seemingly ordinary young man. 28 seconds. Didn't even last half a minute. Qin Huai did not continue to attack and looked at Su Huaijuan. Su Huaijuan stared at him blankly. It was not that he had no reaction, but that everything happened too suddenly and he had no time to react. It seems that I am destined not to have dinner tonight. Qin Huai shook his head and sighed. The fast food box had already fallen to the ground, and the fried noodles were scattered all over the floor. I've already sent you home, I'll go back first. Qin Huai said to Su Huaijuan. Su Huaijuan blinked his eyes, without any thoughts in his mind, and subconsciously said, "Don't you want to go in and sit down?" After she finished speaking, her cheeks began to heat up. It's inconvenient this late. Qin Huai waved his hand and turned away. Etc. Su Huaijuan trotted after him. Qin Huai stared at the rabbit jumping wildly without a mask, his eyes wide open. You? Su Huaijuan was so embarrassed that she quickly covered her chest with both hands, her pretty face flushed like blood. "Leave me your phone number." This. Su Huaijuan didn't care about being shy, he looked up and looked directly into Qin Huai's eyes. "You must stay." "All right." Qin Huai laughed, took out his cell phone and handed it to Su Huaijuan. Su Huaijuan burst out laughing. "I asked you to leave your number, and you really gave me your phone. Just to tease you." Qin Huai joked. The atmosphere instantly became relaxed. Su Huaijuan's face was filled with a bright smile, which made the late summer night particularly beautiful. After working in the bar for 3 months, Qin Huai's daily routine has changed to sleeping during the day and going out at night. After returning from the Phoenix Lake Villa district, Qin Huai also had trouble falling asleep. For some reason, I thought of Su Huaijuan's perfect body that was like a work of art, and I felt hot all over. Immediately, he couldn't help but think of Lu Qingxue. They are both in golden proportions, but Lu Qingxue's legs are longer, and Su Huaijuan's breasts are 1 cup size bigger than Lu Qingxue's. Qin Huai was lost in thought, took a cold shower, and tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Qin Huai dawdled until the morning star rose, then he yawned and fell into a sleepy state. When I woke up, it was dusk again. Qin Huai got up, rubbed his messy hair, sat on the bed in a daze for a long time, went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his tea. After taking a shower, Qin Huai began to pack his luggage. Since I said I would go to the Lu family to eat and drink for free, I would definitely not continue to rent this house. There wasn't much luggage, so 1 suitcase was more than enough. After Qin Huai had packed up, he knocked on the door of the landlady next door. After a moment, the door opened, and the landlady, who was wearing a bright red dress and had short wavy golden hair, looked straight at Qin Huai. Qin Huai smiled and said, "Sister, I want to cancel the lease." "Cancel the lease?" The landlady was startled when she heard this and asked, "Why?" "I have to move to another place because of work. This place is too far from my workplace." The landlady looked suspicious. "Really? Really?" Qin Huai's face was full of sincerity. The landlady was silent for a moment, stretched out her hand to hook her hair, and her expression became a little embarrassed. "Qin Huai, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right?" I have 4 houses, 2 cars, and several million in savings. If you don't want to work hard anymore, tell me." Qin Huai was silent for a long time, and then said seriously, "Sister, I think young people still need to work hard. How can you just lie down at such a young age? Are there not enough people lying down now? 1 more person won't make a difference." The landlady said as she was about to grab Qin Huai's hand, "Come, I'll show you something nice. Just let me try harder, sister." Qin Huai fled with the suitcase. The landlady was so angry that she stamped her feet repeatedly. "You ignorant little brat, get out. I won't return a single cent of the rent deposit to you." Qin Huai escaped downstairs, breathed a sigh of relief, and lit a cigarette to calm himself down. Damn, the loss is too great. Qin Huai felt a pang of pain when he thought of the rent and deposit that he had lost. After finishing a cigarette, Qin Huai strode away angrily. "Lu Qingxue, you must pay me back 10-fold or 100-fold what you owe me." With the intention of collecting a debt, Qin Huai took a taxi and went straight to the Lu family manor. But he couldn't even get into the manor gate. What? Lu Zenian went abroad. Lu Qingxue moved out of the house. Qin Huai widened his eyes in disbelief. So what? Is that so? Is it possible to hide from him to this extent? No wonder they say the richer people are, the stingier they are. What's wrong with having 1 more mouth for me? Will I bankrupt the Lu group? Qin Huai was indignant and asked the security guard where Lu Qingxue had moved to. The guard waved his hand, said nothing, and slammed the door. At this moment, Qin Huai felt like he was abandoned. Qin Huai stood there in a daze for a long time, with his facial features distorted. Okay, Lu Qingxue, hide. I told you to hide. Every action has its consequences, and I am your retribution. I want to see where you can hide. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I will find you." Qin Huai dialed a number and shouted with bared teeth, "Glasses, check the whereabouts of Lu Qingxue from the Lu group. She moved out of the Lu family. I want to know where she is within 3 minutes." A mysterious laugh came from the phone. "Brother, you don't care about current affairs at all. Lu Qingxue has taken over as the chairman of the Lu group. No need to check, I'll tell you where she is now." As he listened, Qin Huai opened his mouth wide. Phoenix Lake Villa number 9 isn't he that Su Huaijuan's home? Chapter 17. Do you know each other? The sunset is beautiful, but it is near dusk. Qin Huai dragged his suitcase, took another taxi and headed towards the Phoenix Lake Villa district. At this time, in Villa number 9 of Phoenix Lake, Lu Qingxue, who had just become the chairman of the Lu group, was busy working on a pile of documents that was piled up like a mountain. Only now did she realize how difficult it was to manage a group company with a market value of tens of billions. Su Huaijuan, wearing loose casual clothes, sat next to him, with his legs bent and his smooth chin resting lightly on his knees. His eyes were blurred and it was unclear what he was thinking. Sometimes his face flushed, and sometimes he smiled shyly. Lu Qingxue put down her pen and rubbed her swollen temples. She noticed something was wrong with her bestie and asked curiously, Junjun, what's wrong with you today? You're in a daze for no apparent reason and your expression is weird. Are you horny? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Huaijuan rolled his eyes, pursed his lips, and said, Qingxue, I met a very interesting person last night. Lu Qingxue yelled, okay, you're still saying you're not horny. You usually don't go out at night and go to bed around 10 o'clock. How can you have the chance to meet someone particularly interesting? Tell me the truth. Oh, if you say that again I won't pay attention to you. Su Huaijuan was so embarrassed. Seeing this, Lu Qingxue clicked her tongue and said, it's over, Junjun. I think you have fallen in love. No. Su Huaijuan quickly retorted, pretending to be angry, do you want to listen to me? Listen, you say. Lu Qingxue acted like a primary school student and sat very properly. Su Huaijuan organized his words and said, after I fell asleep last night, I was confused. What? You were kidnapped. Lu Qingxue stood up in shock, and pulled Su Huaijuan to look up and down, very nervous. Are you okay? Are you injured? Did you suffer any harm? Oh, no, don't interrupt me, just listen to me, someone saved me. Su Huaijuan told Lu Qingxue everything that happened last night without hiding anything. The two knew each other when they were in college and have been best friends for many years. They have become very close and have no secrets that they cannot share with each other. Lu Qingxue covered her mouth, her face full of shock. She never thought that her best friend would have such a thrilling experience last night. Oh my god, Junjun, you. Don't worry, I'm standing here in front of you in perfect condition. He said the bad guys have been caught and won't hurt me again. Su Huaijuan comforted Lu Qingxue in turn, besides, you have moved in with me now. The two of us have more than 30 bodyguards in total. There will definitely be no danger. Lu Qingxue nodded and suddenly realized, so, that man saw you naked and touched you all over. Su Huaijuan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head shyly, yeah. Lu Qingxue stroked her forehead, what is this? You? Before she finished speaking, she thought of herself. Junjun was just seen and touched by others, but she was eaten up. For a moment, Lu Qingxue felt a sense of sadness as if she were suffering from the same disease as others. Who is that man? Is he handsome? What's his name? Lu Qingxue asked, forcing herself to be alert. Su Huaijuan was so embarrassed that she didn't notice her bestie's abnormality. She replied, he said he just lost his job. He's actually quite handsome, with a well-proportioned body, and looks very explosive. You're not really in love with him, are you? A hero saves a beauty, and the beauty falls in love with him. Lu Qingxue asked curiously, what's his name? His name is Qin. Why are you here again? Su Huaijuan's words were interrupted by a loud shout from downstairs. The two girls' attention was drawn and they walked to their window and looked down. After seeing the tall young man dragging the suitcase, their expressions changed instantly. Lu Qingxue's pretty face turned pale and she began to grit her teeth. How did this bastard know I was here? He actually followed me here. In contrast, Su Huaijuan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her chubby face blushed like a ripe apple. I felt happy and delighted at Qin Huai's appearance. Qin Huai was surrounded by bodyguards again. But there are more people. In addition to Su Huaijuan's 10 bodyguards, there were a dozen unfamiliar bodyguards. Qin Huai guessed that it should be Lu Qingxue's. After all, he has suffered losses, and his identity is different from before, so it is normal for him to have bodyguards around him. Qin Huai did not use any harsh force against Su Huaijuan's bodyguards last night, so these bodyguards only suffered a little and were not seriously injured. Qin Huai grinned at one of the bodyguards, I am Su Huaijuan's savior. As Su Huaijuan's bodyguard, you treat me like this. The bodyguard gritted his teeth and had nothing to say. At the window, Lu Qingxue didn't hear the conversation between Qin Huai and the bodyguard clearly. She was afraid that Qin Huai would say something nonsense, so she shouted, let him in. Qin Huai raised his head, met Lu Qingxue's gaze, and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I thought to myself, you scumbag, go hide. Humph, let's see where you can hide. Lu Qingxue frowned and turned away from the window. Su Huaijuan opened his mouth and wanted to say something to Qin Huai, but he felt embarrassed again. He didn't say a word and retracted his head away from the window. Qin Huai smiled at the group of unfriendly bodyguards and said, "Then I will go in." After saying this, he dragged his suitcase and took a step forward without recognizing anyone. The group of bodyguards looked at each other, feeling secretly resentful. Lu Qingxue's bodyguard couldn't stand this kind of provocation and asked, "Old Lin, do you want to find a chance to deal with that guy? Don't mess around, this guy is very strong." The bodyguard called Lao Lin looked solemn. Whether he was in the army or after becoming Su Huaijuan's bodyguard, he had never encountered such a powerful character. Lu Qingxue's bodyguard asked in surprise, "What's going on? Have you ever fought? Can't even deal with you." Lao Lin shook his head and smiled bitterly. The bodyguards looked solemn. Su Huaijuan and Lu Qingxue are good friends, and the security personnel of both sides are familiar with each other. They are very clear about Lao Lin's strength. Someone who even Lao Lin can't deal with is definitely not an ordinary person. In the villa, Lu Qingxue and Su Huaijuan went downstairs together. Two stunning beauties standing together form a beautiful landscape. From the perspective of Qin Huai, it is a pleasing sight. Lu Qingxue had a stern face, like an iceberg. Su Huaijuan's pretty face was red, and she said to Qin Huai shyly, "You are here." Lu Qingxue was startled when she heard this, and then looked at her best friend in disbelief. "Junjun, the person you are talking about, isn't it him?" "Yes." Su Huaijuan nodded and said, "Qingxue, let me introduce you. His name is Qin Huai." "No need for introduction." Qin Huai waved his hand with a smile. Su Huaijuan was stunned and asked, "Do you know each other?" Qin Huai smiled but said nothing. "More than just knowing each other. You have seen and touched her, but she has slept with her. Chapter 18. You can't like him. Come with me." Lu Qingxue turned around with a cold face and walked upstairs. The round curves twisted and turned, making Qin Huai's heart slightly hot. He smiled at the dazed Su Huaijuan, untied the suitcase, walked upstairs, and followed Lu Qingxue into a room on the second floor. As soon as he entered the door, Qin Huai smelled a faint fragrance in the air. He was very familiar with this scent. It was not the smell of perfume, but the body odor that naturally emanated from Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue closed the door and said sternly, "You despicable villain, you deliberately approached my best friend. What on earth do you want to do? What do you mean by intentional approach?" Qin Huai said unhappily, "It was just a coincidence. If it weren't for me, you should be crying and eating your meal now instead of scolding me here." Lu Qingxue paused for a moment and said irritably, "Get out of here right now and don't show up in front of me again from now on." "That won't do." Qin Huai dragged a chair over and sat down, folded his arms across his chest, crossed his legs, and looked like a scoundrel. "You want to disown me just by pulling up your pants. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You?" Lu Qingxue's teeth were grinding, like a mouse stealing food. "Do you believe me or not, I will have someone beat you up so badly that you can't take care of yourself." "No." Qin Huai glanced at Lu Qingxue and said with a grin, "Unless you kill me on the spot, everyone in the city will know tomorrow that the daughter of the Lu Group, no, it should be the new chairman of the Lu Group, slept with me and then abandoned me. Son of a bitch." Lu Qingxue's eyes turned red and she was shaking with anger. If this word gets out, regardless of whether it is true or not, the share price of the Lu Group will definitely be seriously affected by public opinion. Not only that, there will also be many people who think they are very powerful and will flock to you. They would think, if a mere bartender can sleep with Lu Qingxue, why can't they? 20 million. Lu Qingxue's chest rose and fell rapidly due to her rapid breathing. She forced herself to control her emotions and said, "This is my bottom line, not a cent more." Qin Huai saw Lu Qingxue's excitement and thought to himself that it was bad. It was a bit too stimulating. This woman is poisoned by a heartbreaking poison. Every time her emotions fluctuate violently, she could die. He put away his nonchalant expression, stared at Lu Qingxue with deep eyes, and spoke slowly in a low, bubbling voice, "Qingxue, do you really think I did it for money?" Lu Qingxue was slightly startled and her expression became unnatural. She had always thought Qin Huai's eyes were beautiful, and the deep affection revealed in Qin Huai's eyes at this moment made her heart tremble involuntarily. Turning her head away, not daring to look at Qin Huai's eyes that were so affectionate that they could even look at a dog, Lu Qingxue said, "Don't say anything like you like me, you don't deserve it. Only a good match is the best destination." Qin Huai said, "I admit that what you said makes sense. We are indeed not well matched." Lu Qingxue was surprised. This shameless guy actually agreed with her point of view? I thought he would say something like, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west of the river, don't bully the young who are poor, don't bully the middle-aged who are poor, don't bully the old who are poor, and the dead are the greatest. But then, she saw Qin Huai thinking and saying, in front of my Beijing Qin family's eldest son, you, a small chairman of the Lu group, are indeed not worth mentioning, but it doesn't matter. I believe you will work hard and one day you will be worthy of me. At this moment, Lu Qingxue's toes almost dug through the soles of her slippers. She had met many men before, no matter they were business elites or talented men from wealthy families, which one of them was not well-mannered and polite in front of her. Before she met Qin Huai, she would never have imagined that there were such shameless people in the world. Lu Qingxue smiled. Suddenly I felt that getting entangled with such a shameless little guy from the lower class was a very boring and meaningless thing. I actually admire you a little bit. Aren't you afraid that Chen Huaidong will find out that you are pretending to be a rich young master and then throw you to the bottom of the river to feed the fish? Lu Qingxue said coldly, "Don't say he doesn't dare. This world has never been equal. There are some dark sides that people like you at the bottom of society can't even imagine. Yes, I'm on the bottom floor, and you're on the top floor, 3 or 4 floors high." Qin Huai was too lazy to argue with her and said casually, "Whenever he investigates me, that's his business. Anyway, I have to live here before I'm sunk to the bottom of the river." Lu Qingxue glared at him, "Don't even think about it." Qin Huai spread his hands and said, "I said last night that I have resigned and given up the house I rented. You can't let me live on the streets, right? Then I can only leave the two of us." "Shut up." Lu Qingxue yelled angrily, but her emotions were no longer very different. Anyway, Qin Huai has a hold on her life. The absurd events of their one night must not be leaked out. This is my best friend's home. Why do you live here without his consent? Simple. Qin Huai turned the doorknob with his backhand, poked his head out and shouted, "Su Huaijuan, I have nowhere to live. Can I stay at your house temporarily?" Su Huaijuan was sitting on the sofa in the living room. When he heard Qin Huai's question, he was stunned for a moment and nodded almost subconsciously, okay. Qin Huai retracted his head with satisfaction and smiled at Lu Qingxue. "Look, the owner of the house has agreed." Jun. Lu Qingxue stamped her feet in anger, rushed out of the room, and went downstairs. She pulled Su Huaijuan and said, "How could you allow that bastard to stay? He is a despicable and shameless person. It would be very dangerous for us to be alone in the same room with a man and a woman. Don't you still have it? That's double jeopardy." Su Huaijuan blinked and stared at Lu Qingxue. "Qingxue, what is your relationship with him? What relationship can we have?" Feeling a little guilty when Su Huaijuan looked at her, Lu Qingxue stiffened her neck and said, "We can't let him live here anyway." Su Huaijuan smiled, took Lu Qingxue's hand and said, "Qin Huai is a good fighter. You will feel safe with him. Don't you hate having bodyguards following you? As long as Qin Huai is here, he can defeat thousands of troops by himself. And there are thousands of troops. Did he feed you some kind of medicine?" "Oh, it's true. I saw it with my own eyes last night. Uncle Lin and his 10 men were no match for Qin Huai alone. It's better to have one person around than a group of people, right?" Su Huaijuan blushed as she spoke. "Besides, he is quite handsome. It is both pleasing to the eyes and prestigious to have him around." Pop. Lu Qingxue slapped herself on her fair and smooth forehead, her face full of speechlessness. I felt that Su Huaijuan must have lost his mind after the thrilling danger he experienced last night. At the same time, there was also a vague feeling of bitterness that was hard to explain. She is already married to Qin Huai, and her best friend seems to have a good impression of Qin Huai. I felt like my things were about to be taken away. Lu Qingxue's expression suddenly became very serious, and she said to Su Huaijuan word by word, "Junjun, you can't like him." Chapter 19, 50,000 a month. Why? Su Huaijuan thought Lu Qingxue was weird. "I've had this strange feeling since I saw you today. No reason. Anyway, you can't like him. He's dangerous." "Where is the danger? Are you going to piss me off to death? Lu Qingxue wanted to go crazy. Su Huaijuan is a very simple and persistent person. Once he takes an interest in something, he will devote himself to it. The same goes for people. Just like now. After Qin Huai saved her twice and knowing that she had presented herself without reservation in front of Qin Huai, Su Huaijuan had already developed a sense of belonging in her heart. If she couldn't be given a reasonable and convincing reason, she would not easily erase her dependence on and affection for Qin Huai. Lu Qingxue was very upset. Just when she was thinking about what words to say to make Su Huaijuan give up completely, Su Huaijuan suddenly asked, "Do you like him?" What? Lu Qingxue couldn't believe it. Me? Like him? What nonsense are you talking about? Su Huaijuan pursed his lips, but you didn't realize that you never get along with men alone, but just now you took the initiative to let him go to your bedroom with you. Lu Qingxue. She was stunned. Su Huaijuan is right. In the past, no matter what the situation was, she would never be alone with a man in a closed space. Even Lu Zenian had never entered her bedroom. If we want to discuss things, we do it in the living room. Even if she took the initiative to chat with Lu Zenian, the door was always wide open. But just now, she just asked Qin Huai to go to her bedroom so naturally. As if everything was normal. That's because. Lu Qingxue wanted to refute, but she couldn't say anything. Never mind, whatever you want. I have a pile of documents to look through. Lu Qingxue rushed upstairs to the study and slammed the door with a loud bang. The bodyguard outside the villa quickly looked around, and when he saw nothing special, he looked away. Su Huaijuan pursed his lips, his eyes twinkling, and then went upstairs and walked towards Lu Qingxue's bedroom. In Lu Qingxue's bedroom, Qin Huai was looking around like a tourist. It's not like he hadn't been to a woman's boudoir before, but Lu Qingxue was different. The first woman he had any distanced contact with was special after all. Qin Huai looked at it and nodded. The items are neatly arranged and well organized. The desktop window is spotless and he loves cleanliness very much. She has the potential to be a good wife and mother. Su Huaijuan shouted at the door, "Qin Huai." "Yes, I am." Qin Huai hurried out and looked at Su Huaijuan carefully. The loose casual clothes could not hide her proud figure. Her long hair like a waterfall was combed into a high ponytail, which made her look fresh and youthful. With her cute face with baby fat, Qin Huai would believe that she was a high school student. Being looked at like this by Qin Huai, Su Huaijuan blushed and said, "I'll take you to choose a room." "Okay." Qin Huai nodded with a smile, "Thank you, Su Huaijuan, it's a good thing you are willing to take me in, otherwise I would have to sleep on the street." "Why are you being so polite? Last night you..." Thinking of last night, Su Huaijuan's heart trembled, feeling both scared and shy. "Anyway, you are my savior." Su Huaijuan asked Qin Huai, "The fourth floor has an open-air balcony and swimming pool. There are only rooms on the first, second and third floors. Qingxue and I both live on the second floor. Which floor do you want to live on?" "I'll live on the first floor." Qin Huai said. Su Huaijuan took Qin Huai downstairs, introduced the uses of several rooms, and then pointed to 3 vacant guest rooms and let Qin Huai choose. Qin Huai chose the first room near the stairs. The basic facilities are all available in the house. You just need to clean the dust and make the bed before you can move in. Are you satisfied? Tell me if you need anything. Su Huaijuan said. Qin Huai smiled and said, "I'm very satisfied. Thank you." As for the rent. Su Huaijuan's cheeks puffed up when he heard this, and then he thought of something and said with a smile, 50,000 a month. 5. Qin Huai was speechless. He has lived in villas more luxurious than this one, so this is nothing special. 50,000 a month in rent is really outrageous. But she is the owner of the villa and has the power to set the price, so Qin Huai has nothing to say. "But I am short of money, and the total amount of cash and money in the card is only less than 10,000 yuan. This is the only savings that the eldest son of the Qin family has." The salary paid by the organization was not small, but over the years, it was just transferred through his card and then to other places, without a penny left. Qin Huai sighed in his heart. A penny can make a hero fall, that's the reality. If it doesn't work, I can only pay the debt with my body. I thought so. Su Huaijuan saw Qin Huai's embarrassment and continued with a smile, "I will hire you as my bodyguard." The monthly salary of 50,000 is just enough to cover the rent. What do you think? Bodyguard. Qin Huai blinked, the kind that fits the body. Su Huaijuan's pretty face turned red again, but she did not refute. Instead, she asked in a slightly coquettish tone, "Is it okay?" Qin Huai stroked his chin. "Does it include food and accommodation?" Su Huaijuan nodded. "Bag. I have to spend money on daily basis, such as buying clothes, pants, shoes, recharging phone bills, etc. Is it included?" Bag. Drink some fruit and smoke some cigarettes. Bag. Beer, melon seeds, mineral water. Bag. I'm tired and sleepy and want to find someone to sleep with. Bag. Su Huaijuan responded smoothly, and only reacted after he finished speaking. Looking at Qin Huai's narrow smile, his ears began to burn, and he said with a par, "Qingxue said you are bad guy, now I believe it a little bit." Qin Huai was not convinced. "If I were a bad guy, you would have." Before he could finish his words, Su Huaijuan fled and went upstairs quickly. Qin Huai clicked his tongue. Su Huaijuan is still more interesting when he is teased. Turning around, he went into the house and started cleaning. Qin Huai and Su Huaijuan didn't know that the study on the second floor had been quietly opened a crack. The scene closed silently. Lu Qingxue clenched her fists, gnashed her teeth, and said indignantly, "You bastard. You said you were doing this for me, but now you're flirting with Junjun. Go to hell, you despicable bastard." Achoo! Qin Huai, who had cleaned up the place quickly, suddenly sneezed. He wiped his nose and muttered, "Which beauty is thinking about me?" Putting down the rag, Qin Huai looked around his new living environment. Compared with the rental housing in the urban village before, this place is completely different. The window faces Phoenix Lake. By now the sky had darkened and the street lights were on. The lights are reflected in the lake, creating ripples. A long row of willow trees stood by the lake, their branches swaying gently in the night breeze. There are also wooden benches under the willow trees, which is a good place to enjoy the cool air. The enjoyment of the rich is indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Qin Huai turned over and sat on the windowsill, lit a cigarette, and smoked half of it himself and the other half. Ding dong. The phone made a slight sound. Qin Huai saw an email, but when he clicked it, he was required to enter a password. He tapped with both hands, seemingly randomly, and entered more than 20 characters. The password is correct. There was only a short line of text in this email. After a thorough investigation and analysis of Lu Qingxue's interpersonal relationships and social background, it was initially determined that the person who poisoned Lu Qingxue was Su Huaijuan. The review process has been initiated. When Qin Huai saw the end, his hands trembled and he couldn't help but open his mouth and twitch. Chapter 20. The future is promising. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qin Huai didn't believe that Su Huaijuan could hide so deeply. Although the contact time was short, her natural facial expressions, language, movements and eyes all clearly showed that she was an innocent girl. Lu Qingxue is her best friend, and as long as there are no conflicts or interests between the two parties, Su Huaijuan would never do such a vicious thing. If it was said that it was done by Ling Siki, the eldest daughter of the Ling family, Qin Huai would not doubt it. But it is impossible for this investigation to be false. Although it is a preliminary judgment and the review procedure has been initiated, the result is likely to be correct. Then the only possibility is that Su Huaijuan unknowingly became the mastermind behind the incident and unconsciously poisoned Lu Qingxue. Why would the mastermind go to so much trouble? Is there some secret hidden in Lu Qingxue? Qin Huai's brows were tightly knitted. This is obviously an unsolved mystery that requires him to explore in depth. A cigarette has burned out. Qin Huai put out the cigarette butt, shook his head, put aside the doubt for the time being, took out brand new sheets and quilt covers from the closet, went into the bathroom to wash up, then lay on the bed, playing games on his mobile phone. After losing several games in a row, Qin Huai was so angry that he almost crushed his phone, gnashing his teeth and cursing his teammates. Whenever Qin Huai finds a bad teammate around, he will definitely make sure he doesn't see the sun rising tomorrow. It's not a good night to get points. Qin Huai took a few sips of water, slowly calmed himself down, and then fell asleep. An hour later, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Sometimes it twisted into an S shape, sometimes into a B shape, and finally just lay down like a character. Soon, he silently picked up his phone and logged into the game again. Just one game. Once you win, you can go to bed. 4 hours later. 3 o'clock in the morning. Qin Huai closed his bloodshot eyes in pain. Tired, destroy it. After the anger subsided, fatigue quietly came over me. Qin Huai finally fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, I heard a sound. He didn't open his eyes, but the sound of high heels tapping on the ground came into his ears. The steps are light, and it is obvious that the owner of the high heels has a tall and well-proportioned figure. Soon after, there was the sound of the door opening. The motor roared, gradually moving farther and farther away, and then disappeared. Qin Huai opened one eye and checked the time on his phone. 7:30. Lu Qingxue went to the company. Thinking this in his mind, he closed his eyes again. But soon, the sound of slippers tapping was heard, along with soft, pleasant humming. Until the gas stove was turned on in the kitchen and the water boiled. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Qin Huai, with his messy hair, sat up weakly. When I opened the door, I saw Su Huaijuan wearing a white nightgown outside. Her arms were as white as jade lotus roots, and just like her face, there was not a single flaw to be found. Are you still sleepy? I cooked some noodles, want to try out my cooking skills? Su Huaijuan asked with a smile. Qin Huai was stunned. This was the first time a woman knocked on his door and called him to get up for breakfast. For some unknown reason, Qin Huai suddenly felt at home. It's very strange and I'm not used to it, but I can't deny that I'm very moved. Of course I have to try it. I'll go wash up. Qin Huai turned and went to the bathroom. After wiping his face carelessly, Qin Huai looked at his handsome face in the mirror and muttered, "It seems I need to change my schedule." After changing clothes, Qin Huai came to the dining room. There were 2 bowls of steaming noodles on the table. There are some chopped green onions floating on the surface and a fried egg. Qin Huai stirred the noodles with chopsticks, picked up a handful of noodles and started eating. How does it taste? Su Huaijuan asked expectantly. Qin Huai gave a thumbs up and said vaguely, "Delicious. Better than what I cooked." That's strange. Su Huaijuan's eyes turned into crescents when he smiled. After that, the two of them didn't talk anymore and ate breakfast quietly. The atmosphere is peaceful and harmonious, just like that of a newly married couple. After finishing the noodles, Qin Huai wiped his mouth with a tissue and said, "Thank you for breakfast, Su Huaijuan. From now on, I will be your bodyguard." Su Huaijuan wrinkled her nose slightly. "It sounds strange. From now on, you can call me Junjun like Qingxue does." "Okay." Qin Huai didn't shy away and grinned. "Junjun, are you going out later?" "Yes." Su Huaijuan turned his head to look at the clock on the wall and said, "I still have to go to school." "School?" Qin Huai asked in surprise. "Are you still a student?" "Yeah, I'm only a junior, don't I look like one?" "No." Qin Huai shook his head. "I think you look only 18. Hee hee." Su Huaijuan covered his mouth and laughed. There is no woman who doesn't like to hear this. Qin Huai quietly moved his eyes downwards and thought to himself, "This is at least 36. After breakfast, Su Huaijuan went back to his room and changed into casual clothes. The white t-shirt and tight jeans fully highlight her graceful figure. The high ponytail tied behind her head swings back and forth when she walks, exuding a youthful and energetic aura. Seeing Su Huaijuan coming out, Lao Lin and other bodyguards were ready to take action. Wearing the same black suit, they look very professional, but they will definitely attract attention if they walk out. Su Huaijuan looked reluctant. "Uncle Lin, don't follow me." Lao Lin shook his head and said, "How can that be possible? We just encountered danger the night before yesterday. What if?" Su Huaijuan immediately took Qin Huai's arm and said, "I'm going to school." Who would bring so many bodyguards to school? With Qin Huai protecting me, there will be no danger. The bodyguards looked at Qin Huai with some resentment in their eyes. 10 people were tied together and brutally tortured by Qin Huai, which really made them feel very upset. Qin Huai didn't have time to care about what Lao Lin and others were thinking. He felt the soft touch on his arm and half closed his eyes in comfort. "Let's go." Su Huaijuan raised his head slightly and said to Qin Huai. Qin Huai nodded, but said, "Get in the car and wait for me for a while." "Good." Su Huaijuan obeyed like a good girlfriend and went to the car. Qin Huai walked towards Lao Lin. The bodyguards immediately became alert. "Take it easy. Qin Huai smiled and waved his hand. He turned his head to look at Su Huaijuan, who had already got in the car, and said to Lao Lin, "If you are worried, just follow secretly. This will not make Su Huaijuan feel uncomfortable, and it will not be considered dereliction of duty. If there is any accident, I will be by her side and can delay it until you can arrive." After hearing what Qin Huai said, Lao Lin thought it was right, so he nodded in agreement, and his impression of Qin Huai also improved slightly. Qin Huai sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seat belt, glanced at the youthful and bright Su Huaijuan beside him, smiled at her, stepped lightly on the accelerator, and drove towards Chongqing Art College. Su Huaijuan was obviously in a good mood. He hummed a cheerful tune and stretched out his slender white hand to cover his face at a 45-degree angle. The sunlight shines through her fingers, looking a little gentle. "Junjun, what's your major?" Qin Huai asked casually. Su Huaijuan replied, "I majored in piano." "Great." Qin Huai praised. Su Huaijuan chuckled, and then said, "By the way, Qingxue also graduated from the art academy. She is my senior." "Oh? What does she study?" "Dance." "Dancing." A graceful figure inexplicably emerged in Qin Huai's mind, as if she was weak and boneless, dancing gracefully. As he thought about it, his heart couldn't help but feel hot. It seems that there are many postures that can be unlocked. The future is promising. Chapter 21, Being Humiliated with Money. In the chairman's office on the 43rd floor of the Lu Corporation building, Lu Qingxue suddenly felt a chill. It feels like being stared at by something dirty. The female secretary in her 30s handed over a document. "Mr. Lu, please take a look at how to deal with this. It's quite urgent." There was no trace of respect in her tone. Although Lu Qingxue has successfully succeeded as the chairman of the Lu Group, in fact, few people in the entire group take her seriously. To put it bluntly, he is too young and has no outstanding achievements, so he cannot convince the public. Lu Qingxue picked up the materials and took a look at them. She said, "Compared to the price in previous years, it's 5 percentage points higher. Let's try to negotiate. If we can't, we can change it. Mr. Lu, you may not know that this raw material supplier is in the market." Lu Qingxue interrupted without hesitation. "I know they are giant and have cooperated with our Lu Corporation for many years. The sudden price increase is purely because they think I am easy to bully. I will respond to them directly. Either lower the price by 5 percentage points or terminate the cooperation." 5 percentage points lower? The secretary suspected that he had heard it wrongly, and said in disbelief, "Mr. Lu, you are right, aren't you?" Lu Qingxue looked up, her eyes gleaming with coldness. "I have contacted suppliers in the eastern cities. As long as I am willing to sign a 10-year contract, they agree to provide us with raw materials at 3% below the market price, and they will be responsible for the transportation costs." This. The secretary opened her mouth in shock. What a good trick to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Convey my meaning verbatim. Also, contact the headhunting company and ask them to find a way to poach these people for me. Lu Qingxue handed the female secretary several information sheets. The female secretary looked down, her expression changed, and her heart skipped a beat. Without exception, all of the people mentioned above are the most elite assistants in the relevant industries. Any one of them has the absolute qualifications and advantages to replace her. "Director Lu, I'll do it right away." The secretary hurried away. After leaving the chairman's office, she subconsciously exhaled, only to find that her back was wet with sweat, as if she had experienced a strenuous exercise. Unable to help but look back at the tightly closed office door, the female secretary thought to herself, "I originally thought that Mr. Lu was easy to bully, but now it seems that a good father will have a good daughter. The group is about to change. I have to adjust my attitude and not lose my job." In the chairman's office, Lu Qingxue, who had just slapped the female secretary, did not have any smug look on her face. Instead, her beautiful brows were furrowed even tighter. Everyone inside and outside thinks she is easy to bully, and she will inevitably face various difficulties in the future. It is very difficult to hold on to the position of chairman. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a document from the drawer. "If we want to convince the public, whether we can reach a comprehensive cooperation with Qin Huai Group is the key." Lu Qingxue solemnly typed the 3 big words, "planning proposal," on the computer. Before she could continue, the landline on the desk rang. She casually pressed the red hands-free button, and the female secretary's voice came, "Director Lu, Mr. Jiang from Qin Huai Group wants to visit you. He is downstairs now. Do you want to meet him? Qin Huai Group. Mr. Jiang. Lu Qingxue was stunned. Yes, Mr. Jiang Lamao, Vice President of the Southwest branch of Qin Huai Group. Is it him? Lu Qingxue's eyes lit up, and a look of joy appeared on her face. Bring him to my office. Outside the Chongqing Art College, there are clouds of luxury cars parking in the parking spaces on both sides of the road. In comparison, the mid-range car worth more than 700,000 yuan that Qin Huai drove was quite mediocre. Qin Huai parked the car in an empty space, got out with Su Huaijuan, and walked towards the school gate. The security guard in the guard room sat there leisurely, allowing people to come in and out, not even bothering to take a look. Then I'll go to class. Go ahead. Su Huaijuan smiled sweetly, waved to Qin Huai, and trotted into the art building. Qin Huai looked around and saw young and beautiful female students everywhere. It is summer now, and everyone wears as many clothes as they can. Their white and shiny legs are dazzling. The air is filled with the breath of youth. Qin Huai found a bench and sat down, squinting his eyes to enjoy the beautiful scenery. But soon, the view was blocked by someone. A cold snort came from my ear. Qin Huai looked up and saw a young man wearing a pink suit. His hair was styled with hair wax, making it shiny and particularly messy. Without saying a word, the young man reached into his pocket, took out a stack of bills and threw it on the bench. Qin Huai was stunned for a moment, then silently reached out and put the banknotes into his pocket. Then he angrily said, "Who are you? Is it a big deal to be rich?" It felt great to be humiliated with money for no apparent reason early in the morning. The young man said proudly, "From now on, stay away from Su Huaijuan, or I will make you pay." He looked arrogant and domineering, but his eyes subconsciously glanced to the side while he spoke. Qin Huai turned his head and saw a familiar figure walking away. Chen Huaidong? Why is he here? Qin Huai was confused. Seeing that Qin Huai did not answer, the young man's eyes flashed with ferocity. "Did you hear clearly?" Qin Huai said, "Oh," and his attitude was obviously perfunctory. "Boy, you really don't know who I am." The young man in the pink suit narrowed his eyes. "I really don't know who you are, but I can be sure that you are definitely a person of noble status and high position." Qin Huai said seriously, "Look at your clothes, so tasteful, handsome, elegant, and generous. You can spend a lot of money on a small person like me. You are definitely a rare young man in Chongqing." R. The young man was stunned. "That's not right. That is not the script. It must be you who are ignorant and ask me who I am. Then I introduce myself and tell you in detail how awesome I am. Then you get scared and tremble in fear, kneel on the ground and kowtow to admit your mistake. This is how it unfolds normally. Now, you look so sincere and honest, praising me a lot. How can I be arrogant and domineering? How can I show off my power?" The man in pink suit was unable to come back to his senses for a moment, feeling conflicted. He has been coveting Su Huaijuan for a long time, but Su Huaijuan never treats him well. Now that she saw such a handsome man next to Su Huaijuan, she was immediately burning with jealousy. She planned to teach Qin Huai a lesson and let this guy know that not everyone is qualified to compete with him for the goddess. But Qin Huai did not play by the rules. He admitted his mistake directly and started to flatter people. The key point is that the young man felt that Qin Huai was right. He is handsome and elegant, with extraordinary bearing, absolutely a rare talent. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Qin Huai is so sensible and knows how to advance and retreat, so he won't be able to trick the young man. Looking at Qin Huai, who was smiling and full of admiration, the young man couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What should I do now? Should I pretend to be powerful? Would that be too low? Chapter 22 Brothers for Life. Before the young man in the pink suit could react, Qin Huai continued, "This fool. No, brother, when I saw you, I felt that your whole body was glowing. This suit is just right for you, a match made in heaven. Sorry, I am not well educated, so I may not have used the right idiom. Come, let's sit down and talk. My name is Qin Huai, and I'm Su Huaijuan's newly hired bodyguard." Qin Huai pulled the young man to sit down and said seriously, "I thought I was very handsome, but after seeing you, I realized that there are always people who are better than you and they're always better than you. Forgive my arrogance, but please tell me your name, or I will regret not getting to know such a handsome brother like you." The corners of the young man's mouth were visibly curled up, and his eyes towards Qin Huai became more kind and approachable. So he was the bodyguard hired by Su Huaijuan. Hey, family members don't recognize each other. The flood almost washed away the Dragon King temple. The young man smiled widely. Actually, you are quite handsome too, although not as handsome as me. But even so, you are already better than 99% of the people. By the way, my name is Tang Yuan, which means far away. I come from the Tang family, one of the four great families in Chongcheng. As he said this, he patted his chest and said, "We are very predestined. If you encounter any problems that cannot be solved in the future, just say my name, Tang Yuan, and I will solve it in minutes. In this small piece of land in Chongcheng, I, Tang Yuan, will be able to make a living wherever I go." It turned out to be Mr. Tang. Qin Huai was shocked. I have heard of young Master Tang's name for a long time, but I never had the chance to meet him. I didn't expect that fate would come so cleverly. Don't worry, Mr. Tang. I'm just a bodyguard. I definitely don't dare to have any improper thoughts about Su Huaijuan. Only a young talent like you, Mr. Tang, can match a rich lady like her. Looking across the entire Chongcheng, there are hardly any peers who can be compared with you, young Master Tang. Let alone anything else, your name alone is so meaningful and profound that it's far better than others. Qin Huai kept flattering Tang Yuan, making him dizzy. He looked at Qin Huai as if he were a half-brother, and he wished he could immediately pull Qin Huai to make a blood oath and become sworn brother. Brother, don't say too much, it's all in your heart. Tang Yuan patted Qin Huai's shoulder and said in high spirits, "From now on, I will protect you." "Thank you, brother." Qin Huai was deeply moved and said solemnly, "I have decided. From now on, I will always be by Su Huaijuan's side, helping you keep an eye on her and eliminate all competitors until you win Su Huaijuan's heart and bring her home. Then you can treat me to a glass of wedding wine." "Good brother." Hearing this, Tang Yuan was overjoyed. "Then my happiness for the rest of my life depends entirely on you." "No problem. I'm always willing to help my brothers." Qin Huai said this with great confidence, but then his face turned bitter, and he said, "It's just that my life is a bit difficult. I have a gambling father, a sick mother, a brother who goes to school, and a broken home. I am often distracted, so I might be careless." "Brother, what are you talking about? I have enough to eat, so how can I let you suffer? Take this money first and buy yourself some nice clothes. How can my brother Tang Yuan be so shabby?" Tang Yuan took out stacks of banknotes from his pocket like a magician. He likes to carry cash with him and take it out when he needs it, as he thinks it is more impressive than swiping a card or scanning a QR code. "Brother." Qin Huai stuffed the money into his arms and choked up, "We are brothers for life. That's just the beginning. Whatever others have, my brother must have. Whatever others don't have, I must have too. Come on, I'll take you to buy a new set of clothes now." The atmosphere was already like this. Qin Huai couldn't refuse, so he could only follow Tang Yuan arm in arm. Not far away, a plain-looking young man stood there in a daze. He witnessed everything with his own eyes. Although he couldn't hear the conversation between Qin Huai and Tang Yuan clearly, he knew that the changes were beyond his expectations when he saw the two of them arm in arm, as close as if they were wearing the same pants. After a long while, the young man came back to his senses and trotted to the woods near the art building. "Mr. Chen, they are gone." Chen Huaidong sat there leisurely, and a confident smile appeared on his face when he heard the words, "How is it? Was that idiot Tang Yuan beaten by Qin Huai?" Given Tang Yuan's personality, he will definitely not give up and will continue to cause trouble for Qin Huai. When Qin Huai gets too annoyed, I will come forward to suppress Tang Yuan at the right time. Qin Huai will be grateful to me, and the initiative will be. "Mr. Chen, they didn't fight." Seeing Chen Huaidong talking to himself, the young man looked strange and quickly interrupted him. "No fight." Chen Huaidong was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and nodded. It seems that the eldest son of the Qin family is very thoughtful and does not want to cause trouble in school. But even so, Tang Yuan, that idiot, is probably already holding a grudge against Qin Huai and will still cause trouble for Qin Huai. Well, the impact is not significant, and the follow-up plan can still be carried out. "Mr. Chen." The young man's face twitched and he shouted again. Chen Huaidong's eyes darkened, a hint of ferocity emerged, and he said coldly, "You are very brave." "No, no, no." The young man's forehead was covered with sweat, and his legs were shaking with fear. He didn't dare to delay any longer and said quickly, "Not only did they not have an argument, but they seemed to be very close. They called each other brothers, and when they walked away, they were arm in arm. What? Chen Huaidong was furious and kicked the young man down. Even though he was extremely cunning, he couldn't help but feel his face twitching and feeling a burning pain. Just now he looked confident, as if he had everything under control and had been analyzing the situation for a long time. The results are completely different. Now when I think back to what I said before, I feel like the word idiot is written on my face. How can I not be angry and embarrassed? Get out. Get out now. Don't let me see you again. Otherwise I'll kill you. Chen Huaidong pointed at the young man and yelled in frustration. The young man was trembling all over and ran away in panic. Chen Huaidong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Brother Huaidong. A delicate cry was heard at this time. Chen Huaidong turned his head and saw Ling Siki, who was wearing a bright red cheongsam and walking towards him with a big smile on her face. The slit of the cheongsam was almost to the waist. What secret do you want to tell me? Tell me quickly, I'm busy. Chen Huaidong said in a deep voice. Brother Huaidong, don't you think I'm dressed very beautifully today? Ling Siki twisted her waist and hips to create a pose. To be honest, she is beautiful and has a good figure, and this cheongsam looks very charming on her. If it were any other man, he would be able to keep his eyes straight. But Chen Huaidong had no interest at all and even felt a little disgusted. Compared with Lu Qingxue. No, there is no comparison at all. The disgust in his eyes flashed away, and Chen Huaidong said patiently, very beautiful, let's talk business first, I'm really busy. Okay. Ling Siki pouted coquettishly and then took out a USB flash drive from her expensive shoulder bag. Here's the evidence that Lu Qingxue is a slut. Chapter 23 Better Than You. Chen Huaidong's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he took out his cell phone and dialed a number, send a computer over right away. After saying that, he hung up the phone and asked Ling Siki, really? Of course it's true. How could I lie to Brother Huaidong? Ling Siki spoke in a coquettish voice, acting like a green tea girl. Chen Huaidong remained silent. Whether it is true or not, you will know after you watch it. While waiting for the computer to be delivered, Ling Siki had been trying to attract Chen Huaidong's attention in many ways. Deliberately bending over and raising her legs were just the basics. She even performed a very seductive dance on the spot. Chen Huaidong watched quietly, feeling annoyed. Seeing Ling Siki getting closer and closer, he even wanted to kick Ling Siki away and yelled, "Don't come near me." Ouch. Ling Siki pretended to sprain her ankle and threw herself into Chen Huaidong's arms. Just at this moment someone brought a computer, and Chen Huaidong immediately stepped forward to take the computer. Ling Siki fell straight to the ground, and her high heels flew off. Her knee hit a small stone and the pain made her cry. Chen Huaidong didn't even look at her. He turned on the computer and plugged in the USB drive. There are several videos in the USB drive. Chen Huaidong clicked on the first one and heard the sound of splashing water. In an open-air swimming pool, a woman in a bikini slowly emerges from the water, her figure fully revealed. When the camera moved up, Ling Siki's shy, pretty and charming face was revealed. Chen Huaidong's fists were clenched, and he pointed the computer screen at Ling Siki. Is this what you call evidence? Ling Siki was still grimacing because of the severe pain in her knee. Hearing this, she said, the second video. Chen Huaidong immediately focused his attention on the video. Ling Siki felt full of grievances and secretly cursed Chen Huaidong for being unromantic. A slightly blurry surveillance video appeared on the computer screen. It should be early morning and the light is a little dim. A slim woman suddenly appeared on the road. A black car came speeding towards them. Just as the woman was about to be hit, a man swooped over and held the woman in his arms. The two of them narrowly avoided the speeding car and fell to the side of the road. It was the scene where Qin Huai rescued Lu Qingxue. Then the two of them stuck together for a while, and Lu Qingxue stood up to leave. Qin Huai held Lu Qingxue back, and Lu Qingxue slapped Qin Huai in the face. The two seemed to say something, and Qin Huai went forward and hugged Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue struggled at first, and then leaned quietly in Qin Huai's arms without moving. In the end, Qin Huai picked up Lu Qingxue by the waist and left. Soon, a red coupe drove out of the picture. This is the end of the video. In fact, Qin Huai and Lu Qingxue's faces cannot be seen clearly in the picture. But Lu Qingxue's car is too iconic. Chen Huaidong doesn't he even have the global limited edition Nova series? Lu Zenian didn't know how much effort he put in to get one back. As for guessing that the man was Qin Huai, it was purely the result of Chen Huaidong's careful observation. So what? I said Lu Qingxue is a slut, right? Ling Siki said proudly. Fortunately, Brother Huaidong, you are not engaged to Lu Qingxue, otherwise. Chen Huaidong interrupted and asked, where did the video come from? I have a friend who works in the patrol bureau, but it was not easy to find him. It took a lot of effort. Ling Siki puffed out her chest as she spoke, and the expression on her face clearly said, come on, praise me. Come on, praise me. Chen Huaidong was silent for a moment, then moved his fingers and deleted the video completely. Ling Siki was dumbfounded. Chen Huaidong said calmly, Ling Siki, I advise you to stop targeting Lu Qingxue from now on. She is not someone you can mess with. After saying that, Chen Huaidong unplugged the USB drive, threw it into the pool, and turned to leave. Why? Ling Siki was so angry that her whole body was shaking. Her charming face gradually twisted. She clenched her fists tightly and asked loudly, why? Brother Huaidong. Tell me why this happened. Lu Qingxue is obviously a slut who hooks up with men everywhere. You have seen the evidence, why are you still? Chen Huaidong stopped and looked back at Ling Siki with cold eyes. Even if Lu Qingxue is a slut, she is better than you, Ling Siki, don't have any unreasonable expectations. Pop. At this moment, Ling Siki's heart was broken like glass. Looking at Chen Huaidong's gradually receding back, Ling Siki's mind kept echoing with Chen Huaidong's words. Even if she's a slut, she's still better than me. Ling Siki's eyes were filled with resentment, crazy jealousy and hatred, which almost burned her whole body. Lu Qingxue. I want you to die. Ling Siki spoke each word with great emphasis, her resentment deeper than that of a ghost. 11 o'clock in the morning. Ding dong. The bell rang for the end of get out of class. The college students in the classroom came out one after another, and the noisy noise broke the silence. When Su Huaijuan saw Qin Huai again, he was slightly stunned and was a little hesitant to recognize him. The slightly messy hair half covered his sword-like eyebrows. A pair of eyes are calm and deep. The slightly pale face has clear lines. It looks a bit decadent. But when he was wearing a brand new black designer suit, his image and temperament changed completely, with a kind of unrestrained and uninhibited attitude that only a rich young man could have. When people see it, they feel their eyes are brightened. Just as men like to look at beautiful women, women also like to look at handsome men. Qin Huai has attracted the attention of many girls. Those who are brave enough will come up and chat with us and ask for our contact information. Qin Huai had this kind of experience before, so he dealt with it with ease, as if he was strolling in a garden. Until Su Huaijuan came over, the girls quickly dispersed. It's not because of Su Huaijuan, but because of the woman following behind Su Huaijuan. A mature woman. A mature woman who exudes a charming aura. Her long hair fell casually behind her head like a waterfall. A pair of black framed glasses rests on his high nose, but it can't hide the beauty of his eyes. The lush and full cherry red lips exude endless charm, making people want to taste them. At this moment, her beautiful face was filled with a smile as warm as spring breeze, which made people feel numb all over. Qin Huai couldn't help but look down. The black OL suit fits tightly to her plump and graceful body, and her long legs are straight and round. Although wrapped in a pair of flesh-colored stockings, they still have an ivory-like luster. Beauty. These two words emerged in Qin Huai's mind. Perhaps only these two words can perfectly describe this mature and intellectual woman in front of us. Qin Huai. Seeing that Qin Huai looked at him without blinking, Su Huaijuan felt dissatisfied. What's wrong? Qin Huai asked in surprise. Let me introduce you, this is my mentor, Shen Yu. Hello, teacher Shen Yu, my name is Qin Huai, and I'm Su Huaijuan's bodyguard. Qin Huai greeted quickly. Shen Yu smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello. Qin Huai shook hands politely and separated immediately, but he thought to himself, so smooth and soft, she is really as beautiful as jade. Su Huaijuan looked Qin Huai up and down and asked, what's wrong with your clothes? Qin Huai shrugged, I am also puzzled. I was sitting on a chair waiting for you to finish class, but someone insisted on being my brother and bought me clothes, leather shoes and watches. I spent nearly 300,000 yuan in total. Su Huaijuan was so shocked that his mouth opened into an O shape, with a strange look in his eyes. You didn't meet that kind of person, did you? Chapter 24 Two Messages. Qin Huai knew what Su Huaijuan was thinking as soon as he saw her eyes, and said helplessly, "You think too much. Her sexual orientation is normal, just like me, she only likes beautiful women." "Why is that?" Su Huaijuan was puzzled. Qin Huai said, "Maybe he is stupid and has too much money to spend." "Strange, never mind." Su Huaijuan frowned, then waved his hand, turned his head and said to Xinyu, "Teacher, do you think he is handsome?" Qin Huai blinked. "What's going on?" Xinyu smiled and nodded. "Your friend is quite handsome, but..." "Teacher, don't worry. He is absolutely reliable. If you need any help, just go to him." Su Huaijuan said, looking at Qin Huai, "Right." Right. Qin Huai touched his nose and wondered what this woman was doing. "Are you going to sell me out?" Xinyu seemed a little tangled. But in the end, he made up his mind and said to Qin Huai, "Can we talk alone?" "Okay." Qin Huai nodded. The two walked to the side, and Xinyu raised his hand to hold a few naughty strands of hair behind his ears. Such a simple action, yet so touching. Xinyu was a little embarrassed to speak, and after hesitating for a long time, he said, "It's presumptuous to say this when we first meet, because Xiao Jun said he trusts you absolutely, so I want to ask you for a favor." Qin Huai felt warmed when he heard this. Su Huaijuan is such a silly woman, and she trusts people too easily. But it feels good to have someone you trust absolutely. "Teacher Xinyu, just tell me, if there's anything I can do to help, I won't refuse." "That." Xinyu blushed slightly and said, "I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Qin Huai was dumbfounded. "Pretend to be a boyfriend? How old-fashioned." "I know it's very presumptuous, but if it doesn't work?" "It's not impossible." Qin Huai looked strange. "Excuse me for asking your age." Xinyu said bluntly, 31. A woman in her early 30s is at her most mature age. "I'm 24 this year." "It's not that you're old, it's just, it doesn't fit." "I know what you mean." Xinyu said calmly, "Actually, I just want you to go to a wedding with me." At this moment, Qin Huai imagined a lot of bloody plots. Glancing at Su Huaijuan, who was standing gracefully not far away, Qin Huai said, "Since Teacher Xinyu thinks highly of me, I won't refuse." "When?" "1 more week. It should be fine." "Thanks. Teacher Xinyu is too polite. If it's convenient, add your contact information and I'll call you when the time comes." "Okay." Qin Huai took out his mobile phone and added Xinyu to the communication software. Xinyu's avatar is herself, holding a book in her hands, looking very bookish. "Thank you, I'll contact you then." "Okay." Xinyu went to say a few words to Su Huaijuan, then left. Su Huaijuan came over and said to Qin Huai, "Let's go back." "Is school over?" "Yes, there are only 3 classes in the morning today." Qin Huai said, "Then I will treat you to a meal." "Why do you suddenly want to invite me to dinner?" Su Huaijuan asked curiously. "Because I want to." Qin Huai would never tell Su Huaijuan that this was the money he got from selling her. The two of them went to a restaurant outside the school that had a pretty good taste, and Qin Huai did not forget to order a takeaway for Lao Lin and the other bodyguards. The main goal is to treat everyone equally. Qin Huai picked up some food for Su Huaijuan and asked casually, "I heard that someone named Tang Yuan is pursuing you." Su Huaijuan paused and said dissatisfiedly, "Can you not talk about these unappetizing topics during the meal?" Qin Huai grinned, "Just consider it as helping you lose weight." Su Huaijuan glared, "You said I'm fat." "No, don't you women say you are fat and want to lose weight all day long?" "Let's talk about Tang Yuan." "There's nothing to say." Su Huaijuan's eyebrows showed a bit of impatience. A dandy boy from the Tang family, not very smart, but he feels good about himself, and has done many arrogant and domineering things. In short, he is a very annoying person. He has a high status in the Tang family. "Not high." Su Huaijuan said, "It is because he is not high and does not have the qualifications to compete for the next helmsman of the Tang family, so he is content to be a playboy and does not do any work every day." "Is that so?" Qin Huai thought. "Why are you asking Tang Yuan?" Just asking casually, eat quickly, eat more. Don't you think I'm fat? I want to lose weight. Eat well to have the energy to lose weight. Snort. After dinner, Qin Huai drove back to the Phoenix Lake Villa with Su Huaijuan. Su Huaijuan rested for a while and then went into the piano room. Soon, pleasant piano sounds rang out, like the sound of flowing water, making people feel relaxed. Qin Huai was just about to take a break listening to the piano when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his mobile phone, entered the 12-digit dynamic password, looked carefully, and his lazy expression suddenly became serious. There are a bunch of garbled characters on it, which look like randomly typed characters. Qin Huai translated two messages. Newer is very angry about the destruction of the Chongqing branch. She has mobilized elite troops to rush to Chongqing to investigate and is planning to rebuild the Chongqing branch. The organization has sent a team of members to assist. We must capture all the newer members who entered Chongqing without leaving a single one alive. There is a bounty for the assassination of Lu Qingxue on the International Killer Bounty website, and someone has already accepted the order. Good job! Qin Huai exclaimed, what a great guy! Why is Newer, this rat in the gutter, so bold this time? Qianlong has always been a forbidden area for foreign forces. Even the world-famous mercenary groups dare not rashly enter Qianlong to cause trouble. Newer has always been cautious and rarely shows up. Normally, if it was just a small branch, no one would care about it. Why are they making such a big fuss this time about sending people over to investigate and rebuild the branch? What attracts them to Chongqing? Another question was, what secrets did Lu Qingxue have? Who hated her so much that they put her on the wanted list? You know, those who are qualified to be on the bounty list are all big shots. For example, politicians from various countries, world-famous wealthy businessmen, scientists who hold the key to human progress, and so on. The killers who are eligible to take orders on the Killer Bounty website are at least ranked in the top 100 on the killer list. These ranked killers are all elites among killers, with a mission completion success rate of over 80%. What is Lu Qingxue? Just a rich girl from a small city. It's like a bronze player rashly barging into a high-end king game. The sense of disconnection is too strong. Qin Huai contacted Glasses through the encrypted system. Where is the team? Yang Jing is the person in charge of Chongqing's intelligence system. In addition to intelligence gathering, his purpose is to provide technical and information support to help operatives like Qin Huai complete their tasks. It is expected to arrive at Chongqing around 6:30 tonight. The team coming is the Dark Knight Squad. Okay, I understand. Qin Huai put his cell phone in his pocket, returned to the room, sat on the windowsill and lit a cigarette. A light smoke was hanging around, and Qin Huai fell into deep thought. Chapter 25 Dark Knight Squad. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Qin Huai arrived at Xinyu Hotel on Nanbin Road. As soon as I entered the gate, a beautiful receptionist wearing a low-necked cheongsam and with a slim figure came towards me. Welcome to Xinyu Hotel, good evening, sir. How many people are there? Do you have a reservation? The receptionist had a sweet smile on her face and bowed slightly, generously showing Qin Huai a large area of her snow-white and delicate skin. Qin Huai smiled and said, I booked the room 2 hours ago. The last number on the phone is 7377. Mr. Qin, right? You have reserved the half-moon box. Please follow me. The receptionist made a gesture of invitation and led the way. Xinyu Hotel is quite famous in Chongqing, and the quality of the beautiful reception ladies alone can tell that. If Qin Huai hadn't cheated tens of thousands of dollars from Tang Yuan, his great enemy, he would never have been willing to come here to spend money. After entering the box, Qin Huai found that the cold dishes had been served and the drinks were ready. The decoration in the box is very elegant. The antique wooden windows were open, and the cool river breeze kept blowing, making people feel relaxed and happy. Qin Huai sat down and crossed his legs. It was unknown what he was thinking about, and his fingers were tapping occasionally. The hot dishes were served one after another. When the clock on the wall reached 6:30, there was a knock on the box door. The receptionist came in with 11 men dressed casually and said to Qin Huai with a smile, Mr. Qin, your friend is here. When everyone saw Qin Huai, a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. Qin Huai waved to the receptionist, who bowed again, turned and left the box, closing the door gently. Immediately, all 11 men straightened their heads and chests and saluted Qin Huai. Dark Knight Squad, reporting to you. Qin Huai stood up with a smile and said, long time no see, everyone sit down. Yes. Everyone took their seats. Don't say anything yet. Qin Huai looked at the people who were having trouble controlling their emotions and waved his hand. Let's eat and talk at the same time. Boss is awesome. Everyone cheered, picked up their chopsticks and started to wolf down the food. Qin Huai was once a member of the Dark Knight Squad and had carried out many dangerous missions with them. They were brothers in life and death who had gone through the test of blood and fire. I think the organization also took this into consideration, so they sent the Dark Knight Squad to assist Qin Huai. Seeing a group of people eating like starving ghosts, Qin Huai said to one of them, Leihuo, why are the brothers still living such a hard life? As the captain, you should reflect on whether you have done your best to fight for the welfare of the brothers. Leihuo didn't have time to pay attention to Qin Huai. He just kept stuffing food into his mouth. Qin Huai shook his head, didn't move his chopsticks, lit a cigarette, and watched them eat. The meal was quickly devoured by these beastly fellows, leaving the table in a mess. Everyone put down their chopsticks, feeling satisfied. Belch. Leihuo touched his bloated belly, burped, picked up a toothpick to pick his teeth, and said to Qin Huai, Boss, is your life so comfortable now? This place and this meal must be expensive, right? Good. Qin Huai smiled and said, I just met a friend. His family is quite rich and he has more money than he can spend, so he asked me to help him spend some. To be honest, they should really thank Tang Yuan, otherwise Qin Huai would just invite them to eat puzai noodles at the entrance of the alley, and 500 yuan would be enough to fill them to death there. Boss, you are so charming. Why can't we meet such a generous friend? Why don't you consider quitting your job? Not only do you work yourself to death, but you can't even have a good meal. You wouldn't even want to be a workaholic like that. Why don't you come and work with me? I guarantee you'll have 9 meals a day in 3 days. Everyone grinned at the words, but no one responded. They are all people of faith, otherwise, with their abilities, why would they have such a hard life? Okay, now that we're full, let's get down to business. Qin Huai's face straightened and his voice became deeper. Newer secretly built a branch in Chongqing, which I accidentally discovered and destroyed. However, Newer did not seem to intend to give up this place and sent elite troops here. Although I don't know what their purpose is, I will make Chongqing a forbidden area for Newer. Kill whoever comes. Qin Huai is usually not serious, but when it comes to serious matters, Qin Huai will never slack off. NUWA. The 11 people were stunned when they heard this, and then a cold light flashed in their eyes. Before they came, they knew nothing and were told to follow Qin Huai's orders. Now I understand that their opponent is Newer. As for Newer, they were not unfamiliar with her. Newer is notorious. What she did was insane and horrifying. Anyone with a sense of justice hates her. Don't worry, boss. Leihuo patted his chest and said, if we encounter any of Newer's mice, they won't be able to escape. Don't be careless. Qin Huai said sternly, I have a feeling that Newer has a big plan, so the people she sent will not be simple. We have come through their hail of bullets, so we must not overturn the car here. Besides, this is a city, not a battlefield, so there are a lot of restrictions on you. Between killing Newer's rats and your safety, I value the latter more. After all, we are brothers. Boss. Everyone was deeply moved. After Qin Huai left his contact information with Leihuo, he stood up and said, I'll go back first. Leihuo quickly said, Boss. What? He. Leihuo smiled obscenely, rubbing his hands together like a green-headed fly. Boss, all our money has been spent on travel expenses. Can we stay at your place tonight? Qin Huai raised his eyebrows. I have to worry about such trivial matters as food and accommodation. What's the point of keeping you here? Go back to your hometown and raise pigs. After saying this, he walked away quickly, thinking to himself, I can't let these animals know that I'm living under someone else's roof, or they'll laugh at me for the rest of my life. A group of people looked at each other and raised their middle fingers towards the door. Brothers are so important to each other, but you don't care if your brother has no money. Even if you ask us to go back to our hometown to raise pigs, at least give us some money for the fare home. Captain, what should we do now? We can't sleep under the bridge tonight, right? Leihuo gritted his teeth and said, how could I let you sleep under the bridge? Come on, let's go out for a walk first. Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Don't worry, even if I go out to buy it, I will make sure you have a place to sleep peacefully. Captain, you are so nice. A group of people followed Lu Qingxue out of Qin Huai Hotel. Lu Qingxue looked around and was confused by the unfamiliar city, but he couldn't show it. He just picked a direction at random and strode forward. After turning 2 streets, a burst of noise was heard. A few bad young men with dyed yellow hair and tattoos on their arms were making a lot of noise, and no one knew what they were arguing about. Everyone wanted to avoid him, but a yellow-haired man ran up to them, blocked their way, and said, "Brothers, do you want to take this job?" Lu Qingxue glanced at the team members and asked, "What kind of work?" "We, the Julong gang, will negotiate with the Single Blade Society later. We are short of some people, so we don't need you to do anything. Just follow behind to make up the numbers and make a few noises when necessary to make a strong noise. 200 yuan per person, are you up for it?" Do it. Of course. Lu Qingxue smiled and patted his chest to assure, "Don't worry, I'm a professional." Chapter 26 Licking the Dog. There is a hint of heat in the summer night breeze. Qin Huai trotted towards the Phoenix Lake Villa area, sweating slightly, feeling quite refreshed. But soon, he became unhappy. The glaring car lights were getting closer and closer, and Qin Huai saw a red Nova Series convertible coupe slowly passing by. The person sitting in the driver's seat was Lu Qingxue. She clearly saw Qin Huai, but ignored him, as if he were a stranger on the street. When passing Qin Huai, the coupe slowed down suddenly. She turned her head to talk to the man in a suit sitting on the passenger seat. The smile on her face was so bright, like a sunflower. Qin Huai stopped and watched Lu Qingxue chatting and laughing with the man in a suit and glasses. Lu Qingxue finally turned to look at Qin Huai. The smile on her face disappeared without a trace, revealing coldness and disgust. Grass. Qin Huai was irritated by Lu Qingxue's obvious different treatment. He took 2 quick steps, flipped over and jumped, sitting abruptly on the back of the coupe. Crunch. Lu Qingxue was startled. She didn't expect Qin Huai to jump into the car, so she quickly stepped on the brakes. Inertia caused her and the man in the suit to fall forward, but fortunately they were fastened with seat belts, so no accident happened. Lu Qingxue thought Qin Huai would be thrown to the ground, but when she turned around, she saw Qin Huai sitting there cross-legged and steadily. "What are you doing? Get out of the car!" Lu Qingxue shouted angrily. "No." Qin Huai curled his lips and answered straightforwardly. "You." Lu Qingxue was furious and was about to yell at him, but the man in a suit with glasses looked at Qin Huai coldly, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Who are you? Do we know you?" "Of course you don't know me, and I don't want to know you." Qin Huai wrinkled his nose. This man in a suit has a greasy face and even sprayed men's perfume. He is such a slut. "Qin Huai. I'll say it again, get out." Lu Qingxue said, gritting her teeth. "Be a real man, if you can't say no, then don't say no." Qin Huai snorted, "You're talking and laughing with other men in front of me. Do you take me, your boyfriend, seriously?" "Boyfriend?" The man in the suit exclaimed, and then looked at Lu Qingxue, his eyes full of confusion. The veins on Lu Qingxue's forehead were throbbing violently. Suddenly I felt very regretful. I shouldn't have provoked Qin Huai just now. I should have just accelerated and drove past him. "When did you become my boyfriend?" Lu Qingxue retorted. Qin Huai raised his eyebrows. "Don't want to admit it. Do you want to think it over carefully before you speak?" Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth silently. "This bastard is threatening me again." The man in the suit keenly noticed something strange. A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes, and then he smiled and reached into his arms, took out a business card and handed it to Qin Huai. "So you are Qingxue's boyfriend?" "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the executive vice president of the Chongqing branch of Qin Huai Group, Jiang Lamao. It's our first meeting. This is my business card." Qin Huai curled his lips and said, "You are so affectionate in front of her boyfriend, are you really polite?" Jiang Lamao's face twitched, and his smile became stiff. "Mr. Qin, you are joking. Qingxue and I were classmates in college. You can be so affectionate with your schoolmates. Someone who doesn't know would think you are a gang." "Qin Huai." Lu Qingxue looked at Qin Huai coldly. "If you say something excessive again, I really won't forgive you." Qin Huai touched his nose and felt that he had gone too far. He jumped out of the car silently and walked towards the villa with his head down. There were 4 people sitting in the brightly lit living room, but no one spoke. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Su Huaijuan tilted his head, looked at Qin Huai, then at Lu Qingxue, then at Jiang Limao. His eyes rolled around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Qin Huai took an apple and ate it, flipping through the magazine on the table. Lu Qingxue had a cold face and said nothing, just staring at Qin Huai. It seemed like it would pounce on him and bite him at any time. Jiang Limao also looked serious. After a while, he took the initiative to ask, "I wonder where Mr. Qin is working." "Me? I'm just an unemployed vagrant. Of course I can't compare with you, a senior manager of Qin Huai Group. If you want to find your sense of superiority in this aspect, then I have to admit that you win. Do you want me to give you a thumbs up?" Qin Huai gave Jiang Limao a thumbs up. "That's not what I meant." Jiang Limao looked quite embarrassed and already hated Qin Huai in his heart. "What do you mean by not that? Are you going to find me a job? To be a security guard at Qin Huai Group? Or to clean toilets? Tell me, how much is the salary?" "This." "Qin Huai, that's enough." Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth and spoke angrily. But I don't know why, deep down in my heart, a feeling of secret joy emerged involuntarily. Is this bastard jealous of her? "Senior, I'm sorry, Qin Huai." "Fine." Jiang Limao waved his hand and smiled, "Your boyfriend is very humorous. It's getting late, so I'll go back first. Lend me a car, and I'll have someone send it to your company tomorrow." "Okay, I'm really sorry about today. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Lu Qingxue sent Jiang Limao away, and when she came back angrily, she began to question him. "Qin Huai, what's wrong with you? Why did you deliberately target my friend?" Qin Huai curled his lips and said, "Because I don't like him, is that okay? Do you know that he is the vice president of Qin Huai Group? Do you know that I am negotiating cooperation with him? If my cooperation is ruined because of you, I will not let you go." Lu Qingxue said this and went upstairs angrily. After walking a few steps, he turned back and stared at Qin Huai, also. "Please stay away from me from now on, I don't want to have anything to do with you. Don't cling to me like a dead dog, understand?" After saying that, she rushed upstairs and slammed the door shut. Su Huaijuan covered his mouth. This is the first time I've seen Lu Qingxue lose her temper in all these years. Turning to look at Qin Huai, he saw that Qin Huai had an indifferent expression with a faint sneer on the corner of his mouth. "Qin Huai." Su Huaijuan called out cautiously, "Are you okay? What's wrong with me?" Qin Huai grinned, "You don't think I'm Lu Qingxue's liquor, do you?" "No." When Su Huaijuan shook his head, he couldn't help feeling a sense of loss in his heart. She was not blind and could see that Qin Huai cared a lot about Lu Qingxue. "I'm going to go out for a walk." Qin Huai turned and walked out. Su Huaijuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Until Qin Huai changed his shoes and left the villa, she pursed her lips and thought for a while, then turned upstairs and knocked on Lu Qingxue's door. "Qingxue, open the door, it's me." Lu Qingxue opened the door with a click, and saw that only Su Huaijuan was there, not Qin Huai. She breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside to let Su Huaijuan enter the room. Su Huaijuan sat down on the sofa, staring at Lu Qingxue with his beautiful eyes without blinking. Lu Qingxue subconsciously touched her face. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is my makeup smudged?" Su Huaijuan shook his head and suddenly smiled. "Qingxue, if you don't like Qin Huai, I will pursue him." Chapter 27 Goodbye Yi Jingya. "What?" Lu Qingxue stared at Su Huaijuan blankly. Su Huaijuan stretched and said with a smile, "I think Qin Huai is very good, I like him a little bit." "Like him?" Lu Qingxue touched Su Huaijuan's forehead. "Junjun, you don't have a fever, right?" "No." Su Huaijuan said seriously, "Don't you think Qin Huai is different from many men?" "It's different. He's sloppy, vulgar and shameless. He's definitely a scare." Lu Qingxue said, gritting her teeth. Su Huaijuan shook his head and said, "He is a straightforward person. He expresses what he thinks. He is not like those people who are obviously dirty inside but pretend to be gentle and polite on the surface. That Jiang Limao is actually such a person. Didn't you notice? He has been peeking at your legs and mine. Anyway, Jiang Limao is not a good person. His eyes are very evil. Doesn't Qin Huai often stare at us? What is the essential difference between them? It's different. At least he was looking openly, and Qin Huai's eyes were very clean, without that sinister feeling. Lu Qingxue said unhappily, I think he drugged you. Qin Huai is really different from other men. Su Huaijuan said firmly. What's the difference? Lu Qingxue was distressed and wanted to get to the bottom of it. Su Huaijuan didn't answer, and his cheeks turned red. I thought to myself, if Qin Huai was really that kind of person, I would have been eaten by him long ago. Seeing Su Huaijuan like this, Lu Qingxue became inexplicably irritated. People who like you line up from Bei Bin Road to Nan Bin Road, why do you like that shameless bastard Qin Huai? I just like him anyway. Su Huaijuan said, but I can see that he seems to care about you very much. Although I don't know how you met or what happened, I just want to ask clearly, do you like him? I don't want to ruin our relationship because of Qin Huai. If you really don't like Qin Huai, I will pursue him openly to prevent him from being abducted by someone else. Lu Qingxue was speechless. My heart feels inexplicably complicated, just like a ball of messy wool, which I can't cut or sort out. Su Huaijuan waited for a moment, stood up and said, Qingxue, you have to think it over carefully. I am very serious, so I hope you can also consider it seriously. I will go back to my room first. Even until the door was closed, Lu Qingxue still sat there in a daze. Qin Huai didn't know about the conversation between Su Huaijuan and Lu Qingxue. He was very annoyed at the moment. He lit a cigarette and wandered around the villa area aimlessly. In fact, Qin Huai himself didn't know whether he had any feelings for Lu Qingxue. The absurdity of that night happened too suddenly and was too vague. Before this, the two of them were limited to one making cocktails and the other drinking. Speaking of liking someone, Qin Huai definitely likes Lu Qingxue. After all, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. But that's all. Qin Huai knew nothing about what kind of person Lu Qingxue was, what kind of soul she had beneath her beautiful appearance, what her thoughts were, her interests and hobbies, her living habits, etc. The fundamental reason that prompted him to say that he wanted to marry Lu Qingxue came entirely from his sense of responsibility as a man. If Lu Qingxue really had no feelings for him, Qin Huai would not force it. He will still stay with Lu Qingxue, but there will be no emotional involvement. I will only find out the secrets hidden in Lu Qingxue and remove the heartbreaking poison in her body. Qin Huai suddenly stopped while thinking about something. He saw a woman sitting on a bench under the dim street light. The woman was wearing a short red dress with her left leg crossed over her right leg. Her fair skin glowed with an alluring luster under the street light. The burgundy wavy hair is a little messy, just casually draped down, but exuding infinite charm. She held a lady's cigarette between her slender fingers. A light smoke rises up and lingers, giving off a hazy beauty. Due to the dim light, Qin Huai couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but he felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Qin Huai walked over. The woman heard footsteps and turned her head to look. There is a hint of laziness and an imperceptible sadness on the delicate facial features. Qin Huai. Boss lady. The two looked at each other and spoke at the same time. Chongqing is such a big city with a permanent population of more than 30 million, but Qin Huai feels that the world is really small. This woman turned out to be the proprietress of 7 Bar, Yi Jingya. Boss, do you live here? Qin Huai grinned. Yi Jingya looked Qin Huai up and down. I heard that you resigned, and I thought you would leave Chongqing. Why are you here? It seems that the daughter of the Lu group doesn't live here. Qin Huai scratched his head. I found a new job. Yi Jingya asked with interest, what job? Be a bodyguard for someone. Oh? You're good at fighting. Qin Huai said modestly, it's just so-so. How much per month? 50,000. That's definitely better than being a bartender in my bar. I was wasting my talent before. Yi Jingya joked. Qin Huai sat down next to Yi Jingya and said with a smile, you can't say that. I was very happy working at 7 Bar. I'm curious. Yi Jingya asked Qin Huai, did the daughter of the Lu family cause you any trouble? Qin Huai shrugged. Could it be that you have fallen in love with each other over time? Qin Huai was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head to look at Yi Jingya, blinking his eyes continuously. Is this day serious? He. Yi Jingya laughed so hard that her whole body trembled, and Qin Huai's eyes widened. Little bastard, what are you looking at? Yi Jingya noticed Qin Huai's gaze, a hint of charm appeared in her eyes, and she asked anxiously. Qin Huai coughed dryly and said with a wry smile, Sister Yi, you are so beautiful. Everyone loves beauty. Yi Jingye sighed deliberately, really. I thought I was old and ugly and no one liked me anymore. Who is so blind? Sister Yi, if a stunning beauty like you is considered old and ugly, then all women in this world will have no chance of survival, and all men in the world will have to remain single. In 100 years, the human race will become extinct. He, you are exaggerating too much. Yi Jingye covered her mouth and laughed again, rolled her eyes, and her eyes were full of charm. Qin Huai said seriously, Sister Yi, you know me. I never lie. I finally understand why those girls in the bar like to hang around you. You have a really lovable mouth. Yi Jingye said, a trace of worry flashed across her brows, but who would really like me? Me. Qin Huai said with a smile. You? Yi Jingye shook her head, I am not only someone's wife, but also someone's mother. Qin Huai was stunned, Sister Yi, you have a child. You have such a good figure, I can't tell at all. Are you really in good shape? Very good. Qin Huai nodded with a smile. Yi Jingye's face suddenly darkened and she stared at Qin Huai coldly. Qin Huai touched his nose, not knowing what had made Yi Jingye unhappy. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea. The ancients were right. After a long time, Yi Jingye looked at Qin Huai and he felt uncomfortable all over. Leaf. Qin Huai was about to speak, but Yi Jingye raised her hand to interrupt him, look here. Yi Jingye unbuttoned her collar. Qin Huai was confused about whether he should look or not because of her sudden action. But after Yi Jingye pulled her clothes open a little, Qin Huai's eyes fixed. I saw a hideous scar about 10 centimeters long lying across her snow-white skin at the position of her chest. Enough to cool down any man's impulse. Chapter 28 I love you. This scar was left by my husband. Yi Jingye's tone was very calm, but Qin Huai could still hear the deep hatred buried beneath the calmness. Why? Qin Huai couldn't help but frown. Because he's crazy. Crazy? Yes, he was crazy and mentally ill. I sent him to a mental hospital and he escaped. He stabbed me. Yi Jingye closed her collar, with a mocking smile on her lips. How is it? Do you still like it? Qin Huai touched his nose and said, why don't you remove the scar? With the current medical beauty technology, it shouldn't be a problem. That's not necessary. Yi Jingye said calmly, this scar will remind me all the time not to trust men easily. Qin Huai didn't know what to say for a moment. A failed marriage will indeed bring indelible scars to a woman. But Qin Huai didn't want to get to the bottom of what exactly happened between the couple, so it was naturally difficult for him to comment. Qin Huai, do you want to come to my house and have a visit? Yi Jingye invited. Oh, not so good, right? It's not inconvenient. Yi Jingye looked at Qin Huai with a half-smile, unless you are scared by the scar on my chest. That's not the case, but I still respect you, Sister Yi. Qin Huai said seriously. He. Yi Jingye laughed sarcastically, you used to stare at my legs all the time. What do you mean by respect or not? I understand your ill intentions, but you understand that I am pretending to be reserved, right? Qin Huai was speechless. Men are visual animals and like to look at beautiful things, such as breasts, legs, faces, etc. This is normal. Do you want to pounce on someone just by looking at them? Do you want to pounce on someone just by looking at them? That's a beast. The reason why we are human beings is that under our instinctive impulses, we still have the ability to control ourselves and our rationality. Know what you can and cannot do. Yi Jingye reached out and touched her hair, and continued, don't worry, I will not trust men again, but that doesn't mean I don't need men. Qin Huai's heart skipped a beat. How many men dream of having a romantic relationship with a mature and charming lady like Yi Jingye? Now that they have taken the initiative to invite me, should I refuse against my will? If you go against a woman's will, you will be arrested and locked up in a dark room. Besides, she herself said that she only cares about the body and not the heart. In other words, you don't have to take responsibility. Pure freeloading. When you're done, just pull up your pants and leave with a clear conscience. But in this case, it is hard to say who is the one who is prostituted to whom. Why me? Although Qin Huai was moved, he still asked curiously. As long as Yi Jingye opens her mouth, willing men will line up 10 kilometers away. The scar on her chest would be somewhat shocking if viewed alone. But if we look at it as a whole, it won't have much impact. If all else fails, turning off the lights will solve the problem. Yi Jingya's lips curled slightly. Because you are young, handsome and energetic, is that enough reason? That's a pretty strong reason. Sister Yi, you have a really good eye. Qin Huai gave Yi Jingya a thumbs up. Yi Jingya smiled brightly. But Qin Huai sighed and shook his head, saying, but I still have to refuse. I appreciate your kindness, sister. Yi Jingya paused, her eyebrows raised, and she looked a little angry. Why do you want to reject me? Are you afraid? I am afraid. Qin Huai admitted frankly, I smoked, drank, and had my hair permed, but I was a good boy. Yi Jingya looked at Qin Huai deeply, her heart beating. Where is the courage you had to sleep with the daughter of the Lu family before? It was an accident. I was just drunk. Oh. Yi Jingya sneered and turned away. Qin Huai stood there and watched quietly. Suddenly, his brows furrowed and he glanced around out of the corner of his eye. He felt a vague murderous aura. Is it directed at me? Qin Huai looked up again at the figure that was gradually disappearing into the distance, and immediately ran after her. Sister Yi. Yi Jingya stopped and looked at Qin Huai. What? Have you figured it out? But unfortunately, I won't give any man a second chance. You are out of luck. It wasn't me just now. There must be some dirty thing attached to me. That's why I rejected a beauty like you, Sister Yi. Please give me another chance. I love you. Qin Huai pretended to be coquettish and made a heart shape with her hands to Yi Jingya. If Lu Qingxue saw this scene, she would probably vomit on the spot. But Yi Jingya seemed to like the little puppy very much and fell for it. Her pretty red lips curled upwards, her eyes flickered as she said, You're so cute. I'll make an exception for you. Promise it won't happen again. Qin Huai chuckled and took the initiative to put his arms around Yi Jingya's snake-like waist. Perhaps it was because she had not been so close to a man for a long time. When Qin Huai hugged her waist, Yi Jingya's strength seemed to disappear. Her fragrant body leaned weakly in Qin Huai's arms, allowing Qin Huai to half-hug and half-embrace her and walk towards Yi Jingya's villa. Yi Jingya's villa is number 18, which is quite far from Su Huaijuan's villa number 9. It took nearly 10 minutes to walk to Yi Jingya's home. After taking off her shoes, Yi Jingya walked into their house barefoot, pressed the light button in the living room, and the lights came on instantly. Qin Huai sat casually on the sofa, with his feet on the coffee table, shaking them back and forth, as if he was at home, relaxed and casual. Yi Jingya's eyes were watery and she smiled charmingly. What would you like to drink? All is fine. I'm not picky. Qin Huai responded. Why don't you make me a cup of flaming red lips? Yi Jingya said. I'm already not working for you, why are you still exploiting me? Qin Huai said jokingly, stood up, walked to the wine cabinet, opened the glass door, looked at the dazzling array of various expensive liquors inside, and picked out a few bottles. I also picked up 3 cocktail glasses. Why do you have 3 cups? Do you think Ling is here? Yi Jingya leaned lazily on the bar, her graceful body twisted into an S shape, her undulating curves were breathtaking. Qin Huai smiled and said, the extra cups are not prepared for Ling. Yi Jingya was puzzled when she heard this, but she heard Qin Huai say loudly, Friend, since we are here, fighting and killing is too tiring, why don't we sit down and have a glass of wine, chat and see if we can solve it peacefully. Bang! The moment Qin Huai finished speaking, the lights in the living room went out. Shrouded in darkness, Yi Jingya only felt someone pulling her. Before she could scream, she felt the masculine breath hitting her face, and then she heard Qin Huai's voice, Don't be afraid, squat first. After saying that, Qin Huai reached out and pressed Yi Jingya's head, forcing her to squat down. I leaned back slightly. At this moment, a dagger with a cold glow just missed Qin Huai's neck. Qin Huai stood still, without any panic on his face. He even had the leisure to pick up a bottle of wine and pour it into the wine glass. The murderous intent once again came from the darkness. Qin Huai threw a lemon casually, and the lemon was cut in half by the dagger. Thanks for your help. Qin Huai thanked him with a smile, took the lemon, and squeezed the lemon juice into 2 wine glasses. Grass. The man was furious, feeling as if he was being teased, and attacked again with his dagger. Qin Huai grabbed the ice cubes in the ice bucket and threw them over. The person who came had clearly seen it, but had no time to dodge. He was hit on the forehead and let out a low groan, then turned and ran away. He knew he had hit a wall, and if he didn't leave, he might lose his life here. Chapter 29. I really don't know. Qin Huai did not chase after him. After the others left, he picked up another piece of ice and threw it casually, hitting the switch in the living room accurately. The lights came back on. Qin Huai looked down and met Yi Jingya's eyes. At this time, Yi Jingya half knelt in front of Qin Huai, grabbing Qin Huai's pants with both hands. Their height is just right. The atmosphere seems somewhat charming. Qin Huai coughed dryly and said, "Sister Yi, the person has left." "Thanks." Yi Jingya slowly stood up, and the two of them huddled together, looking at each other closely. Qin Huai could clearly feel Yi Jingya's warm breath. "Why would someone want to kill you?" Qin Huai took a step back calmly. "I have offended many people." Yi Jingya walked out of the bar, poured a glass of vodka into her glass and drank it in one gulp. A drop of wine slid from the corner of her mouth, along her fair neck, and stopped at her delicate collarbone. Qin Huai swallowed quietly. Yi Jingya is indeed very attractive. "Are you still interested?" Yi Jingya asked with a giggle. Qin Huai didn't answer and tried to cover it up by mixing drinks. Yi Jingya stopped talking and just watched Qin Huai mix the cocktails. Amid the fancy cocktail making at Qin Huai, the sound of clinking could be heard constantly. Soon, a cup of flaming red lips was placed in front of Yi Jingya. Yi Jingya picked up the wine glass gracefully, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Without your bartending skills, my bar business will be greatly reduced." "That is," Qin Huai said proudly, "if nothing else, the wine I mix is definitely the best." "I believe it, then you." "Sister Yi." Qin Huai interrupted, "You should call Ling. You won't be safe without her." Yi Jingya said, "Not tonight." Qin Huai said, "I have something else to do." Yi Jingya fell silent. "The person just left not long ago, it should be safe for the time being, I'll be leaving first, bye." Qin Huai turned around and walked away without any reluctance. Yi Jingya did not say anything to try to keep him. She just held the wine glass and watched Qin Huai disappear outside the door. She took another sip of wine, a smile on her face. "Interesting little man, sister has more ideas about you, don't worry, sooner or later." Qin Huai, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked towards Villa number 9. Yi Jingya's delicate and charming figure appeared in my mind from time to time, and my heart couldn't help but feel hot. Qin Huai did not regret rejecting Yi Jingya. Just as he thought, everyone loves beauty, but that doesn't mean you have to pounce on a beautiful woman when you see her. For some women, the more entangled you become, the more dangerous they become. Yi Jingya is undoubtedly such a woman. Staying rational and exercising restraint will save you a lot of trouble. Returning to Villa number 9, Qin Huai went straight into his room. There was a bottle of yogurt on the bedside table with a sticky note underneath. There was a line of beautiful words written on the sticky note: "Don't be unhappy, Qingxue has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and is easy to please." There is also a smiley face painted on the back. At first glance, it was obviously left by Su Huaijuan. Qin Huai took a sip of the yogurt and said with a sigh, "Junjun is such a lovely girl, she is more suitable to be my wife than Lu Qingxue." After taking a shower, Qin Huai lay down comfortably and soon fell asleep. 1. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Qin Huai woke up at around 5 o'clock. He ran 2 laps along Phoenix Lake and worked up a sweat. He returned to the villa and took a shower. Just as he was about to go to the kitchen to cook noodles, Lu Qingxue, dressed in a professional suit and wearing high heels, came down from upstairs. The grey OL skirt fits her body tightly, and her breasts stand out proudly, as if they are about to burst the buttons of her white shirt. A pair of straight and slender legs, wearing thin flesh-colored stockings, have perfect curves. When she saw Qin Huai, her face turned cold. Qin Huai had no intention of trying to please someone who was not welcome, so he just walked towards the kitchen. "Hello." Lu Qingxue took the initiative to speak, her voice still very cold. "Do you like Junjun?" Qin Huai turned around and looked at her. "Why?" "No. No." Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, "You scumbag, just go and harm others. I warn you, don't mess with Junjun. She is very innocent. If you dare to hurt her, I will never let you go." Qin Huai curled his lips. "Then who do you think I am suitable to harm?" "You." "Snort." Lu Qingxue snorted coldly and strode away with a proud look on her face. Their high heels made a clattering sound on the ground, which gradually faded away. baffling. Qin Huai went into the kitchen to cook noodles. As the steam rose, he suddenly reacted. Strange, Lu Qingxue didn't refute it. Does she think I've harmed her? Or does she agree that I can continue to harm her? What are you mumbling about? A cold voice came from the kitchen door. Qin Huai turned his head and saw Lu Qingxue leaning against the door with her arms folded. Aren't you leaving? Can't you come back? Lu Qingxue glared and turned away. Make me a bowl too. Qin Huai said angrily, I owe you. Lu Qingxue turned around and sneered, yes. You owe me. Qin Huai was silent for 2 seconds, then yelled at the top of his voice, Junjun. What's wrong? Su Huaijun came running over quickly, tapping his slippers. Is there any rat poison at home? Qin Huai asked. Su Huaijun tilted his head with a puzzled look. Huh? What do you need rat poison for? Qin Huai said expressionlessly, use it as seasoning to cook noodles. Su Huaijun looked horrified, then turned and ran. Sitting on the dining chair, Lu Qingxue, with her cheek supported by one hand, curled the corner of her mouth inexplicably. Seeing Qin Huai's frustrated look, she felt very happy. 3 bowls of noodles were served. The chili oil exudes an enticing aroma. Lu Qingxue and Su Huaijun ate with big mouthfuls while blowing air, their foreheads covered with sweat. Looking at the 2 women feasting on their food, Qin Huai suddenly asked, aren't you afraid that I really put rat poison? The 2 women didn't even pause. Su Huaijun said vaguely, noodles this delicious, even if there is rat poison in it, I'll accept it. Qin Huai couldn't help but sneer. 2 foodies. After finishing all the noodles, Lu Qingxue put down her chopsticks and said to Su Huaijun, Junjun, I'm going to the company. Okay. Jiang Lemao will have a cocktail party in a few days. You can go if you want. Su Huaijun blinked and turned his head to look at the door. Lu Qingxue had already gotten into the car, and soon the engine roared, and the coupe slowly drove away. She said this to you? Su Huaijun said to Qin Huai. Qin Huai snorted. He is not a fool. Lu Qingxue would not speak to Su Huaijun in this tone, so she could only speak to him. Qin Huai didn't understand why Lu Qingxue would ask him to attend Jiang Lemao's party when she knew that Jiang Lemao had left in anger last night. You're hoping that he'll fight with Jiang Lemao, right? Su Huaijun looked a little lonely, then smiled at Qin Huai, go ahead. I'll think about it. Qin Huai hasn't made up his mind yet. Qingxue asked you to accompany her to Jiang Lemao's banquet, obviously wanting to announce your relationship to the public. What's my relationship with her? A dog and a goddess. No, why are you so stupid all of a sudden? Su Huaijun said disdainfully, she is obviously telling others that she is already taken. Qin Huai remained silent. How, did you 2 know each other? Can you tell us about it? Su Huaijun asked. Qin Huai shook his head, it's just a misunderstanding. Su Huaijun asked, then do you like Qingxue? I don't know. Qin Huai shook his head again. Su Huaijun propped up his chin with his hand, smiling so that his eyes curved into crescents. It doesn't matter, you will definitely like her after spending more time with her. Qin Huai sighed inwardly when he heard this. It's on, but I don't know whether it's pleasing or not. Chapter 30. Let us just hang out for now. Su Huaijun had no classes today, and he didn't sleep well last night, so he went back to his room to catch up on some sleep after breakfast. Qin Huai was still thinking about Lu Qingxue's arrogant look, and he had the urge to drag her back and give her a good beating. As Qin Huai thought about it, he slapped himself lightly. You are such a loser. You spend a lot of time here worrying about love instead of meeting your mission targets. Do you have any sense of faith? After returning to his room and changing his clothes, Qin Huai prepared to go find Chen Huaidong to keep in touch with him. But before I walked out the door, my cell phone rang. It was caused by thunder and lightning. Qin Huai pressed the answer button and said nonchalantly, where did you stay last night? Don't tell me you slept under a bridge, or I'll laugh at you for the rest of my life. Hey, how can we sleep under the bridge? Boss, you look down on me too much, don't you? I became the captain just to take over your position. We slept in a hotel last night. A 4-star hotel. How was it? Are you surprised? Qin Huai was quite surprised when he heard Lei Hua's proud tone. How did Lei Hua, who was in an unfamiliar place and had no money, earn enough money to stay in a 4-star hotel in such a short time? Not 1, but 11. Qin Huai believed that Lei Huo would not do anything criminal. Could it be that he is hooking up with a rich woman? Or maybe. Qin Huai's mind flashed with the scene where Lei Huo took the members of the Dark Knight squad to work at the Mengnan restaurant. Fuck. Qin Huai angrily cursed, Lei Huo, you are shameless, but I still have dignity. You are willing to sell your bodies with your brothers, and you are willing to do such a shameful thing. What do you mean by selling your body? What are you thinking about, boss? Lei Huo obviously knew Qin Huai very well. He knew that Qin Huai had a dirty mind as soon as he heard it. He said unhappily, after we came out of the hotel yesterday. As Lei Huo described, Qin Huai's expression became strange. There are many people and many things going on in Chongqing. Gray areas have always been more chaotic. Forces of all sizes are intertwined, new forces are born and destroyed every day. It's nothing new. Fortunately, everything is under control, and as long as it does not affect the lives of ordinary people, they can do whatever they want. The Julong Gang and the Single Blade Society are both very small forces, consisting of only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. They occupy a piece of territory and collect some protection fees, and are still at the level of messing around. The two gangs' territories are relatively close and they have been fighting for a long time. Last night, the leaders of both sides got together to talk. In order to show their strength, each of them paid for some extras. Lei Huo brought the members of the Dark Knight team to the Julong Gang stage and gave each of them 200 yuan. Originally, Lei Huo and the others were just thinking of just getting a few people together, then howling a few times and taking the money and leaving. You can stay in a nice hotel for 200 yuan and still have some left over for breakfast in the morning. Who knew that the Single Blade Society would be so unethical and pull in another small force as external aid, and try to swallow up the Julong Gang during the negotiations? Seeing the situation, the Dark Knight squad wanted to escape first, but the Single Blade Club treated them like chickens and wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, so as to scare the people of the Julong Gang and reduce their own losses. The result was nothing but a blow. It is easier for the Dark Knight squad to deal with a group of thugs than to eat or drink. 11 people quickly defeated the crowd of more than 100 people. The leader of the Julong Gang was immediately astonished and treated them to delicious food and wine. He booked a 4-star hotel for them and even wanted to treat them to chicken. Lei Huo made the final decision to stay in the hotel but not the chicken. The leader of the Julong Gang said that if we are willing to join the Julong Gang, he will give up the position of leader to me and I will follow him from then on. Qin Huai nodded and said, okay. Lei Huo was stunned. What's the meaning? Didn't we come to Chongqing to carry out a mission? Now we have to hang out on the streets. The underground forces are a mixed bag, and the gangsters are not completely useless. Qin Huai said, their information network is sometimes more extensive than the patrols. As long as we use it well, Muir will be exposed under our noses as soon as she enters the heavy city. Boss is so smart. Lei Huo reacted instantly. In this era, intelligence information is extremely important. Instead of passively waiting for Muir to jump out, it is better to proactively dig them out. The glasses are high-end, but sometimes they may not be suitable. The thugs in the underground forces are good spies and may work wonders. Just mingle with them first, and don't touch the line, Qin Huai ordered. No problem, boss, just release 100 of them. Oh, if the organization investigates later. Just say I arranged it and you followed orders. It's not your fault. The boss is wise and brave, handsome and elegant, and suave. Without waiting for Lei Huo to finish his dry flattery, Qin Huai glanced at his phone and said to Lei Huo, I'll hang up first. I'll contact you if you have anything else. After saying that, he hung up the phone and opened the communication app. Message from teacher Shen Yu. Qin Huai, are you free today? My friend's wedding has been postponed. Qin Huai typed a reply, I'm free, when will it be changed? Today. Qin Huai directly typed 3 question marks. Good man, what kind of friends does teacher Shen Yu know? Isn't this too much of a joke? The wedding date was changed so hastily. It feels like some people are not wanted to participate. Qin Huai seemed to be thinking about something. Shen Yu sent another message, can you please go with me? Please. Between the lines, Qin Huai felt a hint of sadness in teacher Shen Yu. He replied, okay, I'll change my clothes and go out right away. Thanks. Teacher Shen Yu threw a location and said, I'll wait for you here. Qin Huai replied okay, went back into the room, changed into the brand name suit given by his big enemy brother, borrowed a motorcycle from Lao Lin, and sped towards the location given by Shen Yu. When he arrived at the place, Shen Yu had already arrived. She got out of the car and waved to Qin Huai. Qin Huai looked carefully and his eyes lit up. When I first met Shen Yu, she was dressed very formally, but today was different. Her jet black hair was piled up high, revealing her swan-like, slender, snow-white neck. She wore a crystal necklace on her neck. The crystal clear crystal and snow-white skin set off each other, making her look like a noble lady. A red knee-length skirt shows off her perfect figure. The breasts on her chest were definitely the focus of attention. Even though Qin Huai didn't stare at them intentionally, he still couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth when he glanced at them occasionally. A pair of long beautiful legs, without stockings, as white as ivory, smooth and delicate. She was wearing a pair of red high-heeled crystal sandals, her arch was flawless, and her fair and tender toes were painted with silver nail polish, making her look even more beautiful. At this moment, Qin Huai seemed to see a beautiful goddess walking out of a painting. She exudes endless charm in every gesture. As Shen Yu approached, a faint fragrance came to her nose, making people feel itchy. Qin Huai was certain that the couple who were about to enter the marriage hall must have a very complicated relationship with Shen Yu. She dressed up so carefully, obviously going to cause trouble. Chapter 31 The Abstract Sense of Modern Colors. I'm sorry for making you run so quickly. Shen Yu apologized to Qin Huai. Qin Huai shook his head and smiled. Teacher Shen Yu, you are so beautiful today. Will the bride chase us out later? Shen Yu pursed her lips, but did not respond. This made Qin Huai feel even more that today would be a tough battle. It's still early, should we get in the car and sit for a while? Shen Yu asked. Qin Huai nodded, okay. It is indeed still early, it is only 10 o'clock now, and the normal wedding ceremony starts at 12:18. The two of them got into the car, and after the door closed, Yuxiang surrounded Qin Huai. A single man and a single woman in a closed space. Qin Huai glanced at Shen Yu's white legs that were pressed together without the slightest gap, and couldn't help but feel a little distracted, secretly guessing the scenery hidden by the skirt. No normal man can withstand such a test. But seeing the faint sadness on Shen Yu's face, Qin Huai's slightly restless heart calmed down instantly. Qin Huai said, Teacher Shen Yu, maybe you can tell me about this wedding, so I know what I'm going to face next. I'm so sorry. Shen Yu's eyes showed apology, and she whispered, the groom is my ex-boyfriend, and the bride was my best friend. This. Qin Huai couldn't help scratching his head. So old-fashioned, so corny, so melodramatic, and so abstract with a modern touch. Are you feeling bored? Shen Yu smiled slightly. There was a poignant feeling in her smile that made people feel distressed and want to hold her in their arms to comfort her. Qin Huai shook his head and took a deep breath. Can you tell me more specifically? Nothing special. Shen Yu leaned his head back, looking at the skylight above his head, his eyes slightly empty. I have been with him for 3 years. It started out as a love story between a rich lady and a handsome man. Shen Yu was born into a scholarly family. Although his family background could not be compared with those of the business tycoons, it was far superior to 99% of ordinary people, and he lived a very affluent life. Due to an accident, the gears of fate began to turn. The Phoenix Man heroically saved the beauty, and got to know Shen Yu, and then fell in love with her. When Shen Yu's family found out, they strongly opposed it and tried every means to separate the two. Father Shen even personally found the Phoenix Man, pointed at his nose and cursed at him. The Phoenix Man couldn't stand the pressure and went to Shen Yu's best friend to complain. The best friend then helped to come up with ideas, but after a while, she also fell in love with the Phoenix Man and started to stir up trouble, creating all kinds of conflicts and misunderstandings. During the days that Shen Yu and Phoenix Man were together, because of Shen Yu's conservativeness, they were limited to holding hands, not even kissing or hugging, let alone sleeping together. After the Phoenix Man's attempt to have sex failed again, all his emotions completely exploded, and the two of them parted ways unhappily and broke up directly. The best friend took advantage of the situation and pulled the Phoenix Man into bed. When Shen Yu found out, she was furious and turned against her best friend. But the story doesn't end here. After living with his best friend for a while, the Phoenix Man discovered that his best friend was a narrow-minded woman who was suspicious and jealous. Relying on her good family background, she bossed the Phoenix Man around, making him feel like he was raising a dog. So the Phoenix Man began to miss Qin Yu, and secretly ran to Qin Yu to admit his mistake, kneeling on the ground crying with snot and tears, and making all kinds of confessions and promises. Qin Yu's heart was as soft as her body. Seeing the Phoenix Man swearing and swearing like that, she recalled every little bit of their past, and her will began to waver. But before Qin Yu made up her mind to get back together with the Phoenix Man, her best friend found out and went straight to Qin Yu's house, accusing Qin Yu of stealing her boyfriend. How could a family of scholars endure such injustice? Father Qin was so angry that he almost had a heart attack and almost severed the father-daughter relationship with Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu compromised, the Phoenix Man couldn't stand it anymore and rolled back to his best friend. Soon, the two announced their wedding date. The best friend also sent Qin Yu a wedding invitation, wanting Qin Yu to witness their love with her own eyes. Qin Yu agreed and said that she had moved on from that relationship and found a boyfriend who was more handsome, younger and richer than the Phoenix Man. They were a perfect match. The result of being stubborn for a while is that you will be embarrassed by your best friend. But Qin Yu is a teacher at school. She keeps herself clean and is loyal to love. Apart from the Phoenix Man, all the other men she has left are far away. Where can she find a boyfriend who is more handsome, younger and richer than the Phoenix Man in a short period of time? Seeing that his tutor was uneasy, Su Huaijuan asked, and Qin Yu started to thinking that Su Huaijuan should be able to meet a handsome and reliable boy. Without hesitation, Su Huaijuan recommended Qin Huai. Regardless of whether he is handsome or not, he is really reliable. Even though he had already slipped away, Qin Huai hadn't made a move. Facing teacher Qin Yu, Qin Huai would definitely be able to keep his original intention. When Phoenix Man found out that his best friend asked Qin Yu to attend their wedding, he was so anxious that he asked to change the wedding date and threatened to jump off the building if she refused. The bestie agreed verbally, but still sent a message to Qin Yu to inform her of the change in the wedding date. Qin Yu must be invited to attend the wedding. Isn't it ridiculous? Qin Yu asked Qin Huai after he finished speaking. Qin Huai just felt terribly sad. However, we have to admit that this Phoenix Man is really quite capable and he can swing back and forth between the two women with ease. His best friends of many years became enemies because of him, but he still looked like, I am innocent and helpless. Teacher Qin Yu, as the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Qin Huai said seriously, in my opinion, your ex-boyfriend is clearly a scumbag and is not worthy of your nostalgia at all. Yeah, I noticed that too. Qin Yu sighed and laughed at herself, a wise man never falls in love. I'm so stupid. It doesn't matter. Who hasn't met a few scumbags? Only through these experiences can you grow up. Many years later, when you look back at now, you will just smile and think that it was just stupid behavior when you were young. It's no big deal. Qin Yu blinked and asked Qin Huai curiously, you are not very old, but you are very good at comforting people. Are you very popular with girls? No, absolutely not. Qin Huai raised four fingers and said seriously, I said four, they are all from my heart, and I don't want to please girls. For example, teacher Qin Yu, you won't like me. Qin Yu smiled and said, thank you anyway. I'm not going to this wedding today to prove anything. I'm just saying goodbye to the past. I'll start a new life in the future. Pretty. Qin Huai gave a thumbs up, who said teacher Qin Yu was stupid. You are definitely a wise man. Yeah. That's right. Har har har. Qin Yu covered his mouth and laughed. The atmosphere in the car became relaxed. She held the steering wheel with both hands, her face full of sunshine. Let's go, say goodbye to the past, a brand new life is ahead. Go, go, go. Qin Huai stretched out his hand and clenched his fist as if to fight. Both of them seemed to have become childish. Chapter 32 I didn't mean it. After more than half an hour's drive, Qin Yu drove to the downstairs of a 5-star hotel in Chongqing. There are many cars parked in the open-air parking lot, of various brands, so dazzling that it looks like a car show. After parking the car, the two got out. Qin Yu walked to Qin Huai's side and naturally put his arm around Qin Huai's arm, as if they were really a couple. Qin Huai's heartbeat accelerated as he suddenly came into such close contact with teacher Qin Yu and felt the plump and soft touch. Let's go, relax. From now on, I'm your girlfriend, don't show it. Qin Yu said to Qin Huai. Qin Huai nodded pretending to be stupid, and walked towards their hotel side by side with Qin Yu. Qin Yu was already very beautiful, and after dressing up, she became even more charming. The men passing by scanned Qin Huai's body back and forth with their eyes like X-rays, swallowing their saliva quietly and sighing at her beauty. If Qin Huai hadn't been wearing designer clothes from head to toe, looking like a rich young man, someone would have come over to chat with him. The two came to the elevator and waited. Soon the place was filled with people. After the elevator door opened, people rushed to get in, fearing that if they got in a little late, the elevator would sound an overload alarm. Qin Huai protected Qin Yu and squeezed into the elevator. More than a dozen people were crammed into the small space. Most of the buttons on the 30-plus elevator floors were lit. Qin Yu was hiding in the corner, standing facing the angle. Qin Huai stood behind Qin Yu, holding the elevator with both hands to block some malicious glances. The elevator slowly went up. Behind Qin Huai stood a fat woman who looked very important. She took out a makeup box from her branded shoulder bag and posed coquettishly. The arm, like a pig's elbow, would occasionally push against Qin Huai's back. Qin Huai was forced to stick close to Qin Yu. In the hot summer, both of them were wearing cool clothes. Through the thin cloth, Qin Huai could clearly feel how soft Qin Yu's body was. Although Qin Huai couldn't see Qin Yu's face because his back was turned, he could only see that her fair neck was beginning to turn red. Qin Huai couldn't help but blush. Enjoying this wonderful feeling in public was also a torment for him. Every time the elevator reached a floor, some people got off and some got on, so the elevator was always crowded. Qin Yu endured it silently for a while. Her body began to soften, and she couldn't help but slightly turn her head to look at Qin Huai, and whispered, "Step back a little." If she was pushed again, she was afraid that her legs would go weak and she would fall down. "Feel sorry." Qin Huai smiled awkwardly and tried to pout his face. Qin Yu was relieved. Who knew that the fat woman behind Qin Huai looked down, was slightly startled, and then a hint of shyness appeared on her fat face. She twisted her waist and pushed Qin Huai back, sticking closer to Qin Yu. Qin Huai was confused. Qin Yu also widened his eyes, subconsciously raised his hand to cover his mouth, and didn't scream. She turned her head to look at Qin Huai again, and besides shyness, there was also anger in her eyes. Qin Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. But the fat woman pressed on Qin Huai, leaving him no room to retreat. This awkwardness continued until the elevator stopped at the banquet hall floor. People in the elevator walked out one after another. Qin Yu bit her lips tightly, stared at her watery eyes, and whispered, "Why don't you let go?" Qin Huai seemed to have forgotten that they were close together. Hearing this, he raised his hand to indicate that he had not done anything. Qin Yu was ashamed and annoyed, her voice trembling. "Back off. How long will you squeeze in?" "Oh, sorry." Qin Huai woke up from his dream and quickly stepped back. Qin Yu didn't say anything, tugged at the hem of her skirt, lifted her legs and walked out of the elevator and went to the bathroom. You can see that the pace is a bit strange. Qin Huai touched his nose and stood there waiting. After a while, Qin Yu came over with a stern face, looking quite serious. But the blush on her face has not faded yet, and she looks more like she is acting coquettishly. "I didn't mean it," Qin Huai said apologetically. "I know, no need to explain." Qin Yu took a deep breath and took Qin Huai's arm again. "Let's go." "Oh." Qin Huai was like a puppet, following Qin Yu into the banquet hall. The banquet hall was brightly lit, with more than 20 large round dining tables on both sides. A T-shaped stage was built in the middle, decorated with various flowers and balloons. The guests who came to the wedding were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Most of them were dressed in suits and looked like successful people. Qin Huai asked, "Why isn't there even a table for receiving gifts?" Qin Yu whispered back, "Who would do that for any high-end wedding?" Qin Huai couldn't help but touch his nose, thinking of his unreliable father who had placed a 5-meter-long table blocking the entrance to the banquet hall when he married Aunt Lan. Each person who comes has to pay a gift before being allowed in. The table seats are also marked with their grade. No matter who you are, those who give less gift money will sit in the corner. As long as you give enough gift money, you can sit on the throne. The 9th richest family in Beijing, so low class. Qin Huai asked again, "How do I give the gift money?" "By bank transfer." "Why should I give a gift?" "I don't plan to give one." "Which table shall we sit at?" "You can sit at any table you want." "I want to sit at the children's table so I can eat more." Puff. Qin Yu couldn't help laughing and rolled her eyes at Qin Huai. "It's hard to say whether I can have the wedding banquet. Qin Huai thought, then I should pack it up, right? Qin Yu couldn't help laughing again, and the embarrassment in the elevator was instantly thrown into the air. Oh my, isn't this Qin Yu? My god, you are so beautiful today. A sissy voice suddenly came. Qin Huai turned his head and saw a man in a suit, holding a wine glass in one hand, pinching his fingers with the other hand, and wearing eyeshadow and lipstick, walking towards the two of them with a cat-like step. Thank you for the compliment, Qin Yu said with a smile. The man seemed to have only Qin Yu in his eyes. Hearing this, he covered his mouth and laughed softly. I'm telling the truth. You are so beautiful today. Why did you come now? I arrived early in the morning, thinking that I could see you earlier. Qin Yu turned her head to look at Qin Huai, and a brilliant smile bloomed on her beautiful face, making the light in the banquet hall brighter. I wanted to come earlier, but it was because of him that I loved to sleep in and couldn't even get up. Her voice was lazily charming, and her eyes as she looked at Qin Huai were filled with deep sweetness. Although Qin Huai knew that Qin Yu was pretending, his heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became rapid. It's a waste of talent to be a piano teacher. With such natural acting skills, if he entered the entertainment industry, wouldn't he be awarded many Oscars? Who is he? Your brother. For the first time, the man set his eyes on Qin Huai, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a strong hostility. Qin Yu said, let me introduce him, his name is Qin Huai, and he is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? The man's face turned pale, and he asked in shock, you are living together? Qin Yu blushed just right, and nodded shyly and sweetly. Chapter 33 How am I inferior to him? How is it possible? The man couldn't believe it. I heard that you have been single since your relationship with Zhang Meng ended. When did you get a boyfriend? Qin Yu looked at Qin Huai again, let go of his arm, and instead pulled his hand around her slender waist, and asked coquettishly, what do you say, when? Qin Huai felt numb all over after being looked at by this person. He did not have time to think and said casually, what happened last night? Last night? The man couldn't accept it, his hands shook and he almost dropped the goblet. Yes, last night, otherwise why would he sleep in? Qin Yu said angrily. The man looked at Qin Yu, then at Qin Huai, his expression changed rapidly, and finally he covered his mouth. It was a wrong decision after all. He sobbed sadly, turned around and ran away in tears. Qin Huai already had sweat on his forehead at this time. The hand around Qin Yu's waist was as stiff as if it had been frozen in the refrigerator for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as he was about to take his hand back, Qin Yu leaned close to Qin Huai's ear and said, don't move, many people are watching us, pretend to be more like us. Qin Huai sighed secretly, and then continued to hug her with peace of mind, and couldn't help but touch Qin Yu's waist, which was so tight that it could not be grasped. Qin Yu glared at Qin Huai. Qin Huai's forehead began to sweat again. Why can't you control this broken hand? Go inside, move naturally, don't be nervous. I'm not nervous, why are you nervous? Smile, don't smile so vulgarly, just relax naturally. The two of them walked forward half hugging and half hugging each other. Qin Huai's expression at this moment was not so natural, just like a tool. Qin Yu, long time no see. Another man came over to say hello, and his eyes looked a little hot at Qin Yu. Qin Huai expressed his understanding. How can a beautiful woman not be noticed by men? Yes, long time no see. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Qin Huai. Qin Yu said generously. The man looked Qin Huai up and down, a hint of amusement appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, hello. Qin Huai also quickly replied hello. The wedding is about to start, why don't we take a seat first? Okay. Qin Yu and his toolman Qin Huai had just sat down when the lights dimmed. The wedding march started. 2 little kids, a boy and a girl, like a golden boy and a jade girl, walked side by side, holding flower baskets in their hands and grabbing the petals inside and scattering them around. Then, the protagonist of the wedding officially appeared. The bride is quite pretty, but her eyebrows look a bit mean. As for the groom, Qin Huai secretly clicked his tongue. He is indeed handsome, but in a feminine way. His facial lines are rounded and there are no edges at all. It doesn't match his name at all. The bride looked around as she walked, as if she was looking for someone. After seeing Qin Yu, the corners of his mouth curled up. As time went by, the wedding ceremony proceeded normally. Qin Huai felt that his father was more and more low class. Invite an MC to make a lot of noise, talk nonsense, ask irrelevant questions, and deliberately say some funny but actually awkward words. It was a high-end wedding, with only a bald priest standing there. The priest was a foreigner with blue eyes and a hooked nose. He was very serious. He asked the bride and groom separately, no matter how poor or poorer you become, are you willing to stay with him and never leave him? Then the bride and groom say yes, and the ceremony is over. Then they opened the champagne, raised their glasses together, said happy wedding, picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Qin Huai felt upset about not being able to sit at the children's table. However, seeing that these successful people were socializing and chatting with each other and had no appetite, he turned his worry into joy and just shoveled food into his mouth. Anyone who has traveled through primitive jungles and deserts has a deep respect for food. Facing a pair of strange looks, he didn't care. Even if Qin Yu stepped on his foot quietly, it couldn't stop Qin Huai from eating like a starving ghost. Your boyfriend is quite special. Har har, har har, I just like his straightforwardness. Qin Yu suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to ask Qin Huai to pretend to be her boyfriend. Everyone at the table lost interest in talking. Seeing Qin Huai eating so happily, they wondered, could the dishes on the table be really delicious? So I couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and started eating. After tasting it, he nodded. It's really good. Qin Huai felt something was wrong while eating. He looked up and saw that everyone had stopped chatting and were just eating. He immediately started eating. The bride and groom changed their clothes and came over to toast. The other tables were chatting and laughing, but Qin Huai and his table were the only ones who were eating seriously. Looking at the mess on the table, the bride looked surprised. The other people at the table smiled awkwardly, blaming Qin Huai in their hearts. If it weren't for this bastard, how could we have lost our dignity? The groom didn't care about other people. The moment he saw Qin Yu, his face changed, but he could only bite the bullet and say, "Thank you all for attending our wedding." The bride smiled like a green tea, and said to Qin Yu, thank you for coming to witness our happiness. Congratulations. Qin Yu smiled and stood up, and pulled Qin Huai up again, stop eating. Let's wish the bride and groom a happy marriage. Qin Huai still had food in his mouth, so he quickly swallowed it down and said, congratulations, I wish you a long and happy marriage, a long life together, and may you have a son soon. The way the group of people looked at Qin Huai changed. They are not fools, this guy is just causing trouble. The bride's face darkened, who is this? Qin Yu replied, my boyfriend, Qin Huai. Your boyfriend? This time it was the groom's turn to look unhappy. Yes, we are already living together, and the parents of both sides are discussing their wedding date. Qin Yu said with a smile. You? The groom turned pale. I've been with him for 3 years and we just held hands. This guy is living together? How the hell am I inferior to him? Seeing this, the bride was filled with jealousy and forced a smile, saying, Qin Yu, you are really something. You didn't even tell us that you had a new boyfriend. Qin Huai, where is your home? Qin Huai was about to respond, but Qin Yu took the lead and said, he is from the capital, and he came to Chongqing specifically for me. The bride smiled and said, oh, you are a native of Beijing, so your family must be good, right? Certainly. Qin Yu smiled and said, Qin Huai comes from a wealthy family. Qin Huai's heart suddenly tightened, and he thought to himself, oh no, has this woman investigated me? Is she trying to get close to me? I thought so. No wonder Qin Yu likes you. The bride said with a sweet laugh. Qin Yu raised his hand and held the wine glass, everything in the past is over. I wish you all the best, and I hope Qin Huai and I can get your blessings. Of course, blessings. Oops, sorry I'm late. Har har har. At this time, hearty laughter was heard. Qin Huai felt something was wrong. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked like a respectable gentleman. If not Jiang Limao, then who is it? Jiang Limao was obviously very familiar with the bride. He handed over a gift box and said, there are too many things to do in the company. I just rushed here after finishing my work. I didn't expect that I would still be late. It's really... Before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Huai. Do you know him? The bride's eyes lit up, and she quickly said, he is my best friend, Qin Yu's boyfriend. At this moment, Qin Huai wished he could kick this scheming bride back home. Sure enough, when Jiang Limao heard this, his eyes showed ecstasy, but he looked surprised on the surface, and said, "Mr. Qin, aren't you the boyfriend of Lu Qingxue, the new chairman of the Lu Group?" How could it be? Chapter 34 Humiliation. Counterattack. As soon as these words came out, Qin Huai and Shen Yu immediately became the focus of everyone. Suspicious and shocked looks were cast upon him. The Lu Group is a leader in the industries it is involved in. Such a major event as the change of chairman of the board has attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Qingxue, who has just taken over as chairman and become the helmsman of the Lu Group, was revealed to have a boyfriend. Moreover, this boyfriend attended the wedding of his girlfriend's best friend with another girlfriend behind her back. The fire of gossip was burning fiercely. They couldn't help but get excited. They wished they could see Lu Qingxue appear right now, stage a sure scene, and tear the scumbag apart with their bare hands. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, the other guests left their seats and gathered around to watch the show. "Shen Yu, isn't he your boyfriend? How could he be the boyfriend of the chairman of the Lu Group?" The bride looked very surprised, and the upturned corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than I. Shen Yu was at a loss, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. How did she know that Qin Huai already had a girlfriend? Qin Huai and Su Huaijuan had never told her about this, otherwise how could they have asked Qin Huai to pretend to be her boyfriend and accompany her to the wedding? Now that she had become the focus of everyone's attention, she felt ashamed as if she had been stripped naked, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The bride was in a very good mood, but she still refused to let him go. She deliberately asked Jiang Limao, "Brother Jiang, did you recognize the wrong person? My best friend has always been chaste. How could she be with a man who has a girlfriend? I hope I'm mistaken." Jiang Limao sighed in a pretentious manner, and then angrily said, "Mr. Qin, I really misjudged you. I thought Qingxue had good taste and found a man she could rely on, but I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You are simply a scumbag. Brother Jiang, don't jump to conclusions." The bride said teasingly, "Mr. Qin is from the capital and comes from a wealthy family. I don't think it's possible that he doesn't care about his reputation. Maybe he has some difficulties." Jiang Limao sneered, "Difficulties? What difficulties could there be?" The bride's eyes were like knives, falling on Shen Yu. "Maybe it was my best friend who took the initiative. After all, she is beautiful and has a good figure. As long as she flirts with her, if I were a man, I wouldn't be able to stand it." Wow. When the bride said this, there was an uproar. Almost everyone looked at Shen Yu with mockery, contempt, disgust, and even greed. Shen Yu's body trembled obviously, and his face turned very pale. Now in the eyes of others, she has become a shameless mistress. What would happen if my father knew about this? Shen Yu didn't dare to think about it. Shen Yu. The groom's face looked equally ugly, the veins on his forehead were throbbing, and there was burning anger in his eyes. I felt that the woman whom I once treasured as a treasure and regarded as a fairy, turned out not to be as noble and holy as I thought. You've been with me for 3 years, and you didn't even let me touch you. It turns out you hooked up with a rich young man. You knew he had a girlfriend, but you were still willing to be his mistress. I was right to break up with you. Sometimes a look can really kill." Shen Yu was shaky and almost fell. Qin Huai was quick to support her, but Shen Yu seemed to have been electrocuted. She quickly shook Qin Huai off, staggered a few steps, and held onto the back of the chair before she could barely stabilize her body. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down silently. She finally understood what it meant to be unable to express one's feelings and what it meant to suffer the consequences of one's own actions. "By the way, who told you that Qin Huai is from Beijing and comes from a wealthy family?" Jiang Limao suddenly asked in surprise. The bride pointed at Shen Yu. "Here," she said. "Oh." Jiang Limao sneered, "He is just a gigolo, a jobless vagrant, staying at home every day, relying on Lu Qingxue for support, and he is a wealthy family in Beijing. Ridiculous. Oh tilde." The crowd started to make a fuss again. He cast a look of contempt and disgust on Qin Huai. Naturally, there were also people who were jealous in their hearts, pretending to be righteous on the surface, and blaming Qin Huai. What a gigolo, what a scumbag, what worse than pigs and dogs. Anyway, whatever sounds bad is heard. It was as if Qin Huai had become a broken drum and everyone wanted to hit it. "Shen Yu, you surprised me so much. The bride covered her mouth and exclaimed, "We have known each other for so many years, and you have always been a good girl. I didn't expect you to be someone else's mistress, and even be deceived by a gigolo. Oh, why are you so stupid? Yes. I am the mistress. I am a jerk and I like to hook up with men who have girlfriends. Are you satisfied?" Qin Yu smiled bitterly and turned to leave. Qin Huai grabbed Qin Yu and stopped her from leaving. From the despair in Qin Yu's eyes, Qin Huai could see that she had lost all hope. If she were to leave like this at this time, Qin Yu might do something stupid that would make people feel regretful. Furthermore, Qin Yu's honor was ruined, and what happened today would definitely be deliberately spread by the bride. How will Qin Yu face his family, school leaders, colleagues and students at that time? Her life will be ruined because of this. You let me go. Qin Yu struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. She broke down and burst into tears. Qin Huai didn't care about anything taboo. He hugged Qin Yu in his arms, turned his head and looked at everyone coldly. "You guys, have you said enough?" After his hands were stained with countless blood, the condensed evil spirit dissipated invisibly in Qin Huai's rage. Their noise and whispers came to an abrupt end. They suddenly felt their hands and feet go cold, as if they were being targeted by their natural enemy. When Qin Huai saw him, his heart twitched and he lowered his head subconsciously, not daring to look at Qin Huai. A feeling of suffocation permeated the air. Qin Huai bent down slightly and picked up Qin Yu by the waist. He straightened his back, looked around at everyone, and said loudly, "I am Lu Qingxue's boyfriend and Qin Yu's boyfriend, so what? You can say that I am a scumbag, I don't care, but I don't allow you to insult Qin Yu. Wang Meng. You are good for nothing, Phoenix man. Qin Yu was blind to be with you for 3 years. All you think about every day is the bed. Qin Yu has strict family education and is self-disciplined. She rejected you, but you turned around and rolled the sheets with her bestie. What qualifications do you have to say about Qin Yu? And you? What a beautiful bride, but you are as vicious as an old witch. You tried every means to snatch your best friend's boyfriend, spent a few stinky money to raise the Phoenix man as a dog's son, and you are still jealous that Qin Yu is prettier than you, has a better figure than you, and has better family education than you. If you think that snatching the Phoenix man away from Qin Yu proves that you are better than Qin Yu, then you are really delusional. Compared with Qin Yu, you are not even as good as her cut fingernails. Jiang Limao. What are you trying to show off? You are just the executive vice president of the Qin Huai Group's Chongqing branch. You pretend to be a decent person every day, but in fact you are always thinking about other people's girlfriends, just like this bride. You are the kind of beast in human clothing. I now doubt whether you two have 1 leg, 2 legs, 10 legs, or 8 legs. And you too. Qin Huai raised his hand and pointed at everyone. Your own lives are a mess, so you don't want to see others living better than you. You always like to stand on the moral high ground, grumble, point fingers, and say some vicious and boring words. You are pathetic, you know that. Chapter 35, Phoenix Man is cuckolded. Their words were like a torrential rain, but their voice was loud, their words were clear and powerful. Every word was like a bullet, accurately hitting the heart of everyone present, tearing off their gorgeous coats and revealing their unsightly true appearance. There was deathly silence in the banquet hall. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. Their breathing became rapid, their chests heaving, and their mentality completely collapsed. Then, all of them had distorted features, bared their teeth, roared loudly, and cursed with the most vicious words. In an instant, it was as if countless TNTs exploded. Deafening. The sound waves were like a tsunami, about to submerge Qin Huai River. But Qin Huai watched coldly, his tall body like a reef, standing still in the strong wind and waves. Their hail of bullets on the battlefield couldn't hurt him, so how could these meaningless drops of spit hurt him at all? The crowd was excited and the situation was somewhat out of control. These people seemed to want to rush up and beat Qin Huai. But at this moment, with a snap, all the lights in the banquet hall went out. Only the projection screen on the wedding stage, which was playing the wedding photos of the bride and groom, lit up. Then, a sweet voice came through the speakers and spread throughout the venue. "Brother Jiang, you are so bad." The crowd that was about to go berserk had their attention drawn to it and couldn't help but look over. On the screen was a room with pink lights, and a man and a woman were lying on the bed, hugging each other tightly. That woman is today's bride. And who else was she hugging tightly besides Jiang Limao? From extreme noise to extreme silence, there is no transition in between. The two extreme reactions caught people off guard. The bride and Jiang were horrified and obviously panicked. Jiang hurried over to unplug the power but was stopped by the groom. The Phoenix groom's eyes were red, like a mad dog about to go crazy. He grabbed Jiang tightly and roared loudly, "What's going on between you and my wife? Tell me." The picture on the projection screen continues. The gentle moans and gasps echoed throughout the banquet hall. Everyone was stunned. Everything was clear without Jiang saying anything. "You are having an affair with my wife. You are cheating on me. I will kill you. Wang Meng. You are crazy." "Stop it," the bride hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "I'm fucking crazy. Har 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 har, today, between me and this bastard, only one can survive." The two men wrestled with each other and the scene was extremely chaotic. No one even noticed that Qin Huai had left with Qin Yu in his arms. "Let me go." The sound of the car horn outside the hotel brought Qin Yu back to his senses. Qin Huai didn't say anything and gently put Qin Yu down. Qin Yu looked at the busy streets, took a deep breath, and walked away without saying a word. Qin Huai followed Qin Yu silently. The two of them kept walking and walking. Aimless. Qin Yu didn't stop until he felt tired. The two stood on the bridge, feeling the hot and humid river breeze blowing in their faces, which made them feel a little uncomfortable. "Are you worried that I will do something stupid?" Qin Yu asked Qin Huai. Qin Huai shrugged, "No, it's not worth it for that kind of person. So you can go now. Throw it away after use." "Teacher Qin Yu, do you think I'm toilet paper?" Qin Yu had mixed emotions. "I don't know how to face you for a while. Believe me, what happens in the hotel will not be spread out." Qin Huai said. "Why?" "Jiang will not allow such a scandal to spread and ruin his image, so he will definitely bribe or even threaten everyone present and make them sign a confidentiality agreement. Will those people obey? It's nothing but profit." Hearing Qin Huai say this, Qin Yu fell silent again. Qin Huai continued, "That woman will even send you messages, hoping that you can keep the secret." Qin Yu frowned, obviously not believing it. But the next second, her cell phone started ringing continuously. Qin Yu took out his cell phone and looked at it. His expression became strange. As Qin Huai guessed, it was a message from the bride, asking Qin Yu to keep the secret and not hurt each other. "You guessed it right." Qin Yu simply replied with a good word, then deleted the bride's contact information and blocked her. Then he turned his waist and continued forward without looking back. Qin Huai shook his head helplessly and raised his legs to follow. "Don't follow me," Qin Yu said. "What happened today is my fault. I have a grudge against that Jiang Lamao. Why didn't you tell me that you were the boyfriend of Lu's daughter? And you said you were Xie Juan's bodyguard, har har." Qin Yu sneered. Qin Huai smiled bitterly and said, "It's complicated to explain." Qin Yu ran away. But after walking a few steps, she turned back and said to Qin Huai, "First of all, thank you for your help. Secondly, you made things worse. Finally, you know my past, but I know nothing about your past. To be fair, come to school to find me tomorrow. I want to hear how complicated it is for you to become the daughter of the Lu family, no, the boyfriend of the chairman of the Lu family." Well. Looking at Qin Yu's departing back, Qin Huai shook his head and smiled bitterly again. "I don't understand what kind of magical creatures women are. She herself had just experienced an almost devastating blow, yet she immediately became gossipy. But this seems to be a good thing. This proves that Qin Yu is strong inside and will not go to extremes easily." After lighting a cigarette, Qin Huai took out his cell phone. There is a smiley face on the phone. Qin Huai dialed Glass's number, and the call was quickly connected. Glasses said proudly, "Brother, I did a good job, didn't I? Come on, praise me." But before he could finish his words, Qin Huai said coldly, "Are you monitoring me all the time?" No, no, no. Brother, you misunderstood. Heaven and earth are your conscience." Glasses complained, "I just happened to be there." Well, the groom and I were classmates. A few days ago, he was still showing off that he was dating a rich girl, and he insisted on inviting a group of us old classmates to the wedding. 6. Qin Huai felt that everything was destined. This damn sense of destiny is too strong. You have done a great job. When I get a free meal, I will definitely give you a bowl of soup. Just drink the soup. Brother, are you Qin Huai hung up the phone before Glasses finished speaking. Qin Huai hailed a taxi, went to the motorcycle parking area, and rode the motorcycle back to the villa. After returning the motorcycle to Lao Lin, Qin Huai just entered the villa and heard a melodious piano sound. Apparently Su Huaijuan was practicing the piano. Qin Huai had nothing to do, so he threw himself on the sofa, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. Welcome to continue watching Chongqing Finance. The Chongqing branch of Qin Huai Group plans to select local companies as partners to create a new business landscape. It is reported that this investment fair has attracted many large local groups, including Xinxi Group and Lu Group. Qin Huai originally wanted to take a nap by turning on the TV, but this report made him lose all desire to sleep. Xinxi Group is a group company founded by Chen Huaidong based on the Chen family's foundation. Chen Huaidong secretly colluded with foreign forces in an attempt to disrupt the domestic economic order with great ambitions. He was already ambitious and intended to control the economic lifeline of the Southwest. If he were to reach a cooperation with Qin Huai Group, a top domestic business giant, the consequences would be disastrous. After hesitating for a while, Qin Huai sighed, took out his cell phone, and reluctantly called his father. Chapter 36. The capital is actually me. You spread my legs apart, and now you want to kick me. Even though he had heard this phone ringtone many times, Qin Huai still couldn't help but grit his teeth. He is a big shot after all, but he really has no vision at all. This made him, as a son, feel extremely ashamed. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. My father Qin Mushin's voice came to my ear. What? I don't have any money. Qin Huai rolled his eyes. The only reason I came to you is to ask for money. No money. Qin Mushin was stunned. After 2 seconds of silence, he shouted, Why? Why? What a crappy phone, the signal is so bad. Hang up first, wait until the signal is better. Qin Mushin. Qin Huai was so angry that he called his father's name. Is it possible? Otherwise, let's find a time to go to the notary office and sever the father-son relationship. Hey, the signal is good. Har, my dear son, why did you suddenly remember to call daddy? What did you say just now? Qin Huai. Having such a terrible father makes me feel so tired. After a long sigh, Qin Huai said, I'm not looking for you for money. No, what son wouldn't ask his father for money? Well, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you right away. Don't think it's too little. You know, your Aunt Lan is very strict, and it's not easy for me to hide some private money. Qin Huai's forehead was throbbing with veins. Let's sever the father-son relationship. Aren't you bored? Aren't you tired of hearing this all the time? Qin Mushin said angrily, You don't even want money, you must want more. Why are you in such a hurry? You are my only son. After I die, won't all our family property be yours? If it doesn't work, I'll be more extravagant, stay up late, smoke more, drink more, and try to leave early. Is that okay? I just want to ask, can you contact someone at the decision-making level of Qin Huai Group? It would be best if someone can make the decision directly. Qin Huai knew that it was useless to continue chatting, so he got straight to business. After hearing this, Qin Mushin's tone became a little strange. Why are you looking for people from Qin Huai Group? I want to talk about something. Okay, let's talk. Qin Huai said unhappily, What is there to talk about with you? I can be the boss of Qin Huai Group. Qin Huai was stunned, his head buzzing. Are you saying that Qin Huai Group belongs to us? Yeah, you just found out about this. Qin Mushin asked in surprise. Qin Huai. He grabbed the pillow and smashed it to the ground, yelling with red eyes, How many things have you been hiding from me? Am I your only biological son? Can we have a little trust between father and son? Qin Mushin also roared, Why are you yelling at me? Tell me. What's your name? Qin Huai. What's the group called? Qin Huai. The Huai in Qin Huai is the Huai in Qin Huai. I prepared this company for you long ago. It is independent of our system, just to give you more choices. I have worked so hard for so many years and finally expanded a small company to its current size. Do you know how much hardship, suffering, and grievances I have endured? But you are blaming me. You are simply turning the tables. Qin Mushin was so angry that his breathing was heavy. Even through the phone, Qin Huai seemed to be able to see Qin Mushin like a mad bull. Come back. Come back here right now and go to the notary office to sever the father-son relationship. Right now. Don't be angry, Dad. I love you. Qin Huai instantly changed into a fawning face, showing how stretchable and retractable he was. Anyway, it's not shameful to admit defeat to your own father. Get lost. Qin Mushin cursed and hung up the phone. Qin Huai didn't care at all and had a silly smile on his face. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and realized that the capital was actually me. Qin Huai Group has a market value of over 100 billion yuan, and ranks among the top 100 companies in Qianlong. It turned out that I was worried that Chen Huaidong would reach a cooperation with Qin Huai Group. No panic at all now. Everything is under control. Buzz. The phone vibrates. It was a message from Qin Mushin. There is only a contact number and a name on it. Qin Huai dialed the number immediately. After a moment, a gentle voice came from the phone. Hello, I'm Liang Shuhang, who are you? Liang Shuhang is the apparent absolute ruler of Qin Huai Group, holding 69% of the shares. The number of people who know his number can be counted on one finger. So even though it was an unfamiliar number, Liang Shuhang still didn't dare to be careless. Hello Uncle Liang, I'm Qin Huai. Qin Huai said with a smile. Master. Liang Shuhang was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, it seems that the master has already planned to take over the group. He didn't finish his words and was silent for a while. When he spoke again, his tone became playful. Young master, the master said that the group cannot be handed over to you, so there are very few things you can let me do. The master also specifically instructed that you can't get a penny from me. Qin Huai curled his lips, but was not surprised. Uncle Liang, I do need your help with a small matter. Don't worry, it won't have any major impact on the group. After a while, Qin Huai hung up the phone contentedly. After looking at the clock on the wall, he picked up his phone and made a third call. Brother, can you let me drink soup so soon? The voice of glasses teasingly came from the phone. Qin Huai asked directly, where is Chen Huaidong? Let me see, well, I just left the Art Institute. Qin Huai was surprised. Why does he go to the art academy every day? To see beautiful girls. That's not the case. Glasses said, Chen Huaidong has a younger sister named Chen Mushi, who returned to China with him and is now studying at the Academy of Arts. Younger sister. Qin Huai was at a loss. Why don't I know? Well, I just found out the relationship. I thought she was a student secretly supported by Chen Huaidong. You just found out such important information. What's the use of you? You still want to drink soup? You're screwed. Glasses. Qin Huai said unhappily, let me ask you again, have you figured out why Chen Huaidong wanted to marry Lu Qingxue before? I figured it out. Chen Huaidong is superstitious. He has a so-called master at home. The master said that he is about to face a great disaster. He needs to marry a woman born in a positive year, positive month, positive day and positive hour to resolve it. So, Lu Qingxue was born in a positive year, a positive month, a positive day, and a positive hour. Yes. It's very strange to say that, generally speaking, a person with 3 yangs may not appear in 60 years, let alone 3 yangs. It is difficult to encounter such a person in 360 years. Glasses muttered, it is said in the art of fate that people with 4 yarn characters have a good fate and are blessed by heaven. They can obtain 3 attributes of the 5 elements, which means they have 3 fates. The art of fate also says that people have 3 destinies. According to the direction of the yang energy of heaven and earth, they can become Taoist immortals. However, this kind of fate usually happens to men, but Lu Qingxue is a woman. It's rare to see such a thing in 1,000 years. In this way, Lu Qingxue can definitely be called a favorite of heaven. Qin Huai had a blank expression on his face and said in a gentle tone, you are quite knowledgeable. Glasses didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and said with a smug smile, of course, I know everything about astronomy and… He. Qin Huai said sinisterly, I'll give you 3 minutes. I want to know Chen Mushi's whereabouts, otherwise you will be dead. Chapter 37 Being scolded twice in one day. It was 2:30 in the afternoon when Qin Huai arrived at the art academy. It was just the second half of the school day, and students were everywhere. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful, and they all look very energetic. Especially when the girls are playing and fighting, their flying skirts and white legs are particularly pleasing to the eye. Qin Huai put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the Art Academy building where Chen Mushi was. As soon as I got downstairs, I happened to see a pretty girl. She has long, smooth, flowing black hair with bangs. Her delicate oval face has almost perfect proportions of facial features and looks somewhat similar to Chen Huaidong. She was wearing a blue pleated skirt, her long legs wrapped in white stockings, and she was holding a stack of sketchbooks in her hands. She walked very slowly and looked a little tired. She was the target of Qin Huai's trip, Chen Mushi. "Hey, classmate." Before Qin Huai took the initiative to strike up a conversation, Chen Mushi actually spoke to Qin Huai first. "Please help me." Qin Huai blinked, and his thoughts suddenly changed. He smiled and nodded, then walked to Chen Mushi's side. Chen Mushi was about to say thank you when she saw Qin Huai bend down slightly, grab her stockings with both hands, and pull them up hard. Those hands didn't go through the pleated skirt. The incident happened suddenly and Chen Mushi didn't react in time and was stunned. After Qin Huai let go of her hand, he stood up and took 2 steps back. He took a closer look and found that the stockings had no wrinkles and were relatively symmetrical. Then he said to Chen Mushi, "Well, it's okay. You're welcome." After saying that, Qin Huai turned and left. Chen Mushi came back to her senses and screamed belatedly. She threw away the drawing board in her hand, took 2 steps forward, and kicked Qin Huai in the back. Qin Huai felt the strong wind coming, and immediately turned around and raised his hand to grab Chen Mushi's ankle. The canvas shoes are very clean and the size is quite small. The term 3-inch golden lotus immediately popped into Qin Huai's mind. Then Qin Huai's gaze moved forward along the ankle. First, the soft lines of the calves, then the round and full thighs, and then the charming purple under the pleated skirt. "Asshole! Let me go." Noticing Qin Huai's gaze, Chen Mushi quickly reached out to hold down her pleated skirt, her pretty face red with shame and anger, almost bleeding. Qin Huai let go of his hand, touched his nose, and said seriously, "I was helping you out of kindness, why did you attack me?" Chen Mushi was shaking with anger. Anyone with a common sense would know that when she said help, she meant asking someone to help take down the drawing board. But this bastard helped her pull up her stockings. Obviously it was intentional. "I'm going to hit bastards like you." Chen Mushi clenched her fist and punched Qin Huai in the face. After Qin Huai dodged to the side, she still did not give up. She approached him and hit Qin Huai's chest hard with her elbow. "He's still a trainer." Qin Huai blocked Chen Mushi's elbow with his hand. Seeing that Chen Mushi was attacking fiercely, he did not fight back. He blocked when he could and dodged when he could, as if he was strolling in the garden with ease. The 2 men fought fiercely, which attracted the attention of other people passing by, and they all gathered around. "Hey, isn't this the beautiful girl who just transferred here? What's her name?" "Her name is Chen Mushi, she's a junior at the Academy of Fine Arts, 1.69 meters tall, weighs 92 pounds, and her measurements are estimated to be." "Wow, this is awesome, bro. Just because a talented student transferred here, you can get such detailed data. Hey, the above data are all made up by me. Get out of here. Who is this man? How did they start fighting? It's probably Chen Mushi's suitor. He's tired of being pestered and wants to beat him up to vent his anger. Didn't you see that this guy doesn't even want to fight back?" "I don't think so. Maybe this man did something bad and was bumped into by Chen Mushi. He felt guilty, so he didn't dare to fight back. But he's so handsome. This is a damn face-obsessed world. Get lost, you face-obsessed people." The students were discussing the matter, and naturally many knowledgeable people jumped out to explain what they thought was the truth. Watching and spreading rumors are bad habits that can never be eradicated by mankind. In just a short while, hundreds of different versions of the rumor were flying around. Qin Huai and Chen Mushi ignored the onlookers. Especially Chen Mushi, who was so angry that she almost had a cerebral congestion. She has studied martial arts and is quite strong. 3 or 5 big men cannot get close to her. But now he had been attacking fiercely for a long time, but he hadn't even touched the corner of the clothes of this bastard who was deliberately taking advantage of him. She gritted her teeth, her eyes became fierce, she squatted down, and swept her foot across. While Qin Huai jumped up to dodge, he kicked straight up with his extremely flexible right leg. She didn't even bother to lift up her pleated skirt and went towards Qin Huai's vital points. Qin Huai was horrified and put his hands down to block Chen Muxi's kick that could have cut off her offspring. After landing, he flashed behind Chen Muxi, who had already stood up and was about to continue her attack. He put his hands on her shoulders and exerted force. A huge force hit her, her collarbone was clamped, and Chen Muxi was unable to move. Asshole! Let me go! Chen Muxi cursed angrily. Qin Huai looked aggrieved. You are more or less ill, why did you hit me? Are you still asking me why? I asked you to get the sketchbook for me, but you. Chen Muxi couldn't say the rest. In front of so many onlookers, he said in person that Qin Huai took advantage of him. I just transferred here. Will I still be able to see you in the future? Oh. Qin Huai suddenly realized, so you wanted me to hold the picture book, I thought. He leaned close to Chen Muxi's ear, blew gently, and then said, I saw that your stockings were wrinkled, and I thought you were holding the sketchbook with your hands free, so you asked me to help you pull them up. You should have told me earlier, look at what happened. You. Women's ears are naturally sensitive. After Qin Huai blew on her, Chen Muxi's pretty face instantly turned red to her ears. The strength in her body quickly drained away, and with it, a tingling sensation arose. If Qin Huai hadn't held on a little harder, she would have probably fallen to the ground. Son of a bitch! Chen Muxi gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had been well protected by her half-brother since she was a child, and was dressed in fine clothes and fed with delicious food, and was spoiled. All the men she came into contact with were elegant and gentlemanly, and she had never suffered such grievances. When her proud fists and kicks were completely suppressed, her weakness surged in like a river bursting its dam. Then I'll apologize to you, okay? Qin Huai released the hand that was holding Chen Muxi's shoulder. Immediately, Chen Muxi turned around and kicked Qin Huai on the leg. Qin Huai grimaced in pain. In fact, I had already thought of this scene when I let go. After a successful attack, Chen Muxi did not continue to attack. He sniffed and calmed himself down. She looked up at the students gathered in a circle and suddenly yelled, You despicable scumbag! You have betrayed me with so many other women. I will never forgive you. After cursing, a hint of pride appeared in Chen Muxi's eyes. She subconsciously thought that Qin Huai was also a student of the Academy of Arts, and she said this deliberately to discredit Qin Huai, so that Qin Huai would be labeled as a scumbag in school and be criticized by others. And the effect Chen Muxi wanted has been achieved. The students watching were in an uproar, with shock mixed with anger, contempt and hatred. Having a girlfriend as beautiful as Chen Muxi, he actually cheated on her. This is simply unforgivable. Those fairies even cursed Qin Huai directly, saying things like, a lowly man, and a common man, and why don't you just die, and so on, and they kept on talking. Everyone in Qin Huai was numb. Being scolded by so many people twice in one day. It seemed that if he didn't die, it would not be enough to appease the public anger. Qin Huai saw Chen Muxi's smug expression, and immediately revealed a miserable look, crying out in pain, Wife, I was wrong. I was really wrong. For the sake of the child in your belly, please forgive me again. Chapter 38 Only routines can win people's hearts. The smug expression on Chen Muxi's face froze because of Qin Huai's words. Her vision went dark and she couldn't help but stagger. I thought I had come up with a clever plan to discredit this bastard, but I ended up shooting myself in the foot. Amidst the uproar, countless strange eyes fell on Chen Muxi. Chen Muxi had the urge to fight Qin Huai to the death. You can't beat him in a fight, and you can't win in an argument. In extreme rage, Chen Muxi made up her mind to throw the jar into the ground. She walked towards Qin Huai step by step, her eyes that seemed to be spitting fire, as if she was looking at an enemy who had killed her father. Did he get out of control? Qin Huai became alert and couldn't help but think to himself. Who knew that the next second, Chen Muxi's eyes were filled with tears, and she asked softly, Will you really change? Qin Huai felt his scalp tingling when he saw this. What's wrong with these women? Each of them has such superb acting skills, they can be called natural-born actors. Change, change, change. I must change. Okay, then I'll forgive you one last time, for the bracelet you gave me. Bracelet? When did I give you the bracelet? Qin Huai was just wondering when he saw Chen Muxi spread out her hands. In her fair palms lay a bracelet made of small stones of different colors and irregular shapes. Oh shit! Qin Huai opened his mouth and was stunned. This was something he was going to give to Lu Qingxue, so he put it in his pocket. When did it end up in Chen Mushi's hands? Chen Mushi turned and left. The crowd of onlookers made way for him, and some fairies looked disappointed and advised Chen Mushi not to forgive the scumbag. Wife! Wait for me! Qin Huai hurriedly chased after him. No matter what, the bracelet must be returned. Chen Mushi walked to a small pavilion in the woods and stopped. Qin Huai folded his arms, leaned against the pillar of the pavilion, and said, "Can you return the bracelet to me?" Chen Mushi sneered, "Return it to you? Why? You stole it from me, shouldn't you give it back? Is your name written on the bracelet? Or you can call it twice and see if it responds. You are just being a scoundrel. You took advantage of me, teased me in public, and ruined my reputation. For a hooligan like you, I can do whatever I want to you." Qin Huai rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, I've already said it was a misunderstanding. It was you who took the initiative to slander me as a scumbag in front of so many people. I was just defending myself. Or is it my fault?" Chen Mushi gritted her teeth, "If I don't clean up well today." Before she could finish her words, Qin Huai suddenly rushed over and tried to snatch the bracelet from her hand. Chen Mushi also reacted quickly and raised her hand. Qin Huai caught something he shouldn't have caught. For a moment, both of them were stunned. Qin Huai pinched it subconsciously. "Ar!" A shrill scream suddenly rang out. Qin Huai grimaced and covered his ears. The decibel of the sound was almost the same as Su Huaijuan's. It seems that women are born to be high-pitched singers. "I kill you!" Chen Mushi went completely mad, like a female leopard with its beastly nature bursting out, beating and hitting without any rules. Qin Huai ran around the pavilion pillars several times until Chen Mushi stopped chasing him. Chen Mushi was panting and burst into tears. Tears kept falling like beans, as if I was going to throw a tantrum in the next second. Looks very aggrieved. Qin Huai didn't say anything. He just squatted a few meters away and watched her cry quietly. As a result, Chen Mushi kept crying and pulling the bracelet hard, trying to break it. "I was wrong." Qin Huai resolutely admitted his mistake, walked to Chen Mushi, stretched out his arms and gently hugged her, and deliberately said in a low and magnetic voice, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please forgive me. I won't make you angry in the future, let alone make you cry." Chen Mushi trembled all over when she heard this, and her eyes were blurred for a moment. But soon, she pushed Qin Huai away with force. "You took advantage of me again. How can I calm down?" Chen Mushi said angrily, "Let me beat you up." Qin Huai immediately put his hands on his head and squatted down. "Come on, ravage me as much as you want, don't worry about whether I live or die." "Asshole, asshole, asshole." Chen Mushi cried, cursed, punched and kicked, venting her inner anger and grievances. But she was very measured in her attack and didn't use too much force. To Qin Huai, it felt more like flirting between a couple. Qin Huai endured the attack silently, and when he raised his eyes, he could still see the charming purple. Following the principle that it would be a waste not to look, he grimaced, feeling both pain and happiness. Chen Mushi gradually stopped, sat on the stone platform in the pavilion, and continued to breathe. Her hair and clothes were a little messy, her eyes were red and tearful, and her pretty face was rosy and delicate, looking like she had just done something bad. "Have you calmed down?" Qin Huai stood up, his brows furrowed, full of helplessness. Chen Mushi didn't answer, but pursed her lips and said nothing. "If you've calmed down, can you return the bracelet to me?" Qin Huai said. "No." "Well." Qin Huai scratched his head. "Weigh in your heart whether it is worth it." "Thinking about it, I still feel a little bit wronged, so I sighed. This bracelet is very important to me, what do you want in exchange for returning it to me?" Chen Mushi didn't answer but asked, "What's your name?" "Qin Huai." "Give me the phone." Question mark. Qin Huai tilted his head. "What? Do you want to steal my phone?" Chen Mushi glared, grabbed the bracelet with both hands, and threatened, "Give it to me or not." "Give it, give it, give it." Qin Huai immediately handed the phone to Chen Mushi. "Unlock." "Okay." Qin Huai unlocked the phone and handed it over again. After Chen Mushi took it, she pressed the dial button, tapped quickly, and then dialed. Soon, a faint and soft music came from the mobile phone. Chen Mushi then threw the phone back to Qin Huai and said viciously, "Remember, my name is Chen Mushi. Mu is 3 drops of water plus a wood, and she is 3 drops of water plus the sunset. So much water. Chen Mushi glared. What did you say? I think it's a good name. The name is nice and the person is beautiful. Qin Huai gave a thumbs up. Chen Mushi gritted her teeth and said, I have never suffered such a loss since I was a child. Don't even think about letting this matter go. What do you want? I'll keep the bracelet for now. I'll return it to you after you've redeemed your sins. Chen Mushi said as she put the bracelet on her fair wrist. I have to say, this bracelet suits her quite well. Qin Huai's expression changed. What atonement? It depends on your performance. If you dare to block my number, you will never get the bracelet back in your lifetime. Chen Mushi said this, turned around and strode away. Qin Huai did not chase after her anymore. He stood there dejectedly and watched Chen Mushi go away. From a distance, Chen Mushi looked back and saw Qin Huai's lonely look, with a smug smile on her lips. In the end, I won. When Chen Mushi's figure disappeared from his sight, Qin Huai took a breath, stretched his limbs, and twisted his neck. The goal was achieved, but the losses were also great. He got beaten and lost a bracelet. I'll have to have a good chat with Shen Hong later. I've sacrificed so much to complete the mission, so I have to give you some benefits. Qin Huai muttered to himself, wiped his face, and left. Since ancient times, true love cannot be retained, only routines can win people's hearts. Now, Chen Huaidong should be unable to sit still, right? Chapter 39. Let us get married. On their way back to Phoenix Lake, Qin Huai went to the supermarket and bought 2 large bags of food, filling the refrigerator. It is rare for a rich girl like Su Huaijuan to be able to cook noodles. It is unrealistic to expect her to cook delicious meals. Moreover, Su Huaijuan usually eats at school, and Lu Qingxue eats at the company, so there is not even a nanny at home. Qin Huai was reluctant to let himself down, so he had to cook by himself. While preparing food in the kitchen, Su Huaijuan came over in slippers and looked into the kitchen. What are you busy doing outside today? You may not believe it if I tell you. Qin Huai sighed. In the morning, a beautiful lady asked me for help. I helped her, and I was scolded by a group of people. In the afternoon, a beautiful lady asked me for help. I helped her again, and another group of people scolded me again. Puff. Su Huaijuan smiled and asked, what on earth did you do? Just help me. It's getting harder and harder to be a good person these days. You must never be too sympathetic in the future. Otherwise, you won't even get a thank you and will end up in trouble. You must have done something. Seeing that Qin Huai didn't elaborate, Su Huaijuan didn't ask any more questions and changed the subject. Are you cooking tonight? Yeah, is there anything you want to eat? You can order now. I want to eat pickled pepper pork liver. No liver. Then I want to eat chicken stewed with taro. No taro. Black pepper beef tenderloin. No beef tenderloin. Su Huaijuan rolled his eyes. There's nothing. What do you want me to order? Qin Huai sighed. You are making things difficult for me, fatty. Whatever you order, don't eat tonight to lose weight. Su Huaijuan stared, his cheeks puffed up. You said I'm fat. Where am I fat? She reached out and pulled the loose clothes towards her waist, revealing her slender waist perfectly. A flat belly is quite beautiful. The Sufeng mountain, which is not small to begin with, looks even more majestic and spectacular. Okay, you're not fat, eat more at night. There is no way. An honest and reliable young man like Qin Huai really can't lie with his eyes open. Su Huaijuan then hummed twice in satisfaction, turned around and curled up on the sofa to watch TV. Making dinner is a hassle. Chef Qin worked for more than 2 hours before he prepared 12 delicious dishes that filled the table. Su Huaijuan, who was watching a soap opera, smelled the fragrance, leaned over to look, and couldn't take his eyes away. Why did you cook so many dishes? Are there any guests? No. Qin Huai glanced at the shaky sunset, wiped the water stains on his hands with a towel, and said, ask Lao Lin and the others to have a meal together. Bodyguards like Lao Lin usually solve their own eating problems. A lot of the time I order takeout and subscribe to a monthly meal package from a fast food restaurant. A box lunch costs 12 yuan, and there are 2 meals a day, noon and evening. After Lu Qingxue moved in, except for a few who went to the company on rotation, all her bodyguards stayed outside the villa. So the fast food restaurant had more regular customers. The fast food restaurant owner was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Qin Huai felt that it was necessary to establish a good relationship with Lao Lin and others. Furthermore, deep down, Qin Huai still respects these bodyguards. Before retiring, they were all good soldiers and had defended their country with honor. Are you trying to bribe them? Su Huaijuan asked. Qin Huai said, what do you mean by bribery? This is called building a good relationship with colleagues. After all, I am also one of your bodyguards. Then you should cook every day from now on. Hey, I'm a bodyguard, not a babysitter. You have to pay extra. Miser. Su Huaijuan said, pooh, and ran out to call Lao Lin and the others to come in for dinner. The group of bodyguards were flattered. Su Huaijuan and Lu Qingxue are both women, and they are young, beautiful, and single women. In order to avoid suspicion, these bodyguards generally do not enter the villa. Only Qin Huai has this privilege. Each bodyguard felt somewhat uncomfortable. Now that Qin Huai took the initiative to prepare such a sumptuous dinner to treat them, the discomfort in his heart was alleviated a lot. Boom boom. The sound of a motor began. A red coupe pulled into the open-air parking spot. A black business car followed closely behind. Lu Qingxue and her bodyguards are back. Qin Huai greeted with a smile, just in time, wash your hands and have dinner. I don't eat. I'm busy. Lu Qingxue glanced at the sumptuous dishes on the table, swallowed quietly, and went upstairs with a proud look on her waist. Qin Huai curled his lips, ignored Lu Qingxue, and invited everyone else to eat. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Everyone gave Qin Huai a thumbs up and praised his cooking skills. If this were a restaurant, it would definitely be a booming business. After dinner, the sun had set and night fell. It's another quiet summer night. In the study, Lu Qingxue finally finished her work, stretched, and looked tired. Listening to the sparse chirping of insects outside, my stomach started growling too. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lu Qingxue got up and opened the door, and saw Qin Huai standing outside with a tray of food. The aroma of food wafts into the air. Are you done with your work? Eat something first. No matter how busy you are, you can't go hungry. Qin Huai said. Lu Qingxue pursed her lips, took the plate, put it on the table and started eating. Suddenly, I felt a very peaceful feeling in my heart. It seems that having this man around is not that bad. If you don't want to go to Jianglamau's cocktail party tomorrow night, you don't have to go. Lu Qingxue said. Yes, of course. Qin Huai grinned. He really wanted to see what tricks this clown Jianglamau would play. Lu Qingxue ate up all the food Qin Huai brought her, not leaving a single grain of rice. The plate was as clean as if it had been licked by a dog. Seeing Qin Huai's smile, Lu Qingxue stiffened her neck and said, it's not that the food you cook tastes so good, it's just that I'm hungry, and it's shameful to waste food. Yes, I understand. Qin Huai held back his laughter and nodded seriously to show his agreement. When Qin Huai was about to leave with his plate, Lu Qingxue suddenly asked, do you know Junjun's family? Qin Huai looked back at Lu Qingxue and said, why should I know? I don't plan to marry her. Lu Qingxue narrowed her eyes slightly, what about dating? Well, Junjun is quite cute. Qin Huai said halfway through his speech, you are more important to me. Real? Qin Huai nodded, really? After all, she was a woman who slept with him. Qin Huai also takes his chastity very seriously, okay? At the corner of the stairs, Su Huaijuan leaned against the wall and heard the conversation between Qin Huai and Lu Qingxue clearly. A sad look appeared on her cute face with baby fat, and she went downstairs quietly like a thief. But Qin Huai still noticed the movement, and he tilted his head to see a strand of flowing hair. Then let's get married. Okay, you're right, huh? Qin Huai suddenly came to his senses and looked at Lu Qingxue in disbelief. What did you say? Lu Qingxue exhaled and repeated word by word, I said, let's get married. Chapter 40 I was blind. At this moment, Qin Huai was confused. He stared at Lu Qingxue in a daze, unable to speak. I wonder if this woman was stimulated by something. He obviously didn't like me at all, but he suddenly proposed marriage. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Qin Huai frowned slightly and said, are you serious? Seriously. Lu Qingxue stood up, looked Qin Huai in the eyes, and said, I secretly asked someone to investigate you and even sent someone to the capital. Qin Huai suddenly realized, so, you know my true identity. New. Lu Qingxue said calmly, no wonder Chen Huaidong didn't continue to cause trouble for you. The Qin family is ranked 9th among the wealthy families in Beijing. The eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Huai, it turns out that you have never lied. Oh. Qin Huai chuckled, with a playful look in his eyes, are you willing to marry me because you know that I am the son of a wealthy family? I guess so. Lu Qingxue nodded very frankly, I don't understand why you, a young master from a wealthy family, would go to a bar in Chongqing to be a bartender, mix drinks for people every day, and live in a shabby rental house. Maybe you are playing the game of life? I don't care. Lu Qingxue walked closer to Qin Huai step by step, looking at this handsome face up close. As long as I marry you, I can get rid of Chen Huaidong's entanglement and prevent the Lu group from being swallowed up by Chen Huaidong. Then you might be disappointed. Qin Huai shrugged, it's true that I was born in the Qin family, but I have never lived the luxurious life of a rich second generation since I was a child. When I was very young, I thought my family was so poor that we could hardly afford to eat. Lu Qingxue said, it's not important. You don't understand me. Qin Huai laughed and said, do you think I'm playing games by traveling thousands of miles to Chongqing to be a bartender? No, I ran away from home, penniless, so poor that I need to work to support myself, and my relationship with my father is extremely bad, almost severing the father-son relationship. Lu Qingxue frowned, why? You are the only heir of the Qin family. It's hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, I only have the title of the eldest son of the Qin family. I have no money, no power, and no connections. If you want to rely on my status to achieve social status advancement, it is doomed to be impossible. Qin Huai asked playfully, do you still want to marry me now? Not. Lu Qingxue nodded and spoke decisively. Why? Didn't I explain it clearly enough? Qin Huai was puzzled. Chen Huaidong doesn't know this. He only knows that you are the eldest son of the Qin family and he doesn't dare to offend you. That's enough. Har har har. Qin Huai laughed. His eyes were deep and calm, like a pool of stagnant water. So I'm just a tool, a shield, right? Lu Qingxue looked at Qin Huai, is it okay? Yes. Of course. Qin Huai smiled and said, after we get married, will you sleep with me? Lu Qingxue shook her head, no, we are just pretending to be married. You can live the life you want and I won't interfere. At the same time, you can't interfere with my life. Then why should I agree to marry you? Isn't this what you always wanted? To be responsible for me. You said so yourself. I regret it. Qin Huai looked like a scoundrel, now it's my turn to pull up my pants and deny you. Lu Qingxue was silent for a while, then whispered, do you really want me to sleep with you? Yes. Qin Huai nodded and said, there is no such thing as pie falling from the sky in this world. If you want something, you have to pay something for it. Lu Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, it's meaningless. Even if I sleep with you, it's just sharing a bed with you but having different dreams. You are not in my heart. It doesn't matter. I never thought about getting your heart. It's enough for me to get you. I can vent whenever I want. Lu Qingxue raised her hand to slap Qin Huai. Qin Huai grabbed Lu Qingxue's wrist and raised his lips slightly, why? Do you really think it's so easy to be the young lady of the Qin family? Shameless. Lu Qingxue's eyes were filled with hatred, I am not a tool for you to vent your anger. Do you feel your personality and self-esteem have been insulted? It's not that serious. It's just a transaction, you said. Lu Qingxue's heart was beating wildly, I am blind. Get out of my room. I was blind. Qin Huai let go of his hand and looked at Lu Qingxue coldly, from now on, there is no relationship between you and me. Just treat that night as a nightmare. I will forget it, and you'd better forget it too. Good. Lu Qingxue nodded heavily, it's a deal. Qin Huai turned around and left without any reluctance. With a bang, the door was closed by Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue sat on the bed in a daze, slightly tilting her head and looking at herself in the makeup mirror with lifeless eyes. What did I say? How could I become like this? Qin Huai had a blank expression on his face and threw the plate into the fully automatic dishwasher. Listening to the sound of splashing water, a sneer appeared on his lips. Lu Qingxue, you are really a qualified businessman. But in this way, I will not feel guilty at all. Yeah, it's just a nap, it's not like you're losing any weight. What era is this? How many people really care whether it's the first time or not? Qin Huai kept trying to comfort himself, but he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. There is a feeling of anger stuck in my heart that I can't vent. He lit a cigarette irritably and puffed out smoke. I actually felt that the smell of the smoke had become very bitter. Grass. With an angry curse, Qin Huai extinguished the cigarette, threw the lighted cigarette into the trash can, walked out of the villa, crossed the lawn, came to the wooden chair by the Phoenix Lake, and sat down with his legs spread out. It was almost 9 o'clock, and the evening breeze still retained some heat, making Qin Huai even more uncomfortable. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone rang suddenly. Qin Huai was getting irritated, and without even looking at who was calling, he said unhappily, "If you have something to say, just fart." There was silence on the phone for several seconds, and then a gentle voice sounded beside Qin Huai's ear, "Xiao Huai, have you been wronged outside?" Hearing this voice, Qin Huai's eyes widened and he quickly put the phone screen in front of him. Seeing the words, Auntie Lan, clearly displayed on it, he said in his heart, "Auntie Lan, why aren't you playing quiz with Dad at this hour? Bar, why aren't you taking a rest? Do you think Auntie Lan disturbed you?" The voice was still gentle, but it made Qin Huai sweat on his forehead. From childhood to adulthood, he has been lawless and is not even afraid of Qin Mushin. It was not until Qin Mushin married Aunt Lan and brought her home that Qin Huai first understood what it meant to have something stronger than something else. It's not that Aunt Lan was not kind to Qin Huai. On the contrary, Aunt Lan perfectly made up for the lack of maternal love in Qin Huai. But because of this, Qin Huai respected and loved her from the bottom of his heart. Aunt Lan is also a very capable person. Internally, she keeps Qin Mushin and his son Qin Huai in check. Externally, she manages the Qin family's huge business in perfect order. The Qin family originally ranked last among the wealthy families in Beijing. To be frank, it was all thanks to Aunt Lan that they were able to move up. No, Aunt Lan, what are you talking about? I'm so happy that you called me. Qin Huai said with a flattering look on his face. Auntie Lan said softly, I heard that you were jealous of someone for a girl named Lu Qingxue. I like that girl very much. You two should get along well with each other. If she is abducted by someone else, I will punish you. Ahar. Aunt Lan, you have a good eye. Don't worry, we have a very good relationship. She just said she wanted to be my fiancé. She can't run away. That's good. I'll wait for your good news. Aunt Lan hung up the phone. The moment the phone call was hung up, Qin Huai took off and ran towards the villa like a dog. Lu Qingxue. I regret it. Let's get engaged first and get married when the opportunity is right. Chapter 41. What if I say no? Under the warm light, Lu Qingxue had just finished taking a shower and was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. Her hair was wet and draped behind her head, and she was wearing a thin, translucent nightgown. The graceful figure was looming, and the pair of white legs so bright that Qin Huai felt a little dizzy. She sneered and said, "Didn't you say you were blind?" Qin Huai answered seriously, "I was blind originally, but now I am healed." Wow, it's a medical miracle. Yes. You don't want me to sleep with you. If you're willing, I will. Don't even think about it. Lu Qingxue said with a straight face, I am not a tool for you to vent your anger. I was wrong. Qin Huai admitted his mistake obediently. I'm curious what made you change your mind so quickly. No matter what, we are already, right? I have to be responsible for you. You said it was a nightmare and you would forget it. I was wrong. Qin Huai bowed 90 degrees, I apologize for my previous insolence. Now I solemnly declare that that night was definitely not a nightmare, but a beautiful dream, especially when you sat on it. Shut up. Lu Qingxue was so angry that she threw a pillow at Qin Huai. Qin Huai took it and smiled foolishly, is it such a happy decision? Can. Lu Qingxue calmed down and said, but you have to understand that we are just playing around. I still say the same thing, I won't interfere with you, and you don't have to interfere with me. No problem. Qin Huai responded cheerfully, I definitely won't have any unreasonable thoughts. Hearing Qin Huai agree so readily, Lu Qingxue pursed her lips. Sorry. Sorry. Lu Qingxue showed a trace of sadness on her face, I know my request is too much. The Lu Group is the foundation of my family's hard work for 3 generations. I can't let it be destroyed in my hands. That's understandable. Qin Huai also put away his playful smile and said seriously, it's not easy for you, a woman, to carry such a large group company. I won't force you to like me. If I can help you in some way, it will be regarded as making up for the harm I have caused you, even though that was not my original intention. I don't blame you. Lu Qingxue sighed quietly, I have thought about it carefully these days. If it wasn't you that night, it would have been another man, and maybe it would have been worse. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, just think of it as a favor I owe you, and I will pay it back in the future. It's too formal to say that. Qin Huai waved his hand and said, you rest first. I'll go back and take a shower and sleep. Qin Huai. When Qin Huai was about to go out, Lu Qingxue stopped him. Anything else? Lu Qingxue said with a hint of apology and a sincere look in her eyes, thank you. Qin Huai smiled, turned around and left, closing her door. After returning to the room, Qin Huai took a shower and lay in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. The complicated relationship between him and Lu Qingxue made him feel unhappy. It was unknown how long it took before Qin Huai fell into a drowsy sleep. A knock at the door woke him up. Qin Huai yawned, stood up and opened the door. Su Huaijuan was standing outside the door. With her long hair cascading like a waterfall and wearing a JK outfit, she looks young, beautiful, pure and moving. Let's go. I have classes this morning. Su Huaijuan said with a smile. Qin Huai nodded, turned back to the bed and changed his clothes. He forgot to close the door, and Su Huaijuan didn't know why he was thinking that, but he didn't take the initiative to avoid him. Looking at Qin Huai's streamlined muscles and the hideous scars on his back, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes full of shock. I don't understand what Qin Huai went through to have so many scars. It must be very painful when you get hurt. Su Huaijuan thought to himself. It was not until Qin Huai was about to take off his pants that Su Huaijuan quickly turned around. Qin Huai heard the sound, looked back, and rubbed his forehead helplessly. I actually forgot to close the door. Now, Su Huaijuan has seen everything. Whatever, I've seen her naked before, so let's just call it even. After changing clothes and tidying up his messy hair with water, Qin Huai drove Su Huaijuan to school. Lao Lin and other bodyguards were still driving behind, not too far away. After entering the school, wherever the two of them passed by, the eyes of the passing students gathered. There was contempt, admiration, and jealousy in his eyes. Su Huaijuan felt these gazes and asked Qin Huai blankly, what happened today? Why are they looking at us like this? Maybe you're just too pretty and I'm an eyesore. Qin Huai said perfunctorily, and couldn't help but touch his nose. He felt that college students were too idle and strongly suggested assigning them homework. Just like in senior year of high school, start with 10 sets of papers a day. Su Huaijuan felt something was wrong, but he didn't investigate further. Arriving at the bottom of the art building, Su Huaijuan said goodbye to Qin Huai and ran away quickly. The flying skirt made Qin Huai feel much better. Hey, Qin Huai. Tang Yuan appeared at some point and waved at Qin Huai from a distance. Qin Huai walked over with a smile, brother. Nice beer, bro. Tang Yuan gave Qin Huai a thumbs up and asked with interest, when did you and Chen Mushi get together? You're even pregnant. From now on, you are the only god I believe in. Qin Huai was surprised, did the news spread so quickly? Hurry run. Question mark. Before Qin Huai could ask, Tang Yuan had already run away, hiding behind a tree and looking around with a sneaky look. Mr. Qin. A cold voice came. Qin Huai looked sideways and raised his eyebrows. Chen Huaidong. Isn't this guy on a mission assigned by foreign forces? Why is he so idle every day? Har, Mr. Chen, what a coincidence, I can meet you here. Qin Huai winked and said, are you here to pick up girls? There are so many beauties in the art academy, and they are indeed pleasing to the eyes. However, with your status, young Master Chen, the one you like must not be an ordinary beauty. What does she look like? Are you willing to show me? Chen Huaidong had a gloomy face, and he obviously had no interest in chatting with Qin Huai. He asked directly, Mr. Qin, when did you become my brother-in-law? And you made my sister pregnant. What? Qin Huai pretended to be dumbfounded, what do you mean? A gloomy look flashed across Chen Huaidong's eyes, Chen Mushi, the girl who had a conflict with you yesterday, is my sister. R. Qin Huai suddenly realized, no way. Chen Mushi is your sister? Yes. Chen Huaidong said coldly, Mr. Qin, isn't that too much? You like Lu Qingxue, and I agree to compete with you fairly, but you turn around and bully my sister. What is this? Do you think I, Chen Huaidong, am easy to bully? Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. Qin Huai waved his hand. How would I know that Chen Mushi is your sister? And if you know what happened, you should know that it was Chen Mushi who slandered me first, and then I fought back. So, it's my sister's fault. There was a hint of murderous intent in Chen Huaidong's eyes. His half-sister is his Achilles' heel. Qin Huai ruined Chen Mushi's reputation. As soon as she transferred to the school, she was subjected to all kinds of rumors and gossip. Chen Huaidong couldn't turn a blind eye to it. It's hard to say whose fault it is, but it's just a misunderstanding. Qin Huai said. Chen Huaidong said in a cold voice, Please Mr. Qin explain publicly and apologize to my sister. Har. Me. Public explanation. Apologize. Qin Huai's smile turned cold. What if I say no? Mr. Chen, what are you going to do? Chapter 42, It still depends on appearance. When their eyes met, their cold and sharp gazes were like knives and swords, and the sharpness continued as they exchanged blows. The atmosphere was heavy and depressing, causing the students passing by to subconsciously avoid the two people and not dare to get close. Har har har. Suddenly, Chen Huaidong laughed. Mr. Qin, are you serious? Of course I know that with your status as a rich young master in Beijing, how could you apologize? I was just joking with you, don't take it as an offense. Qin Huai also laughed, patted Chen Huaidong on the shoulder, and said, Oh, I actually knew from the beginning that young Master Chen was just joking. I was just playing along with you. Mr. Qin is really humorous. Chen Huaidong smiled and said, Let's have dinner together some other day. Okay. But I'm short of money lately, so maybe Master Chen will have to pay for it. Young Master Qin, you are joking. In this small piece of land in Chongcheng, I, Chen Huaidong, am considered a local boss. How can I let you pay for it? Mr. Chen is as generous as ever. I'm determined to be your friend. We are friends, aren't we? I've spoiled my sister. If she has offended young Master Qin, please forgive her and don't take it personally. Am I such a stingy person? I don't think so. Har har har. The two chatted and laughed for a while, and Chen Huaidong said he had something to do and left first. The moment he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared and became extremely gloomy. Qin Huai was still smiling, watching Chen Huaidong disappear from his sight, curling his lips, and murmured, You are just a little loach, but you are cunning enough. But for someone like you, you are not worthy of being on the stage. You can only be in Chongcheng. If you were in the capital, I would kill you in a minute. Awesome. Bro, you are awesome. Seeing Chen Huaidong leave, Tang Yuan ran over and looked at Qin Huai with admiration. Brother, you must not be an ordinary bodyguard, otherwise why would young Master Chen be so polite to you? I'm just an ordinary bodyguard. Qin Huai explained, there is a saying that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If Chen Huaidong insists on taking revenge on me, I will not have any scruples and will just do it. That's what they say, but how many people can really do it? Tang Yuan's eyes were filled with admiration. Brother Huai, teach me how to be as good as you. Well, I think it's mainly about temperament. Qin Huai said after thinking about it. Tang Yuan frowned and looked down at his flashy, frivolous clothes. I think my temperament is not bad. Brother, temperament is 30% based on clothing and 70% based on inner qualities. What you lack is a little inner qualities. Can you tell me in detail? Tang Yuan asked humbly. Qin Huai's phone vibrated. He took it out and took a look. He said to Tang Yuan, It's hard to explain it in a few words. Let's make an appointment some other time to talk slowly. No problem. I'll be waiting for your call anytime. Don't stand me up. Oh, several kings. Qin Huai made an okay gesture, said goodbye to Tang Yuan, and went to the teaching building. Going up to the third floor, Qin Huai knocked on the door of Shen Yu's office. Enter. Shen Yu's voice came. Qin Huai turned the doorknob and walked in, then closed the door with his backhand, and smiled at Shen Yu. Hello, teacher. You are not my student, why are you pretending to be a good student? Sit down, do you want some water? There is only boiled water. All right. Qin Huai sat down with a smile and watched Shen Yu pour water. Today Shen Yu wore a white gauze shirt and a black hip skirt, and her slightly voluptuous figure was particularly attractive. When you bend down slightly to collect water, the S-shaped curve is even more eye-catching. After receiving the water, Shen Yu turned his head and saw Qin Huai staring at him. But those eyes were deep and clear, with only pure appreciation and no other evil thoughts. It's like enjoying the most beautiful scenery. Shen Yu's cheeks blushed slightly, and a hint of joy quietly rose in her heart. Women always care about their appearance and figure. At the same time, they are also extremely contradictory. I don't like men staring at me, but I also want them to stare at me. But in the final analysis, it still depends on appearance. If they are stared at by an ugly fat otaku, they will feel that they are being harassed and want to call the police. But if a handsome guy with 8-pack abs stares at them, they will be smug and pretend not to care, quietly straightening their chests and heads to make their figures look more perfect. Qin Huai was thankful that his father and his mother, whom he had never met, gave birth to him to be fairly handsome. He was also grateful to his father for not letting him become like the second and third generations in the Beijing Playboy circle, who were arrogant and extravagant, and whose bodies were drained by alcohol and sex. Drink some water. Shen Yu pretended not to know that Qin Huai was staring at him, and handed the cup to Qin Huai naturally. Thanks. Qin Huai took a sip, and smacked his lips. Shen Yu said, you can taste the taste of boiled water. Yes. Qin Huai grinned, a faint smell of lilies. Shen Yu immediately pursed her lips, with a hint of shame in her eyes. This is the smell of her perfume. Hey, is this a sheet music? Qin Huai saw that Shen Yu didn't know how to respond, and knew that her personality was still a bit conservative and couldn't stand the slightest teasing, so he took the initiative to change the subject. Shen Yu nodded, I asked for it from a friend. It is said that it was created by a master hidden among the people abroad. No one knows who the author is. Can you understand it? Teacher, you look down on me too much. Can't I have some artistic talent? Qin Huai said dissatisfiedly. Shen Yu immediately said, then play it and let me listen. Qin Huai's eyes turned to a piano placed against the wall. It makes sense for a piano teacher to have a piano in his office. Okay, I'll try. Qin Huai readily agreed and walked to the piano and sat down. Shen Yu was quite surprised to see this, but he didn't say anything and waited for Qin Huai to perform. Then Qin Huai stretched out his hand and posed, and then poked here and there with one finger, just like a primary school student who had just learned to type on the keyboard. Shen Yu stroked his forehead and rolled his eyes. Really shouldn't have any expectations. In theory, the sound of a piano shouldn't be unpleasant even if you just press it randomly. But under Qin Huai, it seemed particularly harsh. Shen Yu couldn't help but said, don't be so stubborn. Ding ding. The rest of her words got stuck in her throat. Qin Huai suddenly seemed like a different person. His slender fingers pressed the piano keys lightly and skillfully. Beautiful notes came out one after another, floating in the air, lingering for a long time. Shen Yu was stunned for a moment, and then he felt unbelievable. Qin Huai didn't even look at the music score, and even with his eyes half closed, he played an 8-part interlude piano piece with great skill. It was as if he had already memorized the piece of music. When the last syllable fell, Qin Huai turned his head and saw Shen Yu put down the phone in a hurry. She was just recording the screen. Qin Huai pretended not to know and asked with a smile, Teacher Shen Yu, how did I play? Are there any mistakes? Please give me some advice. Shen Yu. Chapter 43, a poem. What the hell is this? She has been learning piano since elementary school and has become a professional piano teacher at an art college. Her level is already very high and she is worthy of being accepted by the art academy. It was also because of this that she was able to hear from Qin Huai's song that Qin Huai's attainments in piano were not inferior to hers. To put it more bluntly, if Qin Huai is willing, he can hold a solo piano concert. He has the ability and qualifications. How did you do that? Shen Yu could not deny that she was becoming more and more curious about Qin Huai. Could this boy, who is 7 years younger than her, be a piano genius? It just popped out like that. Didn't you see the whole thing with your own eyes, Teacher Shen Yu? Qin Huai pretended to be stupid. I really didn't mean to pretend. He is half the real author of this song. While abroad, Qin Huai accidentally met a beggar who had fallen into poverty and was performing on the street to make a living. He kindly gave him some alms, but the beggar held him back and wouldn't let him go. Qin Huai thought the beggar was trying to blackmail him, but he found out that the beggar was pretending. His real identity was a very low-key but highly accomplished piano master. A true master of the highest caliber. He said he was bored and came out to meet a kind person. The nature of this is just like a super rich person pretending to be a poor old man and randomly asking people on the street to borrow money. You are going to borrow, congratulations, the turning point of your destiny has come. It is very likely that you will get a huge windfall, and the huge pie will be enough to knock you out. But the chance of this happening is as small as Mars hitting the earth, so don't try it. Otherwise, there will be a huge trap waiting for you to step into. Anyway, the piano master named Su Wei was doing this out of boredom, and Qin Huai happened to meet him and was pulled into composing a piece of music together. Fortunately, Qin Huai does have some piano skills. Although not very advanced, at least he has learned some basic skills. After much trouble, the song was finally created. When it was Qin Huai's turn to sign, he refused to do so. After all, his identity was special, so it would be better to use a pseudonym. The piano master got so angry that he didn't even sign his name. So the author of the music score became a mystery. Some people who are interested in solving puzzles spend every day pondering and researching them, becoming addicted to the joy of solving puzzles and unable to extricate themselves. Qin Huai would definitely not tell these secrets. Shen Yu is not a woman who likes to get to the bottom of things. Seeing that Qin Huai didn't say anything, she didn't bother to argue. She rolled her eyes and suddenly asked, Qin Huai, are you interested in being a piano teacher at the art academy? ? Qin Huai was stunned. Me? As a teacher? Age does not determine achievement. Your piano attainments have reached a very high level, no less than mine. If I can be a piano teacher, why can't you? Well. Qin Huai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just showed off my skills, how come I got into trouble? Qin Huai felt that he had been having a lot of bad luck in love recently. He was dealing with several women every day and had an important mission to accomplish. How could he have the time to come to school and be a piano teacher? You don't have to worry about the time. Piano lessons are only 2 days a week, 2 lessons a day, very relaxing. As for the salary, my monthly salary is 40,000 yuan. In addition, if you lead a performance, there will be generous subsidies. At performance evaluation, the income is still considerable. Do you want to try it? If I come here, won't that mean I'm stealing your job? No, there are a lot of students who are interested in piano. When I give classes, the lecture hall is almost full. Many students stand in the corridor to listen to the class. Your coming here can help share my pressure. Qin Huai was speechless. He was too lazy to expose it. The student is interested in piano? Obviously, he is interested in the beautiful piano teacher. Let's talk about this later. I think I'm very busy recently. Qin Huai declined politely. Shen Yu showed regret. That's a pity. I thought that when you came, we could discuss it often and learn from each other. It's okay. You can contact me anytime you want to discuss it. Qin Huai said. Okay. Then I'll leave first. Huh? No, the main reason I asked you to come here today was to hear your story. You want to run away before you even say a word. Qin Huai bared his teeth. Forget about listening to stories. The past is too painful to recall. Bringing it up is like exposing my scars. Is that so? Shen Yu frowned when she heard this, not knowing what was in her mind. She looked at Qin Huai with a hint of pity in her eyes. It must be difficult to get along with a rich lady like Lu Qingxue, right? I don't think you are a greedy person. You have such a hard time, and you haven't broken up with Lu Qingxue yet. You must have your difficulties. I understand. Qin Huai looked touched and nodded repeatedly, crying in his heart, Sister. You are wrong. I am a greedy and lustful person. That's me. As an outsider, I can't help you with anything. I can only say that life is only a few decades long, and no one knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow. The most important thing for a person is to be happy. Even if you have been wronged for various reasons, you should try to get out of it as soon as possible. Shen Yu said solemnly, when spring comes and flowers bloom, when the clouds part and the sun shines, you can feel at ease and watch the world change with a smile. Qin Huai looked solemn and bowed slightly. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. I will keep it in mind. Seeing Qin Huai pretending to be so, Shen Yu couldn't help but smile. Well, go and do your thing, call me. Okay. Qin Huai turned and walked to the door, put his hand on the door handle, turned back, and said to Shen Yu seriously, Teacher is very literary, I also have a poem to read to you. Shen Yu tilted his head. Then I heard Qin Huai say in a rhythmic voice, I finally met your Yertiaosha. I miss you every second, I search for you in my dreams, but you are always with me day and night. After saying this, Qin Huai walked away without stopping. The office door closed gently, but Shen Yu still didn't come back to his senses. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and her eyes flickered with panic and complexity. Is he confessing his feelings to me? Shen Yu's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't calm down. Shen Yu picked up the cup and took 2 sips. He tried to calm himself down. Everything that happened between him and Qin Huai in a short time emerged in his mind. He felt embarrassed and beautiful. Taking a deep breath, Shen Yu took out paper and pen and wrote the poem Qin Huai read on paper. The handwriting is elegant and square, revealing a profound literary background. She is indeed a woman who comes from a scholarly family. I finally met you, you are my love. I miss you every second. I search for you in my dreams, but you are always with me. Shen Yu read it softly, and murmured, it is popular but full of true feelings. These 4 simple poems express the yearning for love that cannot be obtained. But how could you confess to me? You are already Lu Qingxue's boyfriend. We have known each other for such a short time, and you confess to me like this, wouldn't it be too casual and frivolous? Just when he was confused and didn't know what to do, Shen Yu suddenly froze. She took an introductory book on the basics of piano and covered most of the poem, leaving only the first word of each sentence. With one glance, his face turned red and then white. Tearing the paper to pieces like an electric shock, Shen Yu felt his whole body burning, gnashing his teeth and saying, this, hooligan. He actually. Before he could finish his words, he burst out laughing again. Shen Yu held her cheek with one hand, her eyes were distracted and she said to herself, Qin Huai, what kind of person are you? Chapter 44 Is there anything else you don't know? Achoo! Qin Huai, who was sitting downstairs in the art building, sneezed. Classmate, please take a look. If you are interested. A boy with a mushroom-shaped head, wearing thick black framed glasses, who looked like otaku, handed a flyer to Qin Huai. Before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Huai's face clearly, his expression changed, he said, pooh, and turned away. Oh my god, what do you mean? Don't leave. Come back and explain it clearly. Qin Huai was very angry. How can you be so malicious when you don't even recognize him? But the boy had already run far away, and Qin Huai was too lazy to chase him, his eyes fell on the flyer. The first thing you see is the colorful words, looking for your entrepreneurial dream plus. The micro-entrepreneurship action for college students is jointly organized with relevant universities, relevant experts, investors, and entrepreneurial youth are invited to give lectures and training. Qin Huai quickly glanced through it and threw the flyer into the trash can. The slogans are loud, but isn't this cheating people? So many people in society have failed in starting businesses, and their years of savings have gone down the drain. College students who haven't even left the ivory tower, with no experience, will 99% lose everything if they jump in. Qin Huai curled his lips, showing great contempt for the experts and scholars who suggested that college students start their own businesses. But this did not prevent him from becoming more active. My father was able to leave the Qin family behind and turn Qin Huai Company into Qin Huai Group. How am I worse than him? We need to block Chen Huaidong's intention to control the economic lifeline of the Southwest and uncover the foreign forces behind him, which cannot be accomplished by fighting and killing. Why not start your own company, and then leverage the power of the Lu Group and the Chongqing branch of the Qin Huai Group to integrate into a super leader? Without interference from other capital, he should be able to compete with Chen Huaidong. As long as Chen Huaidong's intentions are blocked, he will definitely contact foreign forces for help, and then follow the clues to find the real culprit. The more I thought about Qin Huai, the more feasible it seemed. But the problem is no money. Go to Lu Qingxue for money. This thought flashed through Qin Huai's mind, but he gave it up. A little bit would be fine, but if it's more, Lu Qingxue would definitely not give it. As for finding my father, that is even more impossible. I have to find a scapegoat. Qin Huai pondered and suddenly thought of Tang Yuan. If we were to talk about a sucker, it would definitely be this half-brother. Qin Huai immediately called Glasses. Glasses, there is a guy named Tang Yuan in the Tang family in Chongqing, check him out. Brother, what are you checking? Check whatever you can. If you can find out how old he was when he was weaned and how old he was when he was still wetting the bed, you'd be awesome. Okay. Glasses hung up the phone. Not long after, Glasses sent an email. It is said that he could gain the trust of the organization and become the intelligence chief of Chongqing. It shows that he has outstanding intelligence capabilities. The email detailed Tang Yuan's various identities, social relationships, and his behavior over the past 20 years. Brother, what's up? Do you think I'm awesome? Glasses called and asked proudly. No. Qin Huai said, you have done a great job. When I have a free meal, I will give you an extra spoonful of soup. After saying that, Qin Huai hung up the phone. You're just a tool, and you still want to show off in front of me. I won't give you a chance. After reading Tang Yuan's information, Qin Huai felt that it was more feasible. This matter needs to be put on the agenda. Qin Huai thought. Ding dong. The pleasant bell for the end of get out of class rang. A large group of students came out of the art building. Qin Huai soon waited for Su Huaijuan. She was holding a book in her arms. When she saw Qin Huai waiting for her, her eyes narrowed into crescents. She ran towards him quickly, her skirt flying up, and her white thighs were full of youthfulness. Go home? Qin Huai asked. Come back, can I order food today? I repeat, I am a bodyguard, not a babysitter. More money. Miss, you are confused. Do you think this old slave is a dish? Giggle, giggle, or. The two walked out of the school while playing and joking. What surprised Su Huaijuan was that the students looked at her with pity in their eyes, and looked at Qin Huai with disgust and hatred, as if Qin Huai had killed their entire family. After leaving the school and getting in the car, Qin Huai drove steadily towards the Phoenix Lake Villa district. Su Huaijuan's legs were resting on the passenger seat dashboard, shaking. As she moved, Qin Huai could occasionally see some spotted strawberry patterns, which made Qin Huai feel particularly emotional. This girl really didn't treat him as an outsider. If she were a beast, she would have been eaten up long ago. Thinking about it this way, Qin Huai felt that it was inappropriate. Wasn't it like calling himself worse than an animal? Ding ding ding. A pleasant piano sound came from Su Huaijuan's mobile phone. Qin Huai felt that this song was very familiar. Wow, this song is so beautiful, right? The person who plays this song is also amazing. Who is playing the piano in Teacher Shin Yu's office? Qin Huai raised his eyebrows. What? Su Huaijuan pointed the phone screen at Qin Huai. Look, this is the video. It has gone viral on the campus network. The song is so beautiful and the performance is so good. If I can reach this level, I can hold a personal piano concert. Hearing the envy in her words, Qin Huai didn't say anything, but just grinned. Wait. These hands. Su Huaijuan discovered the blind spot. Look carefully at the hands playing the piano in the video, and then look at Qin Huai's hands holding the steering wheel. The comparison makes his mouth open into an O shape. It's you? The one who played the piano in Instructor Shin Yu's office was you. Ath. Qin Huai, your attainments in piano are so high. Qin Huai, you are amazing. Su Huaijuan was so excited that he almost went crazy. He yelled without restraint and even grabbed Qin Huai's arm. Stop it. Drive. Do you want to die with me? Qin Huai also shouted. Even after returning to the villa, Su Huaijuan was still staring at Qin Huai, as if he was looking at a treasure. Even when Qin Huai was preparing food in the kitchen, she was peeking at the door and watching. Qin Huai was helpless. I know I'm handsome, can you wipe your saliva first? Do you really think I'm a dish, beautiful enough to be eaten? Su Huaijuan did not hide the admiration in his eyes. Qin Huai, how did you do it? You are good at fighting, cooking, and playing the piano. You surprise me so much, what else can't you do? Qin Huai said angrily, give birth to a baby. Give birth to twins. Breastfeed the baby. Puff. Su Huaijuan laughed until he was out of breath, then he jumped and turned to the sofa, looking at the thousands of floors of buildings in the post, and said proudly, you can envy me, the person playing the piano is in my house and is making lunch for me. As she was laughing, she suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. The words Qin Huai said to Lu Qingxue last night emerged in his mind, and his expression suddenly dimmed. It was like a flame that had just started burning, and then a bucket of cold water was poured on it. Junjun, it's time to eat. Qin Huai brought the food to the table and shouted. For 2 people, 3 dishes and a soup are enough. Su Huaijuan stood up in despair, without even looking at Qin Huai, and went straight upstairs. I have no appetite, you eat. Qin Huai? Qin Huai was confused when he saw Su Huaijuan returning to his room. Women, what kind of creatures are you? If there is a Guinness record for falling out, then this record will be broken every day, there is no limit. Chapter 45 Men Can't Say No. Qin Huai is also a very traditional person at heart. Having slept with someone and not having slept with someone are 2 different concepts. So he would lick Lu Qingxue, but would not treat Su Huaijuan the same way. If you don't want to eat lunch, then don't eat. Women always want to lose weight anyway, so there is no problem with skipping a meal. Qin Huai went back to his room to catch up on his sleep after lunch. I was awakened by the sound of piano. Su Huaijuan seemed very irritable, and the sound of the piano making clacking sounds made it clear that he was venting his emotions. Qin Huai didn't understand what had happened to her. Thinking that everyone has their own secrets, he didn't ask since Su Huaijuan didn't tell him. When the piano music stopped, he went back to sleep. I had a dream in a daze. I dreamed that Su Huaijuan was chasing him with a kitchen knife and chopping him, shouting something like, "Don't run, let me see if your heart is shaped like honeycomb coal." This sleep was a bit tiring. Even in my dreams, I was very tired after running for so long. I got up and lit a cigarette in a daze, only to find that the sun had already set. The clock on the wall showed 6 o'clock. My goodness, Su Huaijuan has been chasing me for the whole afternoon. Qin Huai sighed, finished smoking and went to the bathroom to take a shower. He had just put on his suit when the motor started to sound. Lu Qingxue is back. The sound of high heels came from far away, and then there was a knock on the door. Qin Huai, are you there? Come out and take off your clothes. What clothes? Qin Huai opened the door and saw Lu Qingxue holding a suit in a transparent bag. It was a silver-white suit, and Qin Huai saw a special logo on the cuffs. Most people may not recognize it, but Qin Huai is the eldest son of the Qin family after all, and he recognized that this logo is the logo of a top foreign handmade suit brand. Just this suit can't be bought without 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. This is. We just confirmed our relationship last night, and today, the rich woman Lu Qingxue dropped gold coins. Qin Huai suddenly realized the joy of living off a gigolo. A sense of unearned comfort spread throughout the body. The most important thing is that Lu Qingxue doesn't need him to brush with steel wool. Wear this to attend Jiang Lamau's banquet. Oh. Qin Huai took the suit, didn't ask any questions, closed the door and changed his clothes. Not long after, when Qin Huai walked out of the room, Lu Qingxue looked up inadvertently. Her expression instantly became dull. She stared at him without blinking. He is over 1.8 meters tall, looks thin, but has well-proportioned muscles, making him a perfect clothes hanger. This silver-white top-quality handmade designer suit fits the size perfectly, as if it was tailor-made. When you put it on, you will look like an aristocratic gentleman. Qin Huai had just taken a shower, so his hair was a little wet and messy, giving off a sense of unrestrained and carefreeness. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he looked like he was smiling. There is a hint of ruffian spirit that fascinates women. A pair of thick sword-like eyebrows, deep eyes, and a resolute face add a bit of masculine mystery to Qin Huai. Various different and somewhat contradictory temperaments are perfectly blended in Qin Huai, without any sense of incongruity. Lu Qingxue stared blankly at the man in front of her who was so handsome that his whole body seemed to be glowing, and her eyes were a little blurry for a moment. Judging from his appearance and temperament alone, it seems that sleeping with this guy is not a bad thing. At this time Su Huaijuan came down from upstairs. After seeing Qin Huai, he stopped on the stairs. She just felt her heart beating so fast, as if it was about to jump out of her chest. He then snorted coldly, turned around and ran back to the room, slammed the door, and threw himself on the bed, his mouth pouting and tears gathering in his eyes. Such a perfect man is my best friend S. Downstairs, Lu Qingxue immediately raised her eyebrows. Did you bully Junjun? Qin Huai rolled his eyes. I didn't do anything, she got angry for no reason. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue looked up at Su Huaijuan's closed door, as if thinking about something. Let's go. Let's leave now. There's a bit of traffic jam during the evening rush hour. We'll be there by the time we get there. The evening breeze was hot, and the Nova Series Global Limited Edition coupe was driving on a road with heavy traffic, with the air conditioner on and music playing. Lu Qingxue kept pressing her cell phone, as if she was messaging someone. Qin Huai was too lazy to pay attention and glanced at the navigation. It's very congested and the destination is so remote. It's a problem whether I can get there in time. Lu Qingxue glanced at Qin Huai and said, that depends on whether you can do it or not. Is it okay? You ask me if it's okay. Qin Huai's body trembled, his eyes became sharp, and he held the steering wheel with both hands, as if he would start at any time. Don't worry, a man can't say no. Sit tight. Hold on tight. What next? Do you push him? Or do you get out of the car and carry it? Qin Huai. This woman has no romance at all, so annoying. The journey was supposed to take only an hour, but because of the evening rush hour, it took a full 2 hours to reach the destination. The red coupe was parked in a parking lot outside a winery. Various luxury cars are parked in a row, which looks very high-end. In fact, the Dark Moon Winery is indeed the most high-end place in Chongqing. It is as famous as the Lanting Waterside Pavilion. Interestingly, Dark Moon Winery is in the north and Lanting Waterside is in the south, but they are rumored to have the same boss behind the scenes. This makes many people more interested in the so-called boss behind the scenes. But it always remains a mystery. The winery is a Gothic building, like a medieval castle in Europe. Tonight was booked for a large sum of money by Jiang Limao, executive vice president of the Chongqing branch of Qin Huai Group, who invited prominent guests from Chongqing. Only business tycoons, political bigwigs, and other people with special and outstanding identities or high moral character are qualified to be invited. The event was even grander than Chen Huaidong's engagement party. There was someone at the gate to check the invitations. No entry without an invitation. If someone wants to cause trouble, the 20 or so security guards lined up neatly on the left and right will be very excited because they can get a salary increase. After Lu Qingxue handed in the invitation, she walked in holding Qin Huai's arm. The two of them looked a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl, and attracted a lot of attention. Many people had attended the engagement party of Chen Huaidong and Lu Qingxue and knew Qin Huai, but they did not run up to curry favor with him. Instead, they smiled and nodded from afar, showing great discretion. People who didn't know Qin Huai naturally thought that these big guys were greeting Lu Qingxue, and they all expressed their feelings that after Lu Qingxue went from being the daughter of the Lu family to the chairman of the Lu group, her status had changed dramatically and she had left other people of the same age far behind. At the same time, I was amazed at Lu Zhenyan's boldness and willfulness. He just threw the huge Lu group to Lu Qingxue so easily, and he was not afraid that Lu Qingxue would not be able to handle it, causing the Lu group to collapse and the efforts of 3 generations to be destroyed. Lu Qingxue didn't care about other people. She whispered to Qin Huai, keep a low profile tonight and don't cause any conflicts with Jiang Limao. The background of Dark Moon Winery is not simple. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will end up in a miserable situation. Rest assured. Qin Huai nodded perfunctorily. He doesn't care how powerful the boss behind Dark Moon Winery is. As for Jiang Limao, I hope he can be a little polite. As long as he doesn't deliberately make trouble, everything will be fine. Anyway, it's just a grasshopper in autumn and it won't be able to jump for a few days. Tonight's banquet is purely his wrap-up party.